From the Tennessee Valley Weather Channel, this is a severe weather alert.
All right, it's currently 3:51. I'm Fred Gossage here in the Tennessee Valley Weather Center, along with about the entire weather team, continuing to track severe weather, and we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is now in northeast Mississippi. For our viewing area, it's central and north central Tishomingo County, but it also includes northern Prentiss County and far southern Alcorn County in northeast Mississippi. A severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 4:30. It's for this big supercell thunderstorm out here near the Booneville area in Mississippi that's had some pretty persistent signs of rotation with it. So we're going to have to watch for a quick potential upgrade to a tornado warning if this tightens. But this is headed off to the east, northeast. And let me get the storm motion on this, and then we'll do a track. Taylor's headed. They have it east, but I think it's a little here north of east at about 40 miles an hour. So we'll do a track, and for the next, we'll carry it out 45 minutes after you get that on there.
Okay.
All right, times of arrival for this, and you can see by 45 minutes, it's going to be knocking on the door of Colbert County. So heads up, Colbert County, watch this one. Talk about Bynum at 355, Altitude, Mississippi, 401, Jacinto, 405, Cairo at 410, Hallcut, 413, Payton, 416, Midway, 420, Iuka, 425, Bishop at 429, Burnstown, Mississippi at 429, Allsboro 429, Malone 430, Minot and Marjoram at 434. We're starting to get on over into Colbert County with the times by there in the 435 for Eastport, Mississippi. Again, damaging winds of 60 miles an hour, quarter-size hail possible, but this does have rotation. You see the bright red arrow, and that's a TVS, or tornado vortex signature from the next red. And there is a strong but broad circulation here on the east side of Booneville. That's Mississippi Highway 4. That's the belt loop on the east side there. That's headed out toward Altitude, Mississippi over the next few minutes. That is on Mississippi Highway 364.
And there's your shear skit too. So
yeah. So you have your low level lock, your shear marker here, which shows that there's at least 58 miles per hour of gate-to-gate shear on that lowest radar scan. That's still a few thousand feet above ground because we're so far away from the radar, but lower and lower rotation. If we toggle that off for just a second, It does look like that velocity couplet is trying to tighten up, so there may be trying to be a tornado develop with that. Now we'll go to Lynx 3. This is meteorologist Brett Adair with Live Storms Media. He's out tracking the storm, and he did have a really good view of the overall wall cloud a couple of minutes ago, right before we came on air. And we'll just see what he sees for a minute here.
I'm working at getting him on the phone real quick.
Okay.
To do a live phoner. Stand by and I'll have that.
Okay.
That's a lot of scud. You kind of see some
indeed.
very weak motion.
Right.
I think they're heading back east now.
It looks like, they're on the move. I think Sam said looks like they're heading back east, probably going to get into a better position and look back at it.
So, I can't rule out this possibly being upgraded to a tornado warning here if the rotation itself continues to tighten. It's still a little broad right now, but there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Tishomingo County. It does include Iuka. So go ahead, use this as a tap on your shoulder to be within a moment's notice away from your tornado shelter and ready to go. Go ahead, Ben. You're with meteorologist Brett Adair on the air.
Yeah. All right, Brett, we've got your live feed pulled up. Brett, tell us what you're looking at driving through Mississippi.
Ben.
That's my luck today.
Bad day out there.
Bad day
He takes one breath and then loses service. So
That is some pretty rural area out
yeah,
there. Lots of
we'll
trees.
try Brett back in a second.
We nicknamed him Bad Air because B.A. there, his first initial and last name. Apparently that's what he had right there on that first breath, and he cut out. So,
Apparently.
you see your stream kind of cutting in and out too. So, if anybody's been in that part of Mississippi,
they are going to upgrade a tornado warning as the rotation intensifies. So we're staying here. We're about to have a tornado warning for Prentiss. This will likely also go into Tishomingo County. So we're going to stay here. Since this will go to tornado warning, we're going to be here with nonstop coverage as this is about to be upgraded. So central Tishomingo County, be ready to go to your shelters. We have intensifying rotation near Altitude, Mississippi on Highway 364 headed toward Hallcut. That's too far north.
I know. I'm looking at I was looking over
Oh, the
here. That
BTI
BTI is at a 7.1.
And that shear's 80 miles per hour, so that's all ramping up.
Yep,
There should be tornado warning coming. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so tornado warning coming for Prentiss and Tishomingo counties
445.
until 4:45 this afternoon. This is going to include places like Iuka, Hallcut, Midway, likely Payton. We'll see exactly what the polygon looks like. Burnsville may be included as well. The circulation is over altitude Mississippi and generally lifting east-northeast toward Hallcut, Midway, Payton, maybe skirting near Tishomingo. They do have the polygon all the way down to Mingo itself and then up to Iuka. That's your tornado warning polygon. So heads up Colbert County, because this is likely not going to be a short-lived storm. Down the road here in about 30 minutes or so, you may be getting a tornado warning in Colbert County, Alabama as well. But with the developing, rapidly intensifying rotation, here are the times of arrival. Altitude, Mississippi, 358. New Hope, 403. Cairo, 407. Hallcut, 410. Payton, 411. Tishomingo, 414. Midway, 415. Mingo, 420. Iuka, 421. Bishop, 423. Burnstown and Allsboro, 423. And Malone, 424. So
That's probably a very small sliver of Murray County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning.
okay, we'll take that in just a second. Far northern Murray County has a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll look at that in half a second.
And I will say, we were talking about those times of arrival. We gave you a heads up, Colbert County, Iuka area, about an hour or two ago.
That's what I was about to say. 420 to 425.
Yep.
It's going to be knocking on the state line. So early heads up there. Since we've done times of arrival, we've called the communities, we've announced the tornado warning. Since it's still several miles into Prentiss, let's take a breath and go up to Murray County and look at this severe thunderstorm warning. And then we'll come back. Boy, that may have some golf ball size hail.
And that's looking at it from Columbus. This is
that thing is thinging.
this is
The hail
OHX.
size for it's 1.75 inches, so it's at least ping pong balls.
Ping pong to golf ball
Yeah,
almost.
golf ball, yeah.
Yeah, you're getting the golf ball size hail, which there goes the forecast right there, hitting that correctly. Let's see. We got in the polygon, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that includes northern areas of Murray County and Tennessee. In the polygon, you have Spring Hill, Jameson, Theta, Bethel, Santa Fe, and Kinderhook, and surrounding smaller communities. You're now under a brand spanking new severe thunderstorm warning that is going to go until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Now, it goes until 5 o'clock because this goes up into Williamson County and such. It's not going to take until 5 o'clock to clear northern Murray County. Probably about another 20 or so minutes, and it will be on past Murray County into Williamson County. So let's do a storm track here ahead of the hail core. I should also note there's still a tornado warning back here, and even if the rotation is broad, there's still a hook back here. So, we'll have to watch that carefully. So for the large hail threat that may be golf ball size hail, Dogwood Flat 402, Wrigley 406, Jones Valley 412, Kinderhook 415, Tidwell 416, Craigfield 417, Bethel 421, Smarten 424, Theta at 427, and Boston, Tennessee at, what was that, 427?
Sorry, I took it off. I didn't realize that was going to clear it that way.
So I should say right around 430 to 435, Spring Hill, you're going to be included in the times of arrival as well. So that's the situation there. Golf ball sized hail may be approaching the northern part of Murray County, Tennessee. It's north of Hampshire. It's north of Arkland. It's north of Mount Pleasant. It's north of Culleoka. It's north of Columbia, but it may clip Spring Hill back over to Santa Fe from that supercell there. You had velocity, Taylor?
That was a dead zone. That's clear air right here. I was suspicious about that.
If there is a rotation, it's very broad. It doesn't look tight and tornadic at this time. So we can jump back to northeast Mississippi, where we have the tornado warning in Tishomingo and Prentiss counties and southeastern areas of Alcorn County. The viewing area county for us with that is Tishomingo County. There are a couple of developing thunder showers northwest of Lawrenceburg in Lawrence County, Tennessee. Not close to severe, but we'll watch those carefully, including behind the scenes, because we've had some suspicious things happen with just rain showers this afternoon. So we'll keep an eye on that. But this is the reason why we're here nonstop with this tornado warning. For northeastern areas of Mississippi, this is northeastern parts of Prentiss County, far southeastern parts of Alcorn County, and then central and north central areas of Tishomingo County. That is a tornado warning that is valid. Let me get this thing on here. 4:45. Until 4:45 this afternoon. It does include Iuka. It does include Midway. It does include Tishomingo. It does include Hallcut and Payton. I think it's going to be closer to Hallcut and Midway and the south side of Iuka than anything else. Couplet's a little broader now, which is good news, but that could tighten back up in a moment's notice. Let's take links 3 and go back with meteorologist Brett Adair and see what he's looking at. Do you guys know where he is?
He's trying to get north of Tishomingo to attempt to intercept.
Okay. All right.
So he is in Tishomingo County?
I think he's in location.
Okay. I'll step off so we can see this full screen.
He's about to come into Burton,
Okay.
on the Tishomingo County line, heading towards the north Tishomingo.
Okay, he's on Mississippi Highway 30 in New Hope, moving east.
All right.
Yep.
And let him know that if he gets to a spot where there's better data service, and if he wants to text Ben to let him know that the phoner's okay, tell them that's all right, and we'll get him on air here just whenever he's ready.
Yeah, I'm waiting for his call. So,
Okay.
Sam, go ahead and let him know that I'm ready whenever he wants or can call us back. All right, you are watching severe weather coverage on the Tennessee Valley Weather Channel. We have an active tornado warning in effect for a couple of counties in northern Mississippi at the moment, including Tishomingo County. And then we also have an active severe thunderstorm warning for the northern portion of Murray County. That is going to be a downgrade from a tornado warning that has been in effect for Hickman County here over the past few moments.
Yeah, and I should note that northern Murray County storm from Kinderhook over to Jameson and Spring Hill, that's the polygon. It does not include Columbia or Mount Pleasant or Hampshire or Culleoka, but remember, that is for golf ball size hail with that storm back into Hickman County. Y'all can punch up links 1 full screen. Ben has that links for just a minute. He's looking at that storm. That storm he is tracking, golf ball size hail there approaching the northern part of Hickman County over the next few minutes.
Yeah, I've got that pulled up here, and let me stop the playback on that real quick. So we are tracking this storm that was originally tornado warned. NWS Nashville has allowed that to downgrade to a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5 o'clock sharp. Looks like this is going to come across and affect folks in Kinderhook to Bethel, folks Jameson to Theta, and then on into southern portions of Williamson County. Do need to be aware of this because that is, as Fred has indicated, a very, very big hailer of a storm. Very electrical as well. Within this frame, we're looking at over 350 active lightning strikes here over the past few moments. And again, this is going to be skirting that northern tip of Murray County. But you're also looking now at rush hour on a Tuesday afternoon. 8:40 is jam-packed. 31 North is packed. 431 Interstate 65. This is getting into a
Saturn
very
and all of
populated
them.
area.
Mm-hmm.
So please be aware of that. If you're watching, if you can kind of hang out where you are in northern Murray for just a little bit, let that guy skirt on past to the northeast, you'll be in a lot better shape, as that is a very, very dangerous storm affecting, again, that northern portion of Murray this afternoon. Fred, Brett's feed keeps going up and down. He's
Okay,
in a very
yes.
rural area.
What he has said is let him get over to Tishomingo County. He is going to put the drone up so we can take it live, and then he'll give us a yell.
We do have, if we can flip over to links 2, this is our Cherokee camera looking back into that storm. You can see that well-defined wall cloud right here in the center of the screen where my cursor is, right there where Fred is pointing. And I haven't seen anything yet. Again, we're still having that haze problem where it's making the focus go in and out.
Yeah.
But it is definitely well-defined out there in that supercell in Mississippi.
Right. So we've been through this a few different times today, at least 3 times. So we're going to keep a close eye on the Skycam here to see if anything lowers out of this wall cloud. We've already caught 3 quick hitting tornadoes on our live cameras today. One near Waterloo on this camera, then one north of Hohenwald on that camera in Lewis County, and then we could see in the distance what was very likely a brief tornado in Lincoln County as it was approaching Fayetteville. And that's been corroborated with other photos of really low hanging funnel cloud and maybe some debris lofted up into that. So we've had what looks like at least 3 that have been on our sky cams. Had a 4th potential one in Chapel Hill, Tennessee earlier. So we'll have to watch this because this is a more favorable looking storm. And now the low level winds are getting more favorable than they were at any point earlier in the afternoon when we already had the earlier tornadoes. So we're really going to have to watch this one here.
Hey, Fred, we've got this thing wrapping back up and crossing the Murray County line.
Okay.
I'll bop over there.
Okay. Looks like we have a
Yeah, I see the low level lock you have on your links display. And I see that even from way far away, I see that couplet there. The low level velocity data out of Nashville is a little broad. It is tight enough to trigger that shear marker, though, but it wasn't looking that good just a scan ago when it was back west of Jones Valley, Ben, when you were tracking the storm. So it has tightened, so we'll have to watch that. So listen here. Kinderhook, Santa Fe, Bethel, over toward Theta, Jameson, Spring Hill. Be alert for the possibility of an upgrade to a tornado warning. Rotation still a touch broad here, but it's trying to get tighter and it's trying to get stronger. We've already seen what today is capable of. We've already had multiple tornadoes across the area, and the environment is starting to get a little more favorable for them to stay on the ground a little longer and for their intensity to be a little stronger as well. So we'll have to watch this carefully.
Yeah, and just kind of looking, this is our live X-band coming from Lawrenceburg. It does kind of look like a little bit of a jumbled mess, and it really is, but there is a supercell right here between Kinderhook and Jones Valley. Like Fred was mentioning, there is that little bit of an area rotation, but there is cells that are developing kind of on its flanking line down towards the southwest, and that could hopefully keep it from producing a tornado, but we'll just have to watch it very closely. Like Fred said, the rotation's on it, but it's broad and not overly strong.
Yeah, so we'll watch that very carefully near Jones Valley, headed over toward Kinderhook, Santa Fe, eventually over toward Spring Hill. That could necessitate a tornado warning if it tightens up over the next several minutes. But we'll jump down to where we do have the tornado warning in Tishomingo County.
And while I do that, flip over to, do we have that camera that they're looking at? I might have to just do it here. I'll flip back over to the Cherokee camera. Whoop, that's Alabama, I need that. Because we are getting a better lowering on that right there in that middle. That's becoming more of that bowl shape.
Yeah.
And again, we're going to have to just deal with the contrast, the focus coming in and out. There's a lot of haze out there. The cameras are just having a very hard time trying to figure it out. We're able to kind of back out a little bit. I know that other people are trying to, well, there's a good lightning strike right there. But that did look a little bit better right there from that vantage point.
For any of the other guys that have access to this camera that may be trying to control it, that aren't in the studio, I very respectfully and very politely ask you to let us have control of it while we watch the supercell thunderstorm, please, because we trying to keep eyes on this wall cloud over here because this will be approaching Colbert County here over the next 30 minutes or so.
I just kind of quickly caught this. Let's take a look at this cell that's near Deerfield. That doesn't look too bad. So if you are in center, Deerfield, that northwestern part of Lawrence County, we see a cell there where you're hearing rain. You're seeing some pretty hefty rain come down, but know that there's nothing overly significant or severe with that, but we are keeping a close eye on it. That just kind of caught my eye as I was panning on down here towards that tornado warning in Tishomingo County. Fred?
All right. So that circulation is crossing over into Tishomingo County. That's going to be near just south of Hallcut. That's 364 that runs over from the east side of Booneville in altitude through Hallcut over to Midway, where you pick up Mississippi Highway 24. That's the main north to south state road there. So let's go to storm relative velocity. And I'm sorry, I was looking at some traffic off screen while you were looking at what you were looking at, Taylor.
It's okay. There's velocity.
Have broad circulation there near Cairo and Hallcut, headed over toward Midway. That would be your circulation if it's going to tighten up and produce a tornado. That's the one that we're watching.
Has a very good S shape to that supercell, but there's not a whole lot of rotation with it, but it definitely has that kind of interesting shape. You got that shear, that rotation tracker here really honing in on that area, but there's
Everything
just not
else
a lot.
is kind of elongated, and
It
that's
is.
kind of a sign that it's not quite tight enough just yet. But it's not far from that.
They are going to extend this, not tornado warning, but that severe thunderstorm warning from Mississippi into Alabama for Colbert and Lauderdale until 5.
Okay, so part of what we're going to have is a severe thunderstorm warning here for large hail and damaging winds with the supercell. That's part of it. The other reason for this is a tap on the shoulder or heads up to tell you, hey, there's a severe storm coming. Be ready on a day like today to go to your tornado shelters. That's new severe thunderstorm warning. You said 5 o'clock, Taylor?
5 o'clock, and it does have that tour possible tag on it.
Okay, so this is a severe thunderstorm warning you want to take as, hey, I need to be within a minute of my storm shelter for an upgraded tornado warning. That's the northwestern and western parts of Colbert County, and then up into central and west central areas of Lauderdale County. This does include Florence. It does include the northern side of Muscle Shoals and Tuscumbia and Sheffield, back to Barton, Cherokee, Marjoram, Allsboro, up to Lane Springs and Riverton, Waterloo, Wright, Threet, Murphy's Crossroads, Cloverdale, Central Heights, over to Zimp City, Smithsonia, Rhodesville, the Woodland area, and Oakland, as well as Underwood, Petersville. Again, Florence, downtown proper, you're in this as well. All of you under a severe thunderstorm warning now until 5 o'clock. But there's a tornado warning back into Tishomingo County. It's had a history of rotation. It's a long track supercell. We haven't seen evidence just yet that it's produced a tornado, but it could tighten up and do that at just any moment. So we're watching that very carefully.
Here's just a time of arrival arrow. I know you called out those areas. We can do a storm track here at some point soon, but just a rough estimate getting up towards that US 20, or excuse me, not US, Alabama 20 corridor, roughly around Florence, right around 5 o'clock. So give this about, I would say, 45 minutes to an hour before this gets close to the Muscle Shoals and Florence kind of metropolitan area over there. That's a rough estimate for just kind of the time of arrival downstream towards the Florence metro area, right there along Highway 20 and down towards Muscle Shoals.
All right. Brett is still on the storm. Drew is getting the Florence UNA camera just ready in advance for us, by the way. Brett Adair, meteorologist Brett Adair, reports that the storm, from the standpoint of getting ready to produce a tornado, it's not as visually appealing in terms of the storm wanting to produce a tornado. He's getting back on 72 and trucking east, trying to get ahead of it. To see what it does while it cycles closer to Iuka or south of there or over in the Colbert County. But for right now, he says it looks structurally less likely to imminently produce a tornado. But that's your broad circulation there. That's going to be near Midway, and that's coming over generally up here toward Marjoram and Cherokee in Colbert County, down to the Allsboro and the Malone areas. If it continues to hold together, we'll see how that goes here over the next several minutes. Again, tornado warning for Tishomingo County, severe thunderstorm warning for Colbert and Lauderdale counties. That's broadened out a good bit compared to what it was not just 5-10 minutes ago there, Taylor.
Yeah, it's definitely broadened out. I was also kind of looking at that shear rate, that rotation tracker on there. It shows brighter spots, but if I circle that and kind of correlate it with other velocity data and the reflectivity, here's the velocity. There's a little bit of rotation there, but when you look at the reflectivity, it's in that spot, but it's not down here. It looks like if there is going to be a better shot at rotation, it's going to end up being down here near Payton and northwest of Tishomingo. But that's probably your initial circulation that the shear tracker's still kind of honing in on. If I kind of backstep here, and that's exactly what that is, that little hook right on top of Holcut as it moves towards Midway, that's that general initial area of rotation. But down towards the Payton area, it looks like that's that other little hook, maybe another updraft that's starting to get going, where that could actually end up being the more dominant one. But any of these two, from Midway down to Tishomingo, over towards the state line, you need to take this seriously. Even though there's not a tornado on it right now, it could easily ramp up at a moment's notice.
Right. And while it doesn't have an especially tight circulation in the low levels, it may be a little more prone to producing large hail during that cycle. So that may be a concern in the immediate term. And the warning for Colbert and Lauderdale counties is for hail up to the size of ping pong balls. So we can go back to reflectivity. Let's zoom out a little bit and let's do a storm track ahead of the hail core and do some times of arrival for that. I'll grab you the storm track time of arrival here, Taylor, in just half a second.
It's about 40-ish.
Yeah, they've got it at 40.
Okay.
And then we'll carry that out 45 minutes or so. I do want to pick up downtown Florence, so you may even have to do 60. I'm not sure how that's going to go.
Let me go ahead and do 60. There you go. It's going to grab it.
Maybe one of these things where we have to scroll a little bit as well. So Iuka, hail threat's going to be starting to move in around 421. Marjoram 427. Cherokee 435. Lane Springs coming in at 436. 439 for Wright. Gravelly Springs at 444. Smithsonia 444. 448 for Woodland. 450 for Stewartville. Oakland at 451, Threet 453, Central Heights 453, Cloverdale 457, Cypress Inn 458.
And now here's the rest of the list.
So Sheffield 459, Underwood Petersville 5 to 501, downtown Florence 501, the Bethel Grove area 503, Jacksonburg and Wilson at 504, Zip City 505, Lakeview 506, St. Florine 507, Fairview 508 to 509, Bailey Springs, 511, Ford City, 513, Killen, 514, and Iron City in as far as southern Lawrence County. If it were to hold together and veer a little north of what we expect it to track to, 515 would be the potential for large hail if that storm holds together that far north. But I think it's more of a Lauderdale County issue versus that soon at least getting over into Lawrence County in Tennessee.
I think Brett has found his way to the middle of it.
Yeah, I was just kind of looking at that.
Yeah. If you want to take him on 3 real quick and you get an idea of what he's seeing driving in the core of this is from meteorologist Brett Adair as he tries to get ahead of the thing to look back toward it, which we're looking at it on our Arctic Air Skycam network as well from afar. But it is it's a pretty intense rainer, but not so much, though, that people are just kind of passing him on the highway there.
Yeah, and he is on Highway 25, about to get to the Iuka Highway 72 interchange right there, and most likely head to the east back towards the state line of Alabama to get ahead of this thing. But he is definitely going through the thick of it. Right now, I will say, if there's any hail potential with where he's at, it's off to his east, but he will probably get a chance to get into that as he gets on Highway 72 and head east towards that state line, Fred.
All right. While I look over shoulder at Ben's radar, we don't have to take that or anything. It looks like the main hail core with the Murray County storm is staying on the Williamson County. Yeah, the main hail core with that is over into Williamson County. So it's mainly just heavy rain and lightning and maybe some 30, 40 mile per hour winds there far in the northern Murray County. There is a heavy little shower, maybe some lightning in the northern parts of Lawrence County, Tennessee. Not severe, but I want somebody to keep an eye on that on one of the displays. Maybe, Sam, you could use that on Fast Track. We won't pull it up on air, but that's how you guys can watch low-level velocity for Lawrence County, Tennessee behind the scenes, because I want somebody to keep an eye on that little heifer in case it tightens.
And speaking of velocity, I'm going to pop on the storm relative. That little appendage that I was talking about, it's starting to rotate better. You're getting a lot more inflow coming into it. You're getting some of that rotation on the backside right on top of Carter Branch, about to cross the state line to Allsboro. So if this thing's going to produce a tornado, it could at any moment.
And that structure is rapidly improving. Yeah, like you said, that's going to be Carter Branch over toward the Allsboro and Bishop areas. So if there's going to be a tornado developing, it's going to be the southern side of this severe thunderstorm warning polygon, and that may be south of Highway 72 out here toward the Mount Hester area, toward the south side of Cherokee. That may put it closer to Barton, Hawk Pride Mountain. That may increase the threat to Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, Sheffield, south side of Florence. If that were to tighten enough to be a tornado threat imminently, hasn't gotten there, but it's certainly trying to. So Colbert County, Lauderdale County, they're not issuing anything yet, but if this continues to tighten, there could possibly be a quick upgrade to a tornado warning. So be within a few footsteps of your tornado shelter so that if something happens, you can go quickly.
We might need to go ahead, Fred, and just look at that Cherokee cam.
Okay.
I know that's at least the hell core part's getting very close to where that camera might be. So this might be the best chance to look at that structure before we start to lose it because of the heavy rain and the hail potential. But right back in there towards that middle part of the screen, let's see if I can. It's going to be on links 3. Let me get my cursor over here. I think you can see that. Yes, you can. So like right in this area is going to be where that wall cloud is located. And it right before that rain shaft went over that, you did catch a good little lowering, that kind of bowl shape to that wall cloud. So this is going to probably attempt, I would say it is attempting to produce a tornado. The question is it going to, and if it does, it could be very quickly, but that is on that appendage, and it looks like we are finally starting to lose that visual from the Cherokee camera because of that rain starting to move into it.
Right.
Yeah, that's
I'm
getting...
just watching while you guys, let's go ahead and talk a minute longer. I'm just watching some traffic here.
That just dumped out over 45 seconds.
And you can see the gust that's coming out of it from that kind of hail core. You have that little bit of that kind of push out from that rain shaft. So there's probably going to be some pretty good gusty winds with that hail coming down to that heavy rain from Marjoram to Buzzard Roost right there along Natchez Trace and 72 and towards Cherokee. But unfortunately, we're starting to lose that visualization because all that rain and hail is starting to move in front of the camera's perspective back towards that appendage. I will say, if we flip back over to links 2, there's still that area rotation, Fred, but it's not. If I take a step back, it's broadened again. That's what it was right there when it started to tighten, and now it's starting to broaden out.
Okay, which from a public perspective, that's great because that means that it's not quite imminently ready to produce a tornado just yet. It needs to do some additional things. So we'll continue to watch that there. But even if that's not producing a tornado, that could be producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds.
Look at the hail.
Ping pong, the golf ball size hail. And if it doesn't have a strong enough low level rotation, that may allow there to be a greater tornado threat in the immediate. And that white is 2+ inch hail, and that's coming up here toward places. It's over the Malone area now. That's coming up toward places like Marjoram and Buzzard's Roost and Mount Hester and Cherokee here over the next few minutes. So if you have a few minutes and you have a carport or garage available, might be a good idea to go ahead and get your car in it because that may be golf ball to baseball size hail about to move into Marjoram and Cherokee and Mount Hester here over the next few minutes. And this is the hail core that's coming toward the General Shoals Metro, Florence, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, here over the next 30 minutes or so. Time of arrival, we tracked it a few minutes ago, for the hail threat into the immediate Shoals Metro was 4:50 to 5 o'clock. Shoals Metro, if you have access to a carport or garage, or if you can get into that parking deck in Florence, don't everybody try to do it at once. It causes traffic accidents. Please, I beg you. But until it fills up, if you guys can smoothly and safely get your car in that for a little while, let this storm pass on by, because this could do some damaging type hail as it comes across Colbert and Lauderdale counties. And that's the type of hail that we were expecting to be possible today. Golf ball size or larger, and it looks like that's certainly possible with this storm here. Again, Cherokee, Marjoram, Mount Hester the next few minutes. Barton within the next 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes. On from there, we're talking about the Shoals Metro, that hail core, especially the Florence side of the Shoals Metro, near or just before 5 o'clock, and that may be more of an easterly track there, Taylor.
I want to take it more that, and I'm going to fan it out just a little bit more, but that's going to be able to capture at least most of the hail core. Let me go out. Oh, don't want that. That's 200.
There we go. That's perfect right there, because that'll catch the Quad Cities. So we're talking about Cherokee. That's going to be about 429. We're talking about 431 for Riverton, 434, Red Rock, Barton, 434, Lane Springs, 434, Smithsonia, 439, 440 for Wright, Woodland, 441, Bradley Springs 444, Roseville 445, Oakland 448, Sheffield 452, Stewartsville 452, Central Heights 453, Threet 455. I'll let you scroll.
1 second. Here we go. Florence is going to be next.
Okay, downtown Florence 455, Underwood Petersville 458, Cloverdale 459, Lakeview, Alabama at 5 o'clock, Jacksonburg 502, St. Florine 504, Wilson 505, Bethel Grove 506, Zip City 507. Again, that's radar. Again, that could be ping pong ball, golf ball, maybe up to baseball size hail possible with that storm as it moves toward the Shoals Metro. And I will tell you right now, I'm thankful I'm working this afternoon because you guys know that I live just onto the north side of downtown Florence. I would certainly not want my little car down there with this coming in here over the next several minutes. So, in addition, 60, 70 mile per hour winds possible too. What y'all got?
Real quick, I've been watching the North Lawrence cell, and that has rapidly intensified over the past few minutes on Links 1.
It's got lightning on it now, too.
Yeah, we are seeing that. The structure is not fantastic yet, but, I mean, within the matter of a few miles, that thing exploded. I'll put that into motion for you to look at here over the past few frames. But yeah, it just went past Henryville and found some fuel and kind of erupted. Has a small hail core north of Henryville at this point, and obviously, as Taylor mentioned, it has ramped up a little bit of a lightning core as well. Folks in northern Lawrence, downtown Summertown, also on the eastern corner of Lewis County and southern Murray, that is not severe at this time, but we are watching that. That could garner a warning as that continues a more northeast track to run parallel to Highway 43 here over the next few minutes.
Yeah, Ben, let's go to the live velocity on that if you don't mind.
I was curious about that.
We've had multiple storms today that structurally look like that produce quick, small tornadoes. So I didn't see anything that looked overly alarming. There's some weak rotation there that we'll have to watch carefully.
That looked like that was from high top, and that does show that mid-level mesocyclone. That's the low level from our X-band.
Yeah. So there is a reflection of some rotation.
And they have a tornado warning for it now, too.
Okay.
And that's a good call.
Hey, after what's already happened this afternoon, yeah, that's a good call. So we have some rotation here into the lower levels. So National Weather Service now going to issue a tornado warning for northern Lawrence County, Tennessee. It looks like southeastern areas of Lewis County, Tennessee, and also for portions of Murray County, Tennessee. We're about to have that polygon in just a minute. Tornado warning is going to go to 5 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado back here just to the west of Summertown near the Henryville area. It's moving off to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. So new tornado warning coming. This is going to include downtown Columbia in the polygon, it looks like, as well as Mount Pleasant and Sandy Hook, Summertown, Enterprise, these areas. Summertown 431, Rockdale 436, Sandy Hook 439, Mount Joy 440, Needmore and Enterprise at 443, Mount Pleasant 444, the Ridley Community 447, as well as Scotts Mill 447, Yoakley 450, Southport and Gibsonville 451, Broadview 452, Bigbyville 454, and Poplar Top at 455. Again, new tornado warning in effect for northern parts of Lawrence County. It does not include Lawrenceburg. It does not include Etheridge. It doesn't even include Alexander Springs. It does not include Loretto.
You will have a new tour coming from Lauderdale and Colbert
as well. Does not include Iron City or St. Joe. New tornado warning here for northern parts of Lawrence County, Tennessee, southeastern Lewis County, Tennessee, and a large part of Murray County, Tennessee, that does include Columbia for this circulation here near Henryville, approaching Summertown. Be in shelter away from windows, small interior room, lowest floor, away from windows of a site-built structure, out of vehicles, out of mobile homes, in a site-built structure. Let's quickly take Links 3 to the Arctic Air Skycam network.
And that is pointed right back into that storm.
Okay, we're looking northward from the water tank on top of the water tank in front of Walmart on the north side of town, looking back north towards Summertown. You see the overall updraft base here. I don't see anything super organized out of it, but similar storms today have produced tornadoes quickly. So don't wait. Be inside away from windows. Small room, lowest floor near the center, away from windows until this passes. New tornado warning again, and then we got to go down to the shoals for that new tornado warning. New tornado warning here till 5 o'clock for Murray County, including Columbia and Mount Pleasant and surrounding areas, Hampshire as well. It includes southeastern areas of Lewis County, Tennessee, and it includes northern areas of Lawrence County, Tennessee, right around Summertown, right around Henryville. Tornado warning till 5 o'clock. We'll take the storm approaching the shoals now on links 2. Taylor has.
I've got a storm track on it now. I need to expand it.
Okay, so there's a new tornado warning. Storm is turning more right now. A new tornado warning for the northern parts of Colbert County and far, far southern areas of Lauderdale County. So pretty much tornado warning polygon from downtown Florence southward to Littleville. It does come out here to near Ford City, near Nitrate City, near Leeton, all the way back to the state line. New tornado warning in northwest Alabama for Colbert County, far southern Lauderdale County. That is going to be running till 5:15. In addition to the potential for golf ball to baseball size hail with that storm and damaging winds of 60 miles per hour, we have that having the potential to produce a tornado near or just south of the Quad Cities. Taylor, you can put that track back up when you're ready. All right, so this is heading east at 40, 45, something like that. Mount Hester, rotation approaching you at 435. Newsom Springs, 443. Barton, 444. Red Rock, 445. Woodland, 450. Hawk Pride, 450. New Bethel, 452. Lime Rock, 456. Flatwoods, 457. Tuscumbia, 459. Colbert Heights, 459. Sheffield, 5 o'clock. I can also tell you Muscle Shoals and Florence, 5 o'clock. And the tornado warning is basically Woodland, Smithsonian over to downtown Florence and southward in Lauderdale County. It's for that circulation. It's not super tight yet, but it's in the process of cycling. It's in the process of tightening, and that could put down a tornado at any minute. What you got, Ben?
I've got a lowering base looking at the Campbellsville camera back towards Summertown on that tornado warning storm.
Please.
And that's going to be on links 1. And this is looking live at the Campbellsville camera from the Giles County EMA. And yeah, you've got a rain-free base on it as that continues to push toward the Murray County line directly over the Summertown community at this point.
All right. So yeah, right now we have 2 tornadic storms we're watching carefully. One is near Summertown. One is the rotation is just to the south of Mount Hester and Cherokee, moving toward the southern side of the Shoals Metro. Chase is zooming in on the Skycam. This is the northern one up near Summertown. We're looking northwest from the Campbellsville, Tennessee Skycam on the Arctic Air Skycam network back up towards Summertown. You can clearly see the wall cloud here. It's a well-defined wall cloud. Yeah, rising motion up into it as well.
And I will say, guys, that looking at it from, we don't have to switch back to the links 2, but just kind of looking off screen here from OHX, you do have some better inflow coming into this now. Velocity data showing an increase in that inflow coming into it. So you're probably going to end up seeing that wall cloud get better organized, and it could end up dropping a tornado at any moment here down the road.
All right, so y'all do this for me. Put Campbellsville Skycam in links 3 so we can double box with the radar. So that even when we're talking about the North Alabama storm, we can have that Skycam there in case something drops out of it. So let's go back to the radar on the full screen for the moment. That's going to be source links 2. And then y'all let me know when Campbellsville's put up on links 3. It should have been available in the toolbar, but if not, that's okay.
It.
There it is.
Okay, so, all right, so there we go. Now what you're seeing is storm on radar here that's coming up on the northern side of Summertown. It's coming up toward Mount Pleasant and Enterprise, toward the Broadview area, toward Bigbyville. eventually up toward Lebanon Heights and Columbia and Poplar Top. If it holds together, this is a rotating wall cloud you see back behind me here in the small box on the Arctic Air Skycam network. That's the rotation coming up in the general direction of Columbia, Tennessee. So what we're going to do while we have that, we're going to keep that Skycam in the small box, and we're going to bounce back and forth on radar in the larger box with links too. So let's do a storm track on the rotation here with times of arrival, and then we'll go back to Northwest Alabama because we're going to have to give both equal time.
What's the speed on this one? About
It's
40?
been about 40-ish,
Okay.
so like that. So for this rotation here, Sandy Hook 437, Enterprise at 442, Mount Pleasant 443, Broadview at 449, Big Beautiful 452, Poplar Top 453, Lebanon Heights 458, Downtown Columbia 5 o'clock, Fountain Heights 502, and Beech Grove 505. If there's any good thing here, is if we happen to have tornadoes with these, instead of us having two tornadoes moving into two immediate metro downtowns, the Colbert County one may stay just south of proper Tuscumbia and Muscle Shoals, but it's going to be close. This rotation, if it happens to drop something, is going to be very close to Columbia as it comes up here close to 5 o'clock. So we're going to have to watch that. Now we'll go back down to Northwest Alabama. Again, in addition to Murray County, Tennessee, we also have tornado warning here in Colbert County, Alabama, in the far southern part of Lauderdale County. By the way, Lawrence County, Tennessee, Lewis County, Tennessee, storm is on past you now. Rotation is on past you. It's solidly in the Murray County. So if you're in northern Lawrence County, southeast Lewis County, Tennessee, you can come out of your shelters because the rotation is on past you. We're in Colbert County with the radar now. This is Viper Live Doppler. We're looking at storm relative velocity, the winds inside the storm. Your broad rotation is here on the south side of Mount Hester. There's multiple little pockets here, so nothing's especially tight, but that's going to come over here toward Barton and Red Rock and Hawk Pride Mountain, and then eventually it's going to skirt the Tennessee River for a little bit, and then it's going to be very close to Tuscumbia, especially on the south side of town, but don't be that specific. Muscle Shoals and Sheffield, it's also going to be very close to you, but all the way as far south as Colbert Heights and Spring Valley and Littleville, be in shelter with a tornado warning all the way over to White Oak Community and Leeton and up to Nitrate City and all the way up to downtown Florence. Be in shelter. We have this tornado warning here for Colbert County and for the far southern part of Lauderdale County in Northwest Alabama. Have you guys seen anything you're looking at with that one?
I really haven't noticed anything kind of off the screen for my
Palmer
stuff.
said, take the Cherokee camera urgently, please.
All right, we can flip on over. We'll just do that here
Full screen,
on links 2. Just keep links 2. We'll just go and take a look at the Cherokee. I do want to quickly make a comment that we talked about this earlier. Once this crosses or gets close to that Tennessee River area, remember we're looking higher up, so we want to keep that in mind because that's what happened with that last tornado in Muscle Shoals. We thought it was in Florence. It was actually across the river south.
Yeah.
We just got wind gusts of 48 miles per hour on the Cherokee camera.
Okay, so if we're just gusty winds and looks like some large raindrops, if not some hail there, so we'll come back away from that and back to radar. He made that sound a little more urgently.
Yeah, it did.
So, all right. So, yeah, like Taylor was saying, that situation back in April, again, the radar said the rotation was in Florence. It was actually Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals. So, this far away from the radar, the beam is 5,000 to 5,500 feet above ground. Storms tilt with height with supercells on a day like this. We can't be super specific down to the street because we can get in trouble and put you in danger trying to do that. So from downtown Florence in this polygon all the way down to Littleville, be in shelter, the entire tornado warning polygon. And as you can see, that runs here from Barton and Woodland and Smithsonian over towards Sheffield, downtown Florence, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, over toward the Lakeview area, Nitrate City, Alabama Shores, Ford City, southward through Leeton, White Oak Community, Littleville, Colbert Heights, the Spring Valley area, back to Hawk Pride Mountain, New Bethel, Flatwoods, Newsom Springs, Barton, stay in your tornado shelters until this passes. Drew and the guys noticed some big hail on the Cherokee camera. I fully believe that. We think there could be golf ball size hail or larger falling with this storm, and that's likely from Cherokee to Barton to Woodland. That is going to be most likely to come across the immediate Shoals Metro, Tuscumbia, Sheffield, Florence, Muscle Shoals. But I want you to treat it like the rotation may be that far north or as far south as Littleville, because we have to give wiggle room for where that rotation may track. So that's the situation there. We do have the couplet trying to tighten up a little bit back toward Barton. So we'll watch that. But again, we don't want to be super specific because of how the radar beam tilts with height. This whole area here of the northern half, much of Colbert County, Alabama, and far southern Lauderdale County, stay in your shelters. I still see that we have the wall cloud on the Campbellsville Skycam, so we'll bounce back to that since we've been covering the storm in the Shoals. And we'll look at that storm coming up on Mount Pleasant.
And I think definitely the wall cloud is really low now. Notice there on the right side.
Okay.
Let me flip over to our live. That's the OHX. Real quick, though, I want to look at the velocity. There's a good little area there.
Right there near Sandy Hook.
And there's our...
A little noisy on ours.
A little noisy on ours. Yeah, Chase is definitely right. A little noisy on ours. Reflectivity, though, that's...
It's where it's supposed to be.
Yep. If there's going to be one, it's going to be right over here.
And we've had storms like this actually produce tornadoes this afternoon. So Sandy Hook to Enterprise up to Mount Pleasant, all the way up to Lebanon Heights and Columbia and Poplar Top. If you haven't already sheltered, shelter now. Small interior room, lowest floors such as a bathroom, hallway, closet, near the center, away from windows of a site-built structure. You have to be out of vehicles. You have to be out of mobile homes as this comes through. So let's get away from the double box for just a moment and let's take links 3 full.
Take that full. That's starting to really rotate a little bit better. That's a funnel that's developing right there on that right side of that wall cloud. So this is a developing tornado on our Campbellsville Arctic Air Skycam network, moving right into the city of Mount Pleasant. If you're in Mount Pleasant, you need to be in your shelter immediately. That's the lowest floor of a site-built structure away from windows. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is a developing tornado right here. That's a funnel cloud that is starting to hang a little bit below that wall cloud, and it's starting to rotate a lot better.
That's going to go right into downtown Mount Pleasant as it moves.
Yeah.
Probably crossing over New Lawrenceburg Highway, Mount Joey Road as we speak, and then into downtown. So if you're in downtown Mount Pleasant, you need to be, as Taylor said, inside or in your tornado safe place at least. If you're traveling 43, this is rush hour, find a place to pull over, get out of your vehicle, and wait this thing out, because this is a very dangerous storm that we're now looking live on camera with as it enters into Mount Pleasant proper.
And let me call out some streets here. This is going to be South Main Street on the south side of downtown Mount Pleasant. Enterprise Road, that is actually Tennessee Highway 166. That makes its way all the way back down towards the Pulaski area. South Main Street, downtown Mount Pleasant, Glass Street. You've got Wheeler Street, Adams Avenue, Pleasant Street, Haylong Avenue, Olive Street, all those streets in downtown Mount Pleasant. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Been called out Mount Joy Road, East Plant Entrance Road on the west side of Highway 43. You've got Arlington Cemetery on the east side of 43 as you're making your way up towards Mount Pleasant, Jackson Street.
Yeah, there's going to be a gas station just right. I'm pointing to it for Taylor off screen. So you've got a couple places on 43 that you can get off the road at and find a stable structure to be in.
And I will say, Fred, the wall cloud's looking a little raggedy again, which is good.
Yeah.
I'm not really seeing that very defined area, that funnel that we saw developing. So hopefully it's kind of weakening just a little bit.
We don't
know
that it wasn't briefly on the ground when it looked like just a funnel.
Oh, you're right.
We've seen that today.
Yeah, seen that today. That easily could have been on the ground. So we're at the course of least regret. Who's to say that it's not still on the ground? And there's still that little lowering right there in the middle of it. So I would go ahead and treat this like a tornado on the ground, potentially moving into Mount Pleasant. So you need to take that very seriously. Again, if we called your streets out, basically all of downtown Mount Pleasant, South Main Street, Dry Creek Road, Enterprise Road, over towards Fiercetown, Porters, Ridley, the campus of Mount Pleasant High School over there on the north side of town, right by Highway 43, if you live over there. Highway 166 north towards the Needmore community, William Springs Road, Hoover Mason Road, Hall
You've got a
Road.
little appendage trying to form up again.
Are we able to, Chase, are we able to zoom in? Yeah. That one might actually have a little bit of a better chance of zooming in and staying focused because there's not a lot of haze. Yeah, exactly. That's going to be able to be zoomed in a lot better. And our updated radar, this is just now crossing Highway 43 with the interchange right there with Mount Joy Road towards that South Main Street area. I called out the Arlington Cemetery. Ben said there's that little gas station that's over there, Jackson Street, Enterprise Road. That's Tennessee Highway 166. That makes its way all the way back down towards Pulaski. There's still a lot of people that live on this south side of Mount Pleasant. And this is what we're watching for with that developing tornado potentially right here from that wall cloud you see here on our Campbellsville camera, our Arctic Air Skycam network. And Fred, this is moving right into the heart of town. So hopefully this thing is not on the ground.
So what we're going to do, because this one seems a touch more urgent than the one in Northwest Alabama, we're going to hold it here for a second longer before we double box. Meteorologist Brett Adair has eyes on the updraft and the rotation down in Colbert County. He notes that it appears that the hail is helping make that mesocyclone outflow dominant at this time. So reducing, maybe temporarily reducing the right now, right this second type tornado threat. Still stay in your shelters in Colbert County, Southern Lauderdale County, but it may be like holding it off a few more minutes before it tries. So we're going to watch Skycam here for the rotation headed toward Mount Pleasant for another moment. And then we're going to jump back toward the shoals. Make sure we don't have anything trying to jump back out of it.
I've got Brett's feed on Links 1, by the way.
Okay.
And before we do that, just kind of a heads up. I know we've already done some times of arrival, but just kind of calling out communities north of Mount Pleasant because this is going to get into the Columbia area too. Ashwood, Siglo, Sunnyside, Gramer Manor, Fieldcrest, Zion, Canaan, Popular Top, Highland Park, Columbia itself, downtown Columbia. If you live near Columbia Central High School, Creekside, Lebanon Heights, if I've called you out, the supercell that's moving from downtown Mount Pleasant is moving in your area, so you need to be in your tornado shelter right now as this storm continues to track on towards the north. It should get to downtown Columbia probably here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. So you've got about that much time to go ahead and seek your tornado precautions, Fred.
Okay, so we will take Links 1 for just a quick second. And this is meteorologist Brett Adair. He's in Colbert County tracking the supercell. He has noted that it looks like the hail is helping rush cool outflow out ahead of the rotation base, which, it won't kill the tornado threat permanently, but it may pause it for a minute or two. So we'll continue to watch that. Looks like he's on Highway 72, not far from the Barton area, just looking very quickly based on, what the road layout and the trees look like, that kind of thing. Because I've been back and forth through there many times. He's near Barton, roughly, and he's headed back toward the south side of the Shoals Metro and such. So he'll get back into the forward flank of that and such. So let's go to Links 2, Taylor. I'll let you take radar.
Yeah, and this is, I got it back on that cell that we're just talking about. And I will say, Brett's completely right. If you remember, looking back on that Cherokee cam, I kind of noted that it looked like it was kind of pushing out a little bit. That's that hail that he was talking about, where it's kind of making it a little bit outflow dominant, which is good. It looks like that's your outflow kind of right here.
The clue is the hook here. Instead of it hooking forward and curling into the warm, humid air, it's curling backwards. That's the rear flank downdraft surging forward here. Now, it can surge forward enough to wrap this up farther closer to Highway 72, and that's what we have to watch for tornado development, and that's why we still want you to take the tornado warning seriously here from Florence, Tuscumbia, Sheffield, Muscle Shoals, the Barton area, down through Colbert Heights, Spring Valley, the Hawk Pride area, all the way to Leeton. Let's go.
Hey,
what you guys got?
We ain't go back to Links 3. We got a tornado that's developing right now. I noticed that there's rapid movement with that wall cloud that you see, that white spot rapidly making its way back into this rotation. That is a most likely tornado that is very close, if not already on the ground. This is going to be just It's going to be too close to call. It's in downtown Mount Pleasant right now. Let's go ahead and just say that. It is in downtown Mount Pleasant right
I'm
now.
on a relay.
And it's kind of getting obscured there by the rain, but that was a very definite funnel wedge-looking potential tornado on the ground. There's rapid motion. Anytime you see that rapid motion with that white cloud that you see there in the middle of your screen, that's that kind of low to mid-level rotation within the mesocyclone. When that starts rapidly moving from left to right, you are going to have a tornado most likely on the ground, and it is still moving pretty well from right to left, or excuse me, from left to right on the screen. And if we can excuse me guys, let me, if I can get the cursor right here, that tornado is going to end up being right over here where my cursor is at. It's kind of behind the rain shield right now, but it is right back in this area. It looks like we have a tornado on the ground, potentially on the northeast side of Mount Pleasant, downtown Mount Pleasant area, moving right into the heart of the outskirts of Columbia. Fred.
Okay, and I have relayed that to NWS as well, so they are aware of that, a funnel, possibly tornado moving into Mount Pleasant here on the Campbellsville cam. So if you're Campbellsville all the way, if you're from Mount Pleasant all the way up to Poplar Top and Lebanon Heights in Columbia, please be in shelter as this rotation comes up. We have a clear funnel cloud. It could be on the ground. We've had funnels today that the funnel hasn't been down on the ground, but the rotating, damaging wind of that is the tornado has been down. Remember, the funnel cloud, the cloud is not the tornado. The rotating wind at ground level is the tornado that does damage. Water droplets, cloud droplets don't do damage. Wind does damage. And sometimes you don't get the funnel all the way down, even when you have a tornado in contact with the ground. So tornado warning here, Murray County. This is moving into Mount Pleasant. Let me flip you over real quick, Fred. Okay. I want to get your opinion on this too. Again, we're going to treat this like it's probably on the ground, but Ben's kind of pointing out that that kind of top left area. I can't tell if that's a rain shaft or if it's rotating potentially. It might be some RFD, but I'm
going to zoom in on this.
Now, I do need to know where in relation to the storm on radar this is.
So where's that does that have a little arrow on it?
Right,
that one does.
Okay, we're looking back, we're on the south side of the storm, looking back to the north by northeast.
Okay.
So that's looking back into it.
And that's in the middle of town. Zoom me out just a touch, Sam, so I can see stuff. Okay, so I want to be sure we were looking at what we thought we were looking at.
And I can't tell if that's rotating, but Ben makes a good point that it is.
I think that white area is rain curtain with the RFD on the backside. That would be that would be the visual representation of your radar appendage or hook. But just off to the right of that, in the northeast of that, there could easily be that wall cloud, funnel cloud, maybe a tornado that we've been seeing from the Campbellsville cam.
And so that's what, it looks like that's that little RFD area. So our area is going to end up being off to the right of that camera.
Yeah, that white area that was vertically down to the ground, that was a rain curtain is what that was.
That's okay. Very suspicious looking, but that was kind of one of those, it could be either or. But that's your flipping back to the Campbellsville camera. That's looking directly back into it. We're getting a little bit of a better view. And there's still that very defined lowering on that right side of the screen. I can't tell. That's very close to having something potentially on the ground back there. It's just so hard to tell. But we flip over to the fast track real quick. What you got, Fred?
As soon as we do the streets, we need to go back to Northwest Alabama, and we're going to take the Muscle Shoals Owl.dot camera to do such.
Okay. So these are some streets that Sam has plotted on her fast track system. North Main Street, again, this is going to be now northeast of Mount Pleasant. This is getting into the southwestern side of Columbia, Tennessee. Hemingway Drive, State Highway 245, Trotwood Avenue. You've got James McCampbell Boulevard south. You've got U.S. Highway 43 running onto the west side of town. That's going to be Hampshire Pike, going into downtown Columbia. You've also got, what's that one that's northwest of Trotwood Avenue? Is that Rutherford? That's Rutherford Lane right there. And again, if I called you out on those streets, if you live near those streets, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. And again, now like what Fred said, let's bounce back because we have another tornado warning. We still have to keep doing this. Also, just a quick thing, they're going to extend that tornado warning for Marshall and Murray coming out of Columbia. So Marshall and Murray outside of Columbia towards Chapel Hill, you're under tornado warning. We could get to that very shortly. And here is, which one do you want to say for the Muscle Shoals? You wanted? No,
apparently like the Barron feed of that camera is down.
Okay.
They're posting shots of it live output in our Discord chat. It's a clear wall cloud.
Here's your rotation
coming into Tuscumbia and such. So yeah, and this verifies with the southward tilt thing. This looks like it's riding down Highway 72 on the camera. I can't show you the shots because our feed of that camera isn't working at the moment, but that rotation right there is right here on the actual camera coming across. But we're going to go the track wide enough to make sure that we catch it as far north as up here. So this overall general area, we do have a low-hanging wall cloud. That could be a rapidly tightening rotation, and the velocity supports that. Again, yeah,
there we go.
There we go. All right, keep in your shelters here. Times of arrival, Tuscumbia. It's moving in over the next minute or two. Sheffield, 502. Muscle Shoals, 503. I will also say 502 to 503 for the south side of Florence. It's not on the list because the little cone doesn't clip that little dot of Florence downtown, but you're close enough to the track. 502, time of arrival for downtown Florence. Lakeview, 509. 513 from Nitrate City. Leeton, 515. Ford City, 517. Killen, 521. Bethel, 522. Aqua Vista, 523. Again, we may have a developing tornado moving into the shoals also. What you got, Taylor?
Just a quick thing, because I know we've got multiple things going on. I just want to call out Killen, Center Star, Whitehead, Rogersville, Elgin, Wheeler Dam Village, Very Shores, Bethel, Lennon Hill. That is a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this storm. That's not a tornado warning, but this is like what Fred likes to say. It's a little tap on your shoulder saying, heads up, this storm is moving into those general areas. So northeast of Florence. We're talking about Killen, Center Star, Lexington, Whitehead, at Rogersville and Anderson areas. Severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 6 p.m. That's for this cell moving out towards the east side, and it goes all the way. My goodness, that goes all the way. I didn't realize it goes to Limestone and Madison counties. That is a very large severe thunderstorm warning. So heads up, Athens, Elkmont, over towards Coxey, over towards Tanner, the west side of Madison County, Madison, Harvest, Tony, over there off of Highway 72 and County Line Road. Heads up, this is going to take a while before it gets to you guys, but that is a severe thunderstorm warning. And also, Fred, we have that, like I mentioned, that extension of that tornado warning that was issued up here for that Columbia storm. And this includes Lanton, Lee's Corner, Pottsville, Rock Springs, Caney Spring, Chapel Hill, and Holt's Corner. That includes the eastern part of Murray County and the northwestern part of Marshall County. This does not include Lewisburg, Laws Hill, Bryant Station, or Farmington. Does not include Culleoka or Campbell Springs. This is going to track east of Columbia and get into parts of the I-65 corridor between the Highway 412 exit and up north towards that Saturn Parkway potentially. So this is going to be that tornado warning extension for that cell that we've been tracking. We're still watching the chance of that potential wall cloud and tornado on the back end right here on top of Lebanon Heights. So again, downtown Columbia, if you live on the south side of Columbia, basically if you live in anywhere the city of Columbia, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. And then eventually it's moving towards Beech Grove, Rock Springs, I-65, right around the 412 exit, and Highway 99 that goes off towards Pottsville.
Yeah, I can't see this ALDOT camera in our Barron system. The feed of that is not working. The guys in our private Discord that help watch our backs, because it takes a village and we have a good team here, They are watching this and posting images. There is a very low hanging wall cloud over Tuscumbia and Sheffield and such right now. Thinking back to February 15th, the wall cloud is hanging over the same position. We caught the power flashes on the camera on. So the rotation is over the Tuscumbia area. It's lifted east-northeast from where it was. So Tuscumbia, Sheffield, Muscle Shoals, the south side of Florence, over the Nitrate City, Lakeview, Ford City. As far south as Leeton, Cave Spring, Spring Valley, over the White Oak community. I need you to stay sheltered. At any time, there could be a tornado drop out of this wall cloud with very, very, very little notice. We have streets labeled. I can call them out. I don't want to be so specific because trying to be specific back in April burned us. I'm calling out the communities. If you're in the south side of downtown Florence, all the way through Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, Cave Spring, Spring Valley, Lakeview, back over to Leeton, Nitrate City, Ford City, Alabama Shores, be in your shelter as this tornado warning continues. This could produce a tornado at any moment based on, I can't show you the wall cloud because the feed of this isn't working correctly in our systems, but you need to be in shelter. Small room, lowest floor, away from windows as this circulation moves in. Taylor, you have times of arrival on the Columbia storm. Have you called those times?
I have not. I quickly
Hey, Taylor,
popped
real
up.
quick.
Go ahead.
I have pictures coming in from Columbia Fire of a very low wall cloud on this thing coming
That's
in
what that
Columbia.
picture was that you
Yes.
showed me. Okay, I thought that was the shoals. All right, so yeah, Ben's saying that there's a very low-hanging wall cloud with this. We've been tracking that, so here's some times of arrival. In Columbia, basically right now, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Beech Grove, 506, Rock Springs, 509, Pottsville at 518, Lee's Corner, 521, Caney Spring, 523, Bethsaida at 528, Wilhoit Mills at 529, and Chapel Hill at 529. This is that new tornado warning that is an extension of this one coming out of Murray County. Includes eastern Murray and northwestern parts of Marshall County, and that goes until 5:30. This is still radar indicated, but as Ben mentioned, is what we've been tracking. There is still a well-defined wall cloud with this storm, so it could drop a tornado at any given moment. We've seen that today. They can happen literally at a blink of an eye, and we've seen that. And who's to say that this one won't do the same? So treat this like a tornado could come right down your street at any given moment. So you need to take this seriously. Get into your tornado shelter. That's your lowest floor of a site-built structure, away from windows. Get as many walls between you and the outside. That's going to be your interior closet, under a stairwell, maybe into the pantry area, just one of those interior rooms, and you'll be able to ride this out just fine. As a heads up, if you live in a mobile home near Pottsville, near Lanton, Lee's Corner, Caney Spring, Chapel Hill, Holt's Corner, you need to get out and you need to go find a site-built structure down the road, whether that's a convenience store, a restaurant, or something of that kind. You have time to get to that. I did some times of arrival. It's going to cross Interstate 65 at about 5:13 to 5:15. So you've got some time if you're in a mobile home in Lee's Corner, Pottsville, Caney Spring, Chapel Hill, and Holt's Corner to get out and go to a sturdier shelter.
Chase, will you get the Hatton, Alabama camera looking west-northwest? And just,
funny enough.
okay, and just ready? I'll let you guys continue to talk. I'm going to step out for just a second.
All right, go to Links 1. I've got you the North Alabama storm.
So this is the one that is moving into parts of the Florence and the Sheffield areas. Again, Fred Goss is stepping out just for a little bit. So this is that cell that we're watching right here on Links 1. This is on top of Muscle Shoals right now. And like what Fred mentioned, as a course of least regret, this is the Brett Adair stream. Here's that wall cloud that he's watching. Look at that tail cloud coming into it. Very low-hanging structure here looking back into that storm. I believe he said he was near Town Creek.
He is just north of.
North of 72.
157 split, where you can either go to Town Creek
Yes.
or go to Moulton.
Okay, that's that.
There, right there.
All right, so that's that split 157 and 72 on the east side of the shoals. That's where he's looking back into this. So this is that wall cloud that we've been tracking. This is on top of Muscle Shoals right now. And like what Fred mentioned, course of least regret, because of what happened in April, we can't be for certain what the circulation looks like on the radar is exactly where that tornado could be. It could be a few miles to the south. So if you're in Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, on the south side of Florence near Wheeler Dam, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. North of the river as well, Florence, over towards the campus of the University of North Alabama, you need to be in your shelter right now as well. This is that wall cloud, that Adair, nice CG, that lightning strike right there, looking back into it. I don't see anything that's on the ground yet, but that is definitely something that is getting pretty ominous over there. What's the radar look like real quick, Ben? And then we can kind of go back to that shot. Right in here, Shoals down to 72, down to Leeton, Nitrate City, Ford City. If I've called you out, that's where that kind of area of rotation will be and will likely track to. It could go a little north, could go a little south. So Bethel, Aqua Vista, over towards the Wheeler Dam Village, Elgin. You need to have a heads up for this, but this is for that kind of southeast side of that storm that we're watching for. And Chief Meteorologist Fred Gossage is back in. So Fred, if you're ready to take over, we can continue to track this. Yeah, tag, you're it. We can continue to watch this. Red Adair's still got that wall cloud. I'm not seeing anything that says it's on the ground yet, though.
See,
Hey, we have confirmed a golf ball sized hail on Darby Drive in Florence from one of our trackers.
Okay. Yeah, I don't doubt that in the slightest.
I got another report of golf ball size hail from a UNA athletic director in East Florence, too.
That's right, so, where that is.
So listen here. Up to golf ball size hail coming out of Florence, moving into Killen, Aqua Vista, Center Star, Elgin, Nitrate City, Ford City, over toward Wheeler Dam, Red Bank, over toward Whitehead, Tunersville, Sam, your folks, over toward the Rogersville area. That hail core coming out of Florence has produced up to golf ball size hail. And then as far back northwest as Seymour Avenue in Florence, there's been some nickel to quarter size hail being side away from windows in a rotation on the Culver side of the line. What you got, Ben?
Golf ball at the Big River Studios.
Okay. So there you go. Multiple reports of golf ball size hail in the Shoals Metro. In addition, it looks like they are going to let the tornado warning expire for now and watch it carefully. Yeah, that's definitely a touch more east.
I'm just trying to, I was trying to expand it.
I got you.
To get the speed. I'm going to do that.
They're going to let the tornado warning here expire on time for Lauderdale and Colbert. Watch it behind the scenes because the rotation really hasn't tightened up enough to get a tornado to develop here, but severe thunderstorm warning is going to remain here at times of arrival for this golf ball size hail. Bethel 515, Aqua Vista 515, Wheeler Dam Village 523, Red Bank 524, Elgin 526, Ferry Shores 530, Rogersville 532, Coxey 542, Cedar Grove 543, Cairo 550, but keep in mind, they did not just issue this severe thunderstorm warning into Limestone County. They issued it across Limestone County over in the western Madison County for some long lead time here. The severe thunderstorm warning also includes places like Athens and Elkmont and Tanner and French Mill and East Limestone and Capshaw over to Madison, over to Harvest and Tony, and the west side of the immediate Huntsville Metro. All that is a severe thunderstorm warning, and there have been multiple reports of verified golf ball size hail in the Shoals Metro. There's no reason to believe that's going to weaken as the storm moves eastward across northern Lawrence County, Alabama, across eastern Lauderdale County, Alabama, across Limestone County, Alabama, and over into the Huntsville Metro. So just be aware of that. They are, for now, going to discontinue the tornado warning when it expires, but they are going to watch for tightening rotation to see what that does. So we're about to step down to a severe thunderstorm warning, which means we may not be able to come back as quickly, but we'll still bounce back and forth. Should that rotation tighten in the low levels, a tornado warning will be reissued. And it's still rotating from Nitrate City and Ford City down to Leeton, so we'll have to watch it. But it's had a while to tighten up. It hasn't done it yet. So for now, at least, they're planning to let that tornado warning expire. So that's the situation with the Alabama storm. There is another severe thunderstorm warning back here on the west side of the shoals for a left mover. We'll go to reflectivity and center this up. This has the potential for quarter-size hail or larger, in addition to some gusty winds. That's moving more northward. That's coming across the Barton area soon. We'll do a storm track on that. Newsom Springs, 512. Red Rock, 516. Hawk Pride Mountain at 518. Barton, 520. Woodland, 522. Smithsonian, 525. Oakland, 530. Rhodesville, 533. Gravelly Springs, 533. Petersville and Underwood, right around 535 to 536. 535 in Central Heights. Underwood at 536. Stewartville, 539. And Jacksonburg, 539. So 540 to 542 in Zip City. That's moving more northward. It's a left turner versus the right turner over here that has the rotation. So we'll be watching that very carefully.
And I will say, Fred, I don't know if Brett has our stream up or not, or if somebody's able to text Brett. I'm very interested to know how much inflow is coming in to this storm, because I know it's kind of out here way outside of the cell, right, kind of in a little clear air, but I would imagine there's probably some really good inflow coming into this supercell. So I'll be interested to see what his winds are. Right now, before we bounce back to Murray and Marshall, because we're going to have to do that up in Tennessee, we do have a report on Thunder Road and Reservation Road at Muscle Shoals, trees on a vehicle with entrapment. So in addition to golf ball size hail, this could be producing straight line winds of 60, 70 miles an hour or stronger coming out of the Florence Metro, moving toward Elgin, Center Star, Rogersville, down to the north side of Town Creek. It's moving toward Limestone County. It's moving toward eventually the Huntsville Metro with its severe thunderstorm warning. So let's jump and hop. Let's get our hopping shoes on. Let's go back up to the Murray and Marshall County storm. Still a tornado warning. It's on east of Columbia now. So Columbia proper, you can come out of your shelters. You're not done for the night, but this rotation is on past you. It's broad here on the next rad. It's near Rock Springs and east of Beech Grove, near Pottsville, near where that EF3 was last May. Doesn't look anything like that, but it's in the same location. And that's lifting up a little more northeastward here, and that's going to head in the general direction of Chapel Hill up to Holt's Corner in northern Marshall County. There is still a tornado warning in these places, so you still need to be lowest floor, near the center, away from windows, sheltered, until we can get this storm on out of here, as the tornado warning does continue in these areas as well. That's on out of Skycam range, so we're not going to be able to show you anything live with this one, so we're going to have to play this one a little more cautious. You're going to have to play this one a little more cautiously as we cover it. I can't show you a tornado if there is one, so you're going to have to trust us a little bit here that it is rotating. It's capable of producing a tornado. Storms like this today have produced tornadoes in the area. Pottsville at 520, Lee's Corner 523, Caney Spring 526, Chapel Hill 533, Holt's Corner 534, Eagleville, Tennessee, that's starting to get out of the viewing area at that time by 540, and Unionville, Tennessee at 542. Again, rotation here that could tighten up and produce a tornado at just a moment's notice. Tornado warning continues in these areas for northeast Murray and northern Marshall. Can we get an expiration time, Taylor? It's 5:30, so another 15 minutes.
Okay. So that's the situation with the Murray and Marshall County storm.
And I will say this could change, and some of the guidance has shown that this we will get some better low-level shear, but I'm wondering, Fred, it kind of showed maybe we're in a little bit of a lull.
Right.
So I'm not shocked that we're seeing these really trying to produce, and then they just can't because there's just not enough oomph in that very, very bottom area of the low-level wind profile. But as we head throughout the remainder of your evening, we still got supercells off to the west, and that low-level shear starts to increase again.
6, 7, 8 o'clock and after.
Yep, exactly. So we might be in kind of a best-case scenario here where we have these individual supercells that could still produce tornadoes, but there's something that's just not there to really get them going. and that might be a little bit of a saving grace, but still, course of least regret, tornado warnings continue, and there still is a chance that a tornado could happen at any given moment.
At least for the short term, it's a saving grace, but that storm down in northwest Alabama, we're not going to have it clear of the viewing area before the low, before the low-level winds are supposed to ramp up. So that is going to be a concern that as the low-level winds, especially over North Alabama where the low-level jet will be stronger, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, that storm will be crossing North Alabama still as it tries to interact with intensifying low-level winds. That could increase its tornado threat. We won't have it out of the viewing area before that low-level jet does start to ramp up. Again, this has had trees down on vehicles with entrapment in Muscle Shoals. It's had widespread reports of hail up to the size of golf balls, and it still has some broad rotation, but they have let the tornado warning expire on time for right now. You still see it's a little broad here, but there's still an organized rotation. What that rotation will do is, even if it never tightens up to try to produce a tornado, that's going to keep this large hail threat and the straight line wind threat going as the storm moves on across eastern areas of Lauderdale County, northern areas of Lawrence County, Alabama, and then over into Limestone and probably over into Madison counties as well. This is generally, roughly speaking, headed toward Decatur, Athens, and Huntsville over the next 1 to 2 hours. And this thing has had a history of golf ball size hail and intense wind damage. So,
I'm still getting stuff blown up on my phone. There's constantly being reports of trees down in the shoals. So,
right, I'm not surprised in the least. That's definitely not a surprise there.
That
measured 56 mile per hour wind gust at a CWAP station in Florence. And Florence was kind of on the northwestern side of the core of the storm. The stronger winds, although they were damaging up into Florence, the stronger winds were probably on the Colbert side of the line, if anything.
Yeah. And that hook's still present. And like I mentioned, and you made a good point that this supercell, once the low-level jet starts to crank back up again, it's going to be right as this continues to move to the east. So if this thing is not producing a tornado now, you might just end up waiting about 30 minutes and might start ramping up again. It's still got a good inflow notch, but you notice here, so this is looking at the high top next red, there's that little bit of an outflow, I think, right there. So it's still kind of riding along it.
It is, but we do now have the hook curling in the correct direction.
Yep.
So aloft, it may be improving. It just needs to do a little more work in the low levels.
And that's exactly what one of our guys in the chat, Matt Grantham, was saying, that it is looking better aloft. So, again, like what we mentioned earlier today, you get that mesocyclone, it starts from above, well, it works its way down. So the tornado doesn't develop from the ground up. It comes from down from the storm. So that
and if you wonder about the importance of the name Matt Grantham and why that's so immediately trustworthy, not only is he an NWS meteorologist from the Birmingham office who's just chasing up here, but has a long history of dealing with severe storms in Alabama and Tennessee and such. But he's actually one of the forecasters from Birmingham Weather Service that helped fix the false alarm ratio with tornado warnings in central Alabama after the 2011 outbreak. He was a main part of the science aspect of that, of getting the false alarm rate in that office from 85% down to at one time it was as low as 29%. So if anybody knows what they're talking about, it's Matt. Go ahead.
I was actually saying spinning. It's getting a lot better on the. This is a live look from meteorologist Brett Adair. He is.
He's heading up Highway 101, and he should have a clearing here very soon to the left, and we should get a clear shot of that.
And we have another radar source that unfortunately we can't show on air, but we're able to see it. Wow, right there in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, our buddy Chris Palmer makes a good point in our private chat that it's getting closer to the river. And there are micro-scale influences with the terrain and such that cause the low-level winds to back into a storm like this, and convergence to help. This may be getting ready to try to tighten up in the low levels, and it might try to indeed produce a tornado, something it hasn't actually done yet.
And that radar source is showing that hook starting to really curl around here. I'm not really sure what's the velocity. There's a little bit better. not strong, but some better velocities that show that it is a tightening area of rotation that is with that. So again, that, and like what Fred said, little micro terrain stuff, that's what we call that terrain involvement. And there's been a lot of studies and research going into it. There's truth with that for sure, that you get some of these areas where you get some enhanced low-level shear, and you can easily get a tornado from it, and it's getting into those little area there right by the river. And so it's possible that that could end up becoming more tornadic here very shortly. I do want to mention, Fred, I know that we're watching this cell down near the shoals, back up towards that tornado warning in now Marshall, it is still in eastern, no, never mind. It is in Marshall County. I was looking at the wrong county lines. It is firmly in Marshall County now, all clear for Columbia, Lanton, Rock Springs, Lebanon Heights, Fountain Heights, Pottsville. I would still stay in your shelter. It's just to the east of you. If it takes a quick left turn, you could still be impacted by it. Lee's Corner, you're good. Now we're looking at Caney Spring, Chapel Hill, and Holt's Corner in Marshall County. The good news is the rotation on it still doesn't look that impressive, but there is a little bit of a hook on it still.
Right. And that tornado warning continues. So like you said, Taylor, it's moving out of Murray County. So for this storm, all clear, or give it a couple more minutes to be safe. It's focusing up in northern Marshall County, Tennessee. Tornado warning continues there. Continue to be in your shelter. I would not be surprised if this one here that you're seeing live in northwest Alabama, in eastern Colbert counties where the rotation is, I would not be surprised if they have to reissue a tornado warning soon with this one here. I really would not.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those things we kind of talked about off camera today. All of these cells are going to end up rotating. It's just a question of, do they get strong enough to produce a tornado? But each one of these, it's almost like a quick trigger day if you're on the warning desk, because once you see something that looks suspicious, the environment today, you just need to go ahead and just pull that trigger, because we've seen unwarned tornadoes today.
And
the fact that that's happened.
Yes, and I will say that once we all realized that's what we were dealing with, National Weather Service has been very quick to do that from there on out so far today. So
yeah, so this is one of those days where quick trigger is definitely warranted, and there's definitely been tornadoes on the ground today, and this one could end up becoming another one of those. As Brett Adair looks like he's taking a left turn here, I think he's going to point back towards the north. Is he still on 101?
He's on 101 pointing west back into it. He's just turning on one of them side roads. He may be turning around because he would have to cross the dam, and there's a lot of trees up there, and could have taken down a tree. Or is that? No, that's not.
Yeah, there's a lot of trees in that spot, and that's unfortunately what they have to deal with when storm chasing out here in North Alabama, and really anywhere across the South. You got a lot of trees to work with. Plains are obviously better because you can see forever and ever and ever. And I mean, I've seen tornadoes out in the plains where it's about 40 miles away, and it's as clear as day looking at it. That's not the case here in the South with a lot of the trees. That's a little interesting spot there. I wonder if that's is that the left side of the wall cloud potentially?
It may be.
We all are focusing on that real quick. Looking downrange, we've got another developing supercell around Oxford, Mississippi that is warned as a severe storm. It is part of the feature event that's coming, but still, nevertheless, that has some major oomph to it as it continues a move toward Tupelo and then on into our neck of the woods.
And that's the same exact place this one came from.
Yep. The low-level jet increases with that stuff. Just real quick, that is a new warning that is going to get that tornado warning from the northern Marshall County side into parts of Rutherford and Bedford counties. Rutherford and Bedford are out of our viewing area. All right, we are on links 2 here. Let me go back in, switch to the Nashville radar. Here's that hook. It's still there right on top of Caney Springs.
Again.
Let's take a look at some of the velocity here. It's not tight, but I tell you, those non-tight signatures today, Fred.
We've seen them just like that produce small tornadoes.
Exactly, and not just that, but very well rotating wall clouds.
Yes. So that's a new tornado warning that includes the northern part of Marshall County, Tennessee until 6 o'clock. Then it goes into Rutherford and Bedford. Your rotation here is very close to the east side of Caney Spring along Tennessee Highway 99. This has been lifting off to the east, northeast or so at about 40 miles an hour over the past hour. That's been the speed here. So over the next few minutes from Willowitt Mills up through Chapel Hill. I'll say all the way up through Holt's Corner, over to the county line with Bedford County and Marshall County, be in shelter. After about 10, maybe 15 minutes, we'll have this rotation on over into Bedford and up into Rutherford and outside of the viewing area at that point. But for the next 10 to 15 minutes, another warning goes all the way to 6 o'clock from Marshall. That's because the warning goes deep into Bedford County. It won't be in Marshall at 6 o'clock. It will be well to the east. Give this about another 10 to 15 minutes for this rotation near Caney Spring to get on across Chapel Hill and Willowit Mills, as far north as Holt's Corner, especially for hail and wind, be in shelter. But the main tornado threat is going to be from Caney Spring to Chapel Hill to Willowit Mills, and then crossing over into Bedford County. Times of arrival here: Willowit Mills at 5:31, Chapel Hill 5:31, and then over into Unionville, Tennessee in Bedford County coming up at 5:42. New tornado warning there until 6 o'clock. Not a tight rotation, but we've seen them just like this today produce small tornadoes, and it doesn't have to be a big one to take your life. And the EF0 is dangerous too.
Sorry, Fred, that's actually a new cell.
Okay.
Look at that
we've
develop.
Had a new cell merge in with the original, and this is taken over then. So instead of this being broad, this could be in the process of tightening up and reorganizing.
I honestly did not recognize that. I noticed that they did the polygon more due east, so I was curious if it ended up turning right, but that was just because it had a cell that developed near Rock Springs, quickly ingested it. So that's your new, let me get the little telestrate on. This is your new mesocyclone. This is your old one back in here. So yeah, that's exactly what happened. And if that turns right, that could quickly ramp up with some low-level rotation. So it's going to have to be watched very closely. I know it's in the very eastern, northeastern part of our viewing area, but Union Hill, Bell Buckle, Beech Grove, maybe as far southeast as Wartrace, heads up on this one.
Yeah. Over here in Bedford and Rutherford, you're outside the viewing area, but still heads up. Tornado warning till 6 o'clock. That includes you as well. Rotation is moving out of Caney Spring. It's moving over Chapel Hill and moving over Willowit Mills now. So for the next 5 minutes or so, maybe 7 minutes in these areas, stay sheltered. Give it another 10 minutes. We're likely going to have the rotation on out of the county. So that's a new tornado warning there. They are upping the hail size in the warning north of Town Creek over the Rogersville to 2.5 inches. So we're getting close to thinking that baseball-size hail is likely with the storm from Wheeler Dam up and Ferry Shores up toward Rogersville, and that's moving into Limestone County over the next few minutes. Again, I would say hail up to baseball size as possible. Coxey, Clements, Blackburn, Lawson, over toward Athens. This may move into Athens with hail this large, and then if it rides down 72, you're talking about places like French Hill, East Limestone, County Line Road area, over into Madison, and eventually the immediate Huntsville Metro, if that hail core holds together. And even if the rotation doesn't tighten, the hail core and the wind potential could continue on through Madison County, as this is a long track supercell. The overall environment is favorable for these storms to continue. So that's a significant concern.
Yeah, I would go ahead and add this. If you're in Rogersville, I've even got some in-laws. My in-laws live right along the Elk River right there southeast of Rogersville. I know that they're probably watching right now. I would almost be inclined to go ahead and take your tornado shelter. You don't have to go like underground, but if you can just get away from windows, get to that interior spot, because we've seen all of those trees come down, and there are tons and tons of trees down here across parts of the Rogersville area down towards the river, and those could easily fall on your house and could easily injure you, if not kill you. So I would go ahead and just take your tornado precautions like you would if this was a tornado warning, just because of that wind and hail potential.
And not only that high wind potential and maybe trees falling on your home, but that may be wind-blown hail as well that could be golf ball to baseball size.
Exactly. And there's still that rotation. It's not tight, but who's to say that a quick tornado can't happen? You're already in your tornado shelter, and you're good to go from that point. So that's what I would kind of suggest. If you're in Rogersville, Ferry Shores, Wheeler Dam Village, all the way to Coxey, Cedar Grove, I would go ahead and just get into your tornado safe spot just because we've had so many trees falling from damaging winds with this cell.
And then let's go full screen with the radar. Let's pan down a little bit and zoom out just a touch. All right, our rotation is down here closer to the northeast side of Town Creek and skirting alternate 72 over toward Jerusalem and Flower Hill and Hillsboro and Cortland and such. It doesn't look as great on this radar, but we have private behind the scenes access to the UAH Armor radar. We're friends with those guys. We don't show it on TV, but we're able to watch it behind the scenes. There is a bit of a hook and a tight rotation here to the northeast of Town Creek, just to the north, just coming north of Cortland over the next couple minutes. Even though it doesn't look good on NextRad, that could be a developing tornado right there. Armor is suspicious.
Also, possible developing tornado back here near Colbert Heights.
Okay.
Let me flip back on the reflectivity. This
yes.
is a supercell that does not have a severe warning on it. The severe warning was this one right here near Smithsonian. This one is coming up near Muscle Shoals. I would take tornado. Yes, there's a developing tornado here near Colbert Heights coming up from Melrose, Colbert Heights, White House Springs into the downtown Tuscumbia and Muscle Shoals area, Fred. That's coming from our other radar source we're looking at. That is some very tight rotation. This is developing very rapidly.
Okay. So, I know there's not a tornado warning here, but both of these storms, I want you to go ahead and go through your tornado precautions. The Armor radar looks suspicious with the one over near Town Creek in Cortland, headed toward Hillsboro or just north over toward Jerusalem and the northern part of Lawrence County, Alabama. This one here, that you can see it just on the NextRad. We don't need the Armor or the other behind-the-scenes radar sources. That's a clear hook echo and rotation over Colbert Heights. Now, as a course of least regret, go ahead and go through your tornado safety plan here from Melrose and Colbert Heights over through the Spring Valley area up to the south side of Muscle Shoals. I would say as far north as Muscle Shoals and Cave Spring. You have the big railroad yard here, the Norfolk Southern Railroad Yard, over to Leeton, White Oak Community, Nitrate City, and then back over here toward the section areas in Bethel. I know there's not a tornado warning here, but based on what we see on radar, course of least regret, I want you to go ahead and go through your tornado safety plan. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. The worst we're going to do is waste your time for 10 or 15 minutes.
That's
but on a day like today when things are quickly, you want to play course of least regret. What you guys got?
They ended up going, it looks like, was that severe or was that an additional? I can't tell what they did there.
Warning.
I'm going to do a storm track. Imagine
is that one moving northeast?
Let me clear that. Let me go back.
This new warning is for Colbert and Lawrence.
And Lauderhill.
Moving east. Okay.
Yeah, until 6:15.
Oh, that needs to be a tornado warning.
Yeah, that's more of a right turn, and that's riding the boundary.
Yep.
Yeah, I know this is a severe thunderstorm warning. For safety's sake, I'm wanting you to treat this like a tornado warning based on the rotation that we see and the environment that we have and the fact that this is riding a boundary to interact with from the storm out ahead of it. So Spring Valley, 538, Leeton, 545, White Oak Community, 545, Bethel, 552, Town Creek, 555, Linden Hill, 555, Red Bank, 6 o'clock, Wheeler Dam, 6 o'clock, Terrytown, 601, North Cortland, 601, lowest room near the center, away from windows, out of mobile homes, out of vehicles, fast as you can. And then the other circulation, it's not as great on the NextRad, but our friends at University of Alabama Huntsville allow us to privately watch their Armor radar data, and it's a lot more impressive just north of Cortland on the low-level Armor data, and it's even getting more impressive on the NextRad as well.
That's got to be where that bounded weak echo region, and that needs to be tornado warned. I'm going to go ahead and say it.
I think both of them do.
I love my friends over there, the Weather Service in Huntsville. They need to issue a tornado warning for this.
Here's the thing is we have private partnerships and such. That doesn't mean that the National Weather Service always has these same relationships as well. So it may be a case that they're just not able to put their eyes on this. That's why we share information, because we're collaborative with those guys, because we're all about, it's the same goal in mind, is to serve the public. I know it's a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm not trying to disrespect them by asking you to take both of these as a tornado warning instead. Even if it is just straight line wind, you still need to be small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows until it passes. Did you have something?
I've got pictures of wind damage in Ford City. This came in just a few moments ago.
Okay.
Looks like we have several trees down in the area. We also have Alabama state bird that went flying over, a trampoline that has been blown over as well. Thanks to Dustin for those pictures. But again, confirmation of wind damage, I assume maybe from one of these cells in the Ford City area.
Okay. And that jives with what we've seen with that lead supercell. Again, either one of these, I know these are severe thunderstorm warnings. By telling you to take these as tornado warnings, we are not disrespecting the National Weather Service. We're just being ahead of the game based on everything we've had happen today. We're doing this as a course of least regret for safety's sake, because you want to take the same precautions anyway because of how quick these tornadoes have developed earlier today. Is what the situation is.
And we don't have to go to links 2 if we don't want to. I just got some roads to call out. The area rotation we're watching in Tuscumbia and the Shoals right now, this is going to be right on top of Highway 72, Highway 20. This will be Valley Grove area, South Wilson Dam Highway, that Norfolk Southern Rail Yard that Fred called out. You've got 6th Street, Nat Pond Road, Marthaler Lane. This is going to end up being close to McBride Elementary School, Highland Park Elementary School, the Northwest Alabama Regional Airport, Alleged Lane. And we do have a tornado warning.
At least one of them, if not both.
I think they might have done both. That's a huge tornado warning.
We're going to go Lauderdale, Limestone, Lawrence, Colbert, and Morgan in North Alabama.
So I'm going to back things out here. I'm going to flip back over to links 2. So again, here is that tornado warning. It should be popping up soon. It looks like it's right on top of the Shoals area, maybe just to the southeast of downtown Muscle Shoals, very close to Highway 72. That's Highway 20. There's that tornado warning. It is for that southern storm, Fred.
Okay.
Let me get since they put the warning out long, I'm going to do a storm track here. What's the speed on that, guys? If you're able to look at it, is it about 40 again? I think everything today
They're calling 45.
45. Everything today has been bouncing between 40 and 45. So there's that, Fred, moving to the east. I'm going to expand it out. We'll go 45 minutes on that one. And so there's your storm track.
Okay. So Spring Valley, 540. Leeton, 544. White Oak Community, 545. Bethel, 551. Linden Hill, 553. Town Creek, 554. Red Bank, 557, Wheeler Dam Village, 558, Terrytown, 559, North Cortland and Cortland, 6 o'clock to 6:01. This is for the western storm, by the way, not the one that's just north of Cortland now. Ferry Shores at 6:02, Jerusalem, 6:07, Hillsborough, 6:11, Coxie, 6:12. Again, this is a new tornado warning. Southeast Lauderdale, Eastern Colbert, Northeast Colbert, Northern Lawrence in Alabama, and the far northwest parts of Morgan County, and also for southwestern areas of Limestone County, including Lawson, Ripley, Coxie, and Clements. And there's still this lead circulation out here near Jerusalem, down to the north side of Cortland. It's going to be very close to Flowers Hill, very close to Lawson, Ripley, eventually Tanner. It's getting broader on this radar now. Let's go to the Huntsville radar and see what it looks like.
That is Huntsville. I switched to it.
Okay, so you have 2 potential circulations with this one. One back near Ferry Shores, one down near the Jerusalem area. This is the lead storm. This has a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. But with these circulations and that we've had golf ball to baseball size hail, and wind damage with trees on homes and vehicles and entrapments back in the Shoals, probably not a bad idea to take even this lead one as a tornado warning. There has been a brief funnel with it reported, but that has dissipated. But this could produce a funnel or tornado at any time. And then the one back west of it is the one with the official tornado warning here. And that tornado warning is going to go until, 6:15. For southeastern parts of Lauderdale County, northeast parts of Colbert County, northern parts of Lawrence County, Alabama, southwestern, western Limestone County, Alabama, and northwestern portions of Morgan County until 6:15. That tornado warning there.
And notice, Fred, these are moving east. They're starting to become very right movers.
Yes, which means that the rotation is getting more healthy, even if it's not right at the surface. The updraft rotation is getting more healthy. It's getting more capable of producing a tornado. Both of the storms there. Will one of you guys briefly behind the scenes look and make sure Marshall County, that storm has moved out?
I was just looking.
Okay, so Marshall County, that rotation up in Tennessee. Marshall County, Tennessee, that rotation has moved out. That tornado warning is off the board for Marshall County. You can come out of your shelters. Tornado warning focus is now down here in northern Alabama with these two storms that have a long history of rotation. In addition to golf ball size hail, maybe up to baseball size hail, and significant wind damage as well. The rotation's pulsing up and down a little bit, but that's still significant, and you need to be in your shelter. That's coming up on White Oak Community in Leeton over the next couple minutes with that western circulation right there.
Yeah, exactly. That's that shear tracker that we have, and like what Fred said, it's kind of been pulsing up and down. I kind of backed this up just a little bit. You saw it kind of spike there with a little bit of that red area. That's that strong category. You see there, green is weak, red is strong, yellow is extreme. We don't have extreme, but you notice how it still maintained that strong kind of pulsing signature there. It's back down towards the weak, but it doesn't mean it can't pulse back up again. Look at that base velocity. It does match up with that area of rotation, and it still has a good notch on it. Here's your inflow coming into the storm right here. Here's your rear flank downdraft, that RFD we talk about coming on the back side. That's where you get that area of rotation. Your tornado ends up being right in that kind of general area, and we'll see to watch if that little notch here near Spring Valley and 157 ends up kind of kinking and turning back around. If that does, then we most likely will end up having a tornado on the ground. Might have one now, who knows? It might be in between radar scans, but Leeton, White Oak, Town Creek, Linden Hill, Bethel, Red Bank, everybody that's in northern Lawrence County, Alabama, not Tennessee. I want to stress that. Cortland, Tarrytown, Jerusalem, up towards the Tennessee River need to be in a tornado shelter right now. That's that one that's tornado warned, but this one, my goodness, Fred, there's golf ball size hail being reported. I believe that was in Rogersville. What's up?
Lauderdale County EMA at Elk River of golf ball size hail a couple minutes ago.
Golf ball size hail at the Elk River. That's right where
Clements right now.
That's right close to where my in-laws are at too. So hopefully they ended up not getting too much hail damage. But that's where you have that higher DBZ, that little black area in that reflectivity, right near Coxie, right along Highway 72, Elk River. That you have, if people are familiar with the Elk River right there, I'm blanking on the creek name. It's just north of 72. You have a good little jump off point, got a little cliff there that people will pull up into with their boats and will go and jump off the cliff over there. That's kind of where that hail potential is, moving into Coxie to up towards Hickory Hills, Cairo, and generally right between that 72 and up towards the Highway 99 corridors in Limestone County.
I'm telling you this because they're both moving more eastward than maybe earlier. That golf ball size hail or larger is moving toward generally the Athens metro area.
It is. It is.
So guys, in Athens, if you're out ahead of the storm for a few more minutes, get your cars in if at all possible.
Right around 6 o'clock.
This has done a whole heap a lot of damage. You don't want your car out in this if at all possible. And then, like, long lead time here, Madison, Huntsville Metro, do what you can to do the same, because that storm's not just going to poof and go away here anytime quickly. These will be long-lived storms right here.
And what I can do, Fred, at least it will get the first one.
Yes.
And since it's moving east, I can kind of take a little track like that, moving about 40. So that's going to be your heads up into parts of Madison County here.
Yeah, this is for this golf ball size hail or larger. In addition to damaging winds of 60 to 70 plus, we've had a history of trees down on vehicles and buildings with entrapment back in the shoals from this storm. Lawson now, Blackburn now, Cartwright now, Coxie Clements now, Athens Metro 552, Tanner 553, Piney Chapel 555, Sardis Springs 559, French Mill 6 o'clock, Salem Corner 603, East Limestone 604, Pisgah 606, Center Hill and Capshaw at 607. Let's get ready to scroll here in a second. Oakland at 608, Harvest at 610, which is the last one.
Hold on one second. If I can find it, there's Harvest. So Madison's going to be next.
Right, Madison is 613, Tony 613, Monrovia 614, UAH campus 622, Redstone Arsenal 623, downtown Huntsville 626, as well as the Alabama A&M campus, Meridianville 626, Belmead at 627. This has had a history of golf ball size hail or larger and damaging winds that cause trees to fall on vehicles and buildings and cause entrapment back in northwest Alabama. That's the lead storm, in addition to a circulation north of Cortland and Jerusalem that will track toward Lawson and toward Tanner here over the next 15 minutes or so that could try to tighten up and produce a tornado with just a little more work. And then we have the western storm that's the one that's prompted the tornado warning. That circulation is over Leeton. That's riding down alternate 72. That's riding down Alabama 20 toward Town Creek over the next few minutes, toward Cortland, Hillsboro, Flower Hill, and Jerusalem. Let's do a storm track on that rotation over Leeton. And it's been moving east at 45. Here are some times of arrival for the Leeton rotation. Bethel 552, Town Creek 554, Lennon Hill 554, Red Bank 558, North Cortland 6 o'clock, Terrytown 601, Cortland 602, Ferry Shores 603, Jerusalem 608, Hillsboro 611, Flower Hill 613, Coxie 613, and Fish Pond 615. I think we're at a quick second. We have not been able to do this for a long while, but I think we're at a quick second where we can back out and reset and just do an overview so everybody can see what the radar looks like. So let's hit Radar Network. And in our viewing area of southern middle Tennessee, northwest Alabama, and northeast Mississippi, the only warnings we have are the warnings in North Alabama, where we have the tornado warning for northeastern Colbert County, southeast Lauderdale County, northern Lawrence County, Alabama, northwest Morgan County, Alabama, western areas of Limestone County, Alabama, through the rest of central Limestone County into western Madison County. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for the lead storm. Those are the only warnings we have. Is that the radar net? Just like hit the Radar Network button on the main.
Oh, this is Radar Network. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking right there. I was wondering what was going on. That looked different. All right, so we good. All right, there are spotty thunder showers still popping up in northern parts of Lawrence County, Tennessee, and southwestern areas of Marshall County, Tennessee. These are not severe at the moment. These are not tornadic at the moment, but we will have to watch them carefully because this is how other thunderstorms up here today have developed that have eventually turned into tornado-warned storms. We will have to watch those, but for right now, there's not a single Tennessee county in our viewing area that's under a severe thunderstorm warning. It's under a tornado warning. The Tennessee counties we serve are Hardin, Wayne, Lawrence, Giles, Lincoln, Lewis, Murray, and Marshall. None of you guys have warnings at this time. Notice additional storms with tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings back into North Mississippi. But in our viewing area, the only warnings we have are for these two storms near the Tennessee River in North Alabama. Did you guys have something you need to go over?
The Lawrence County, Alabama EMA just reported a few minutes ago of baseball-sized hail in the Red Bank area on the south side of Wheeler Dam.
Okay, so we have up to baseball-sized hail with the storms now, and the National Weather Service is going to put the destructive tag on this severe thunderstorm warning here that's for the Athens storm for the potential for baseball-sized hail. So even though that's not a tornado warning in the Athens metro over to Madison, you need to be inside away from windows because of how significant the hail is in addition to the damaging wind. And we still have the circulation back close to Leeton with that tornado warning there. If we get quiet for a second, we're just reading new information as it comes across. Keep in mind, all of southern Middle Tennessee and North Alabama, you continue a tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight.
And I do have a confirmation from some family members of mine south of Rogersville. They did receive a lot of hail, some strong winds. I'm asking to see if they have any idea of what the hail size was, but that core with golf ball size hail went right over close to where they live. So I imagine if it's not golf ball size, it's probably pretty close to it.
I will say we are seeing some encouraging signs on the radar with that lead storm, and so we don't have as much of that really hot pink or black reflectivity anymore, which means that the hail core may be decreasing a bit. A lot of that super large hail may have fallen out, but that doesn't mean that it won't pulse back up here in the next few minutes. But at least for this radar scan, some encouraging signs. Let's go back to storm relative velocity. Keep this view. Let's look at both circulations.
Let me take the lightning off. You can see a little bit better.
Yeah, because these are crazy lightning, just like those storms Sunday overnight. Very broad and noisy circulation here with the lead storm that has a severe thunderstorm warning. There is tighter circulation back with the tornado warning storm near Leeton. There are a couple pockets where there may be rotation, but nothing there looking overly tense. Because keep in mind, this radar, well, and that's tightening up there on the northeast side of Leeton. That's gotten stronger. That's close to the Bethel community. Keep in mind, it may be actually just to the south of there, but those pixels got a little hotter.
I think that might be, Chase, correct me if I'm wrong, that might be maybe that RFD kind of on the backside.
Okay.
Maybe surging down.
I think that might be.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. He thinks that's kind of what I was thinking. So, if anything, damaging winds here near Bethel.
Yeah, your Town Creek little couplet matches up better with the structure.
Yeah.
Anything in here could be damaging straight line winds, however. That's been knocking down trees and power lines in the Shoals Metro this afternoon. So be inside away from windows regardless of what specifically this is.
Also did have confirmation that was a lot of dime hail with some golf balls mixed in. That's going to be right along the Elk River southeast of Rogersville with that lead supercell that went on through. So it definitely was producing golf ball size hail down towards the river.
I actually
Go to the Hatton camera, y'all, on the Arctic Air Skycam network.
I actually just got a picture out of the Joe Wheeler area of between tennis ball and baseball size hail from one of my friends, right along the river.
So yeah, we're getting baseball size hail with that. We are looking into the mesocyclone of the western storm here on the Arctic Air Skycam network. This is in Hatton at the fire department, looking back to the northwest in the eastern areas of Colbert County at this time. So we're looking at the wall cloud. Notice the lowering there. That's where we would watch to see if there may be a tornado development or funnel cloud out of that. Our guides have seen occasional funnels with these, so they're trying their best.
And what time, I know we hadn't really looked. I don't know if, Chase, you're able to maybe look at mesoanalysis. I want to say, what was it, between 6 and 7?
But 6, 7, 8 on the high resolution models, that's when the low level shear would ramp up. So
we're getting close.
Starting to get into that time now. And it was this part of North Alabama and then out ahead of that where it would be happening.
And I'm going to go ahead and say it. I mean, the fact that these are turning right and that is going to increase, that's going to have to be watched very closely because that's not the way you want those supercells to be going when that low-level jet is ramping up.
And Storm Prediction Center just issued a focused mesoscale discussion on these two storms and this particular corridor here in North Alabama, saying intense supercells will have potential for tornadoes, very large hail, and wind damage over the next 1 to 2 hours.
And that's kind of what we were thinking. Maybe that corridor close to that state line, maybe down towards maybe that 278 corridor, somewhere in that area today was going to be that heightened supercell potential with not only that very large hail, but also that tornado and damaging wind risk. And that's exactly what has transpired today with these two major supercells moving through.
And here on the discussion graphic, they also explicitly say strong tornado possible in that specific corridor near Highway 72 the next 60 to 90 minutes. And their max probable tornado wind intensity range is 120 to 150.
And that is EF3 to
EF2
to EF3.
So if these tighten up their rotation as the low-level jet increases here over the next hour or two, these are the two supercells that would have a really good chance to possibly produce a strong tornado, something stronger than EF1 in intensity. We're looking at the updraft in the wall cloud here with the western storm, the storm that has the tornado warning on it. This is looking back toward Leeton, looking back toward Town Creek, looking back toward Town Creek now on the Arctic Air Skycam network. This is looking from Hatton north toward Town Creek. You see the clear wall cloud. I don't see anything that's obvious that's a funnel or a tornado hanging out of it, but we've seen them that weren't too. What you got?
Funnel cloud being reported north of Lawson, just lifted, but it's doing that pulsing.
So that's the eastern storm. That's the lead one. That's still trying to produce as well. That circulation is headed toward Tanner over the next few minutes. So you guys know all about tornadoes. That includes the Buc-ee's, that exit there on I-65. Sorry, Sam. We like them. Sam's a big Buc-ee's fan. We pick on Sam anytime Buc-ee's is in a storm track. That is a broad circulation on the next rad, but in the lower level data, it may look tighter than that, and it has been producing intermittent funnel clouds. So,
and Fred, I know that we've talked about this off screen before, but look at what's nudging in on that southern side right here. There's that little piece of that supercell with that little bit of some downward motion potentially, and that could help with this little circulation right here.
Yeah. What Taylor is talking about is something we've learned the last couple of years through some research. It's called nudger theory. A lot of significant tornadoes from supercells, especially in Dixie Alley, but even in the plains, they're helped out by storms on the back flank. On their forward side, they'll rush this cool outflow out and interact with the rear flank downdraft that helps curl it around and wrap up the rotation. So we'll have to watch that carefully near Lawson, headed toward Tanner and Salem Corner, French Mill here in Oakland over the next several minutes to see if that tries to tighten up. It's already been producing funnel clouds.
And off screen, we're getting, again, that kind of off-air radar data. Oh, that's okay. Never mind. He was actually looking at the other one, but it is tight right here near Lawson. That's just across or just about to cross the Tennessee River. That's got to be on the ground potentially. That is some very tight rotation in this area right here near Flower Hill. That's going to be right very close to the Tennessee River and the county line between Lawrence County, Alabama, and Morgan County.
Okay, so it tilts down a little bit with height then if that's the case.
Yeah. So it looks like that.
It may be closer to Orville and Pryor Field. Yeah. Looking at that, that's going to be closer to Orville and Pryor Field and the south side of Tanner, Belmina, Salem Corner, back over here toward the Oakland area, along and south of Highway 72. That's the greatest rotation. But that's been golf ball to baseball size hail with a hail core that's moving into Athens. Tornado in progress just north of Trinity. It's in its rope phase, so it might have just quickly dropped and is trying to lift, but that is coming from Gerald Satterwhite. Tornado in progress here north of Trinity. That's going to be that little area right here, like we mentioned, getting close to the river. Yeah. Okay, and that's with the lead storm. That's not with the one farther back. So they may be issuing a new tornado warning here that goes farther east across southern parts of Limestone County, northern Morgan. If they pull the trigger on this, this may include Madison County as well. In addition, for the golf ball to baseball size hail moving into Athens the next few minutes, we now have a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 o'clock that goes all the way through central areas of Madison County, including downtown Huntsville. They haven't issued large hail core. They haven't pulled the trigger yet.
No, I haven't pulled the trigger yet, but here is a storm track on that rotation spot.
All right, so this potential rotation that NWS meteorologist Gerald Satterwhite reported the tornado was down just north of Trinity. It was in its rope phase a minute ago. Orville, 611, Decatur, 612, Decatur Junction, 612, Tanner, 614, Mooresville, Alabama, 621, Salem Corner, 621, French Mill, 623, Greenbrier 624, New Hope 628, and East Limestone 628. And then from there, if it holds together beyond the next 30 minutes, places like Madison, the Huntsville International Airport, Redstone Arsenal, downtown Huntsville, you need to be thinking about this. This has been producing quick, short-lived tornadoes. It could continue to do that. And the low-level shear is starting to ramp up now. It may not stay just the quick, small tornadoes.
Exactly. And just to re-emphasize on that, I mean, you're even seeing the bounded weak ecoregion starting to wrap around with that supercell. So just as to go off of that, if you live in Harvest, Capshaw, Madison, Monrovia, if you live near Research Park Boulevard, near Bridge Street Town Center, you live near the Space Rocket Center, West Huntsville, Merrimack area, up toward Meridianville, Hazel Green, even as far east as Gurley, Woodville, and into Jackson County. If you're watching us from Jackson County, I know it's out of our viewing area, but still I know at least a few people that will watch us occasionally. High top skyline down towards the Scottsboro area. This is your heads up for that hail potential. You need to go ahead and, if you can, move your car into a garage, into a little the little carport. Find some shelter for it if you can, or if you have any outdoor items that you would not like to get damaged from this hail potential, you have time with this supercell coming through. On top of that, that tornado potential that Fred was talking about, that was just crossing the Tennessee River. There is a now tornado warning for Limestone, Madison. Here's your heads up. We'll see what that warning polygon does. If you live in Meridianville, Huntsville, down South Parkway, towards the Mountain Gap area, down towards Ditto Landing, that south part of Huntsville, you need to be taking your tornado precautions in a little bit. We'll go see what that polygon looks like. If you're in the polygon, you need to. If you're not, you need to watch this very carefully. You are in the polygon. This is downtown Huntsville, Meridianville, all the way down towards the South Parkway area and the Mountain Gap area. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This is that tornado that's going to cross Interstate 65 here very, very soon. And this is exactly where this rotation is going to go. I'm going to do a little switcheroo here with we're going to do a little switcheroo here with Fred's going to start driving the radar, give him a little break from the wall. And this is a confirmed tornado warning, and that's because we had that report of that tornado on the ground here that was near that Leeton area, just to the northeast. Now it looks like it's crossing the river. And again, this is that tornado warning. Capshaw, Madison, Monrovia, south side of Harvest. If you're in Harvest, I would go ahead and take your tornado precautions, because if that tornado goes south of you, well, guess what you're going to get? You're going to get the hail and damaging wind aspect, and it has produced some very hefty hail and some damaging winds. So Athens Tornado Shelter, Harvest Tornado Shelter, Capshaw Tornado Shelter, north side of Huntsville, right along Research Park Boulevard, all the way back down towards the Space and Rocket Center and Gate 9 on the Arsenal. Fred's going to do a storm track here that's moving at about 45 to maybe 50 miles per hour. Tanner, you've got about, 6:02? You've got like 2 to 3 minutes before this enters your area. Salem Corner at 6:11. Belmina at 6:12, along with French Mill, Greenbrier at 6:14. East Limestone 6:15. Oakland and Capshaw roughly around 6:15 to 6:20. Huntsville International Airport right around 6:19 to 6:20. Madison at 6:20, Monrovia at 6:24, Redstone Arsenal 6:27, and UAH right around 6:28. This is a tornado warning that does include the Huntsville metro area right now. You need to take this seriously. There has been a confirmed tornado on this. It is a confirmed tornado warning, so it still could easily be on the ground here near the Lawson community. This is across the Tennessee River. This is getting very close to that I-65 corridor. I would recommend, obviously, if you're traveling south into Athens, if you can get off at the Thatch exit or even the Ardmore exit, that will prevent you from getting into that hell core of this storm. If you're traveling from the south to the north, you need to get off at the Priceville exit. That's just south of the Tennessee River. Priceville exit right there along Alabama Highway 67. I don't really want you going north, because that next exit is going to be 565, and that is in that tornado warning. So if you're traveling north on 65 from the south, you need to get off at the Priceville exit if you can. There's a lot of convenience stores, a lot of restaurants out there. Go and get you something to eat if you can, because it is 6:03. It's dinner time. Go ahead and do that if you can. Bounded Rick Echo region here. I'm curious, Fred, if this is exactly where that circulation is, because that's starting to wrap up pretty well. It actually looks like it's further down to the south here. Right here, just to the south. That's a very interesting signature. This could be maybe a remnant of that tornado.
Right.
But that's going to be just to the southwest of Tanner. That's still an area of rotation, so there's still a chance that there could be a tornado on the ground. I am kind of feeling a little good that the Weather Service mentioned that it was in its rope phase.
Yes.
So usually that means it's starting to lift at that point, but that next scan, you're starting to get
tighter near Orville.
Yep, a little tighter near Orville. This is right along Highway 31. That goes from the Highway 20 interchange. That's that Interstate 565 that switches to alternate 72 and Alabama Highway 20. That's that 31 interchange right up towards Calhoun Community College, that Decatur kind of Tanner campus right there. This is where that area of rotation is located. This is just about to cross Highway 31 and eventually get towards Interstate 65. That's going to be very, very close to that exit with the Buc-ee's right there on Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road. So Salem Corner, Belmina, French Mill, you're kind of the next in line with those towns and communities with this tornado potential moving into parts of eastern Limestone County here. And that even looked better with that inflow notch right here, that shear rate. Yeah, that's starting to really, really twist around. Chase, I know we can't show it like we've been talking about, what's that other radar source kind of looking at? Is it still looking pretty good?
It looks pretty similar in the sense that we're getting more inflow coming in there, just near Tanner. And the placement's not too far off, so it looks like now that we're getting lower from HTX and the beam, that we're starting to hone in on the correct solution.
Okay.
I have you a few streets pulled up on Fast Track.
Let's go ahead and do that. We got some streets right here. Here's that Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road. That's the exit with the Buc-ee's right there along Interstate 65. This is Highway 31, Malone Road, Nuclear Plant Road. Browns Ferry Nuclear Plant is down here along the river, down towards the southwest of Athens, southwest of Tanner. It's going to be right kind of off the screen right here. Bridgeforth Road, Lindsay Road, and this is, again, Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road. This is Highway 72 that runs from French Mill all the way back into Athens. Here's the Mooresville Road. I was actually thinking that was the county line. County line's actually back here. But this is Mooresville Road right here up to French Mill. They got that new intersection right here completed right along 72 and Moores Mill Road. Took a little time for that to be completed. So again, this is where that general area of rotation is tracking. So the Buc-ee's, Nuclear Plant Road, the Tanner community, and even as far south as Calhoun Community College, you're going to be very close to where this possible tornado is tracking right now. And downstream, you see that behind me, Capshaw, that County Line Road area, and that's getting a lot more intense. If you can, you got control over there, not Chase, Sam, what is the velocity data? Look at that, because that was a new update. Yeah. Right in there, and there's your shear marker that is popped right on top of it. So that's the radar algorithm that we have here with our system pinging that area of rotation saying, hey, there's something here that's really happening. You need to focus in on it. So that's that shear marker, that shear skit that we talk about, and that's showing you exactly where the area of rotation is. Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road, Highway 31, I-65. And once that crosses, it's going to cross 65. It gets into parts of eastern Athens, and that includes the Canebrake area, the Canebrake Country Club that is right here. That was hit hard back on April 27th, so I know a lot of people know exactly where that tornado tracked. This is not that type of tornado, but it is kind of taking a similar trajectory here. So if you live near the Canebrake Club, down Lindsay Lane towards Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road, Mooresville Road, and even off toward the east of that, Capshaw Road and County Line Road are down the line as well. What you got, Fred?
Yeah, just a couple quick things. And then we'll get right back to this main storm right here. Very quickly, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern parts of Murray County, Tennessee, again until 7 o'clock. It's for a line coming out of Hickman County. The damaging wind threat is mainly north of the county, but I did want to mention the warning briefly from Kinderhook over to Theta, Santa Fe, and Spring Hill again, maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. That's a severe thunderstorm warning, northern Murray County until 7 p.m. And then I wanted to do a storm track on the western circulation that's had the original tornado warning. I don't want to leave that one out just in case that tightens up. And then we'll get right back to the lead one here. I'll take graphics full screen. And for the western circulation here in northern Lawrence County It's just past Cortland now. Jerusalem 611, Flower Hill 616, Fish Pond 619, Ripley 621, Lawson 623, Orville 631, Decatur 632, Tanner 632, Decatur Junction 623. That's not for the lead storm that Taylor was talking about. That's for the western storm that's had the original tornado warning here for the past several minutes with that rotation that's been coming out of Colbert County earlier.
Is that a warning that's going to be extended further south? I see more doubled polygons here. It's kind of getting clustered up.
Let me see what they are getting clustered up. I do see a severe tornado warning that does include far northern areas. Yeah, they got northeastern parts of Lawrence County, far northwestern areas of Morgan County, including Decatur, and then southwestern areas of Limestone County for this back circulation. That's until 6:45.
All right, so yeah, you're seeing a lot of polygons here. Your weather radios are working in northern Alabama. I want to stress that. I know we talked about that kind of off screen with their forecast. Then we'll get right into this real quick. Your weather alarms, your weather radios should be going off for all these warnings here in northern Alabama. Tennessee's a different story. Central Alabama is a different story because unfortunately they're having updates here. But this is a classic kind of Tanner, that eastern limestone, northwestern parts, western parts of Madison County. This might end up going a little more east than that usual track potentially. That's what we've been talking about. Some of these right movers, they increase that low level shear. If this goes more right, if this takes a beeline right down Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road towards the Oakland Community and County Line Road, that's going to spell trouble potentially for the western side of the city of Madison here in Limestone County, then crossing the county line and impacting the city of Madison itself. This is a very, very strong hook echo that's developing right on top of Tanner. This is going to be north of Calhoun Community College, but is going to be on that exit right there with the Buc-ee's. We keep calling it Buc-ee's. It's one of the big gas stations, one of those kind of big landmarks, if you will, right here on 65 that's going right towards that Buc-ee's area. And it should go right along Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road and eventually get close to Mooresville Road, that four-way stop that's over there. You got a church right there on the corner. I'm blanking on what the church name is. You go further east on Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road, then you're getting into the western part of Madison. What you got, Chase? Yeah. All right, tornado on the ground here. So this is a urgent call if you're in Salem Corner, French Mill, Capshaw, Oakland. If you live near the Canebrake Country Club on the east side of Athens. If you live near that four-way stop right there with Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road and Mooresville Road, that little church right there. Also, if you live near that new bypass, that I'm blanking on what that bypass name is for some reason, the one that goes from Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road all the way back down towards Greenbrier Parkway. I don't know why that kind of slipped my mind there. If you live near Greenbrier Parkway, the Toyota plant out there, also with the Oakland community and Greenbrier itself down towards the Huntsville Airport, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Confirmed tornado on the ground south of Athens, and it's going to continue to track to the east. What you got, Fred?
And I will say very quickly, before you read the times of arrival, out of everything we've seen today on either side of the state line, out of all of these, if there was going to be a bigger type tornado, it would come out of that type of structure on radar right there.
Yeah, exactly. That's the best one that we've seen so far, and that goes until or up to what we talked about with that increase in low-level jet. It's starting to happen now, and these are starting to really rotate better. So here's some times of arrival. If I call you out, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Salem Corner, French Mill, at about 6:17 to 6:19, so about 5 to 8 minutes. Greenbrier 6:21, East Limestone 6:22, Oakland 6:23, Capshaw at 6:25, Madison, that is the city of Madison, at 6:27. It will be on the western side of Madison closer to 6:25. So just take that as you will, depending on where you live. Downtown Madison, that's the Hughes Road area. That's going to be 6:27. Monrovia, 6:31. Redstone Arsenal at 6:35. That includes the Gate 9 area. UAH at 6:36. Huntsville downtown at 6:40. Alabama A&M 6:41, Belmead at 6:41, and Lily Flag, that's on the south side of town, South Parkway, south of Huntsville at 6:42. Tornado on the ground here, and that is really starting to ramp up. That is crossed most likely the interstate. And you got that little picture right there. So I'm definitely seeing why they said tornado on the ground.
UAH radar does have a debris signature with that.
All right, so we got a TDS on this too. So tornado on the ground doing damage, crossing Interstate 65 right now. It looks like it's very close to the Buc-ee's, probably crossing just a little bit south of the Buc-ee's. This is going to go across 65. This is going to impact Mooresville Road, which is right here. This is Salem Corner. Here's Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road right here. This goes north towards French Mill. Again, four-way stop right here. Salem Corner down here. You have the Browns Ferry Road, and where it actually ends up, it's not on the map here, but you have that Greenbrier Parkway that kind of twists all the way back down here towards Greenbrier near the car plant down here. This is exactly where it's headed. I think it's headed due east right here. So Salem Corner, even as far south as Belmina, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Oakland, you need to be in your tornado shelter too. This is our fast track system, some street names here. So again, I already called out Mooresville Road right here, Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road. This is where that tornado is tracking right now. Here's Highway 72, right to the east of French's Mill. You get towards the Oakland community with Old Railroad Bed Road that turns into County Line Road. You have a lot of restaurants. You got a lot of people that live and work out here. You've got, I believe it's Liberty Middle School that is out here as well near County Line Road. You need to be taking your tornado precautions if you're in the city of Madison, Waltrana Highway, down here, Hughes Road in Madison, downtown Madison, Palmer Park. If I'm calling out any of these road names, any of these landmarks that are close to where you live, this is where that tornado is potentially tracking, and you need to take your tornado shelter right now. That's the lowest floor. Get away from windows. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you are in a mobile home, you need to get out. If you're in a mobile home in the Oakland area, Greenbrier area, Capshaw area, west side of Madison, you have time, because there is a lot of places out here that you can go to, convenience stores. You've got some restaurants. Any site-built structure will do. You need to get out of your mobile home, and that is your shear tracker right here, rotation tracker, and it's starting to ping some strong indications there. Again, we have a tornado on the ground. Apparently, I don't have visual confirmation of this, but I've been seeing that there's evidence potentially that this is a potential big tornado that is on the ground here. Here's your little CC drop that Fred's kind of drawing in right here. That's what you're going to be watching to see how deep that gets, because if you start getting those blues, that's going to tell you that that tornado debris is really getting pushed up into that updraft. You got a strong tornado that could be on the ground here right across the Pete's Corner area. That's that intersection of Mooresville Road and Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road. You're going to go east of this. You've got, I believe, Valentina's Pizza is out here. That's one of the best places to eat pizza across parts of the area. Very, very well known over here. That's going to be getting very close to that spot over here on Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road. Here's that area of rotation, that tornado. There, yeah, that TDS is starting to get a little deeper. So you start getting those greens. Like I said, if you start getting kind of those blues and purples, that's really, really showing that potential for a strong tornado that is on the ground here. But what you got, Chase?
I just wanted to mention that, we use so many sources behind the scenes, and obviously we can't show them, but we do have visual on it on live streams, and it's a big tornado. It's a big multi-vortex tornado.
Big, okay.
We may have a second one based on the report. National Weather Service just said spotter reported a cone tornado on the ground with the western supercell in far northeastern Lawrence County, Alabama.
I see that too. I just happened to look over on Weather Service chat. So again, we've called this out, and then we can quickly pan back to the southeast. So Madison, County Line Road, Old Railroad Bed Road, you got all your restaurants here on 72 south along County Line Road towards, you've got Bob Jones High School, you're in there. You got James Clemens High School that is out here on County Line Road. That's where this is headed. You got the Dairy Queen down there near Clemens High School. You've also got the Wendy's down here, McDonald's, all those little restaurants that are down here on County Line Road. That's exactly where that's headed. That little purple spot, that's your debris signature right there. That's headed exactly towards the east, towards the western part of Madison. So if I called you out, James Clemens High School, over towards Bob Jones High School, County Line Road, Hughes Road, Palmer Park, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Whenever you're ready, Fred, we can look at that tornado, and I see that hook from over here.
Okay.
So we've got two tornadoes that are on the ground here in northern Alabama. If you're in Tennessee, we're not talking about you because you have no warnings. You have no tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings. The main focus right now is with these 2 supercells that are moving into the Huntsville metro area from the shoals. So we had a report of a cone tornado on the ground here right near the flower. What you got?
Step over here so you can see this just quickly.
Holy cow.
Reed Timmer has it live. It's a multi-vortex.
Holy cow. All right.
Yeah, it's a substantial tornado. That's the main.
That's the main one. All right,
Yeah,
so
we
this
have
is the
2
one.
significant tornadoes down right
All right, so this is the secondary one. Cone tornado reported on the ground here near the Tennessee River. So Lawson tornado shelter once again. Over towards Tanner, tornado shelter once again. Orville down towards Calhoun Community College. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. 2 tornadoes, one a multi-vortex, which usually indicates a very strong tornado with this, is moving into western Madison. We'll be getting into that here very, very shortly. Here's the other time of arrival for the one behind it. Lawson at 6:23, Orville at 6:29, Tanner 6:30, Salem Corner 6:36, Belmina 6:37, French Mill 6:38, Greenbrier 6:39, East Limestone 6:41, Oakland at 6:42, Capshaw at 6:44, Huntsville International Airport at 6:45, and Madison again, if this continues to track east, closer to 6:46 and 6:50. Let's go back into this very strong, potentially getting close to multi-vortex. You could be talking some higher-end strong tornado potential here. The thing that's interesting to me, Fred, is there's not really a big-time rotational signature with it, but it is there. Yeah, very much so.
What I'm thinking is happening is there's what's called a shallow vortex layer. So I think we're seeing the main tornado very low in the atmosphere, maybe even 2,000 feet or below.
Yeah.
I'm looking at these off-screen sources, and we have a very, very intense signature.
Yeah.
Something you would see more so with the EF2s, EF3s, maybe even higher. Of course, we have to rate those, but I think the Storm Prediction Center is thinking of the intensity earlier.
Yeah.
It's probably panning out here right now.
I think so too. So again, very strong tornado on the ground here. Multi-vortex tornado is being shown by weather spotters. It is confirmed. You see that TDS right here. It is cross Mooresville Road. It is going to go through that new development kind of over in this area. You've got a... I don't know if you can zoom into that street right here, Fred. That one that's kind of right where my finger is. That's that. There's a boulevard that almost had nothing. Yeah, Holiday Boulevard. For the longest time, it really didn't do anything out there, but you do have some development to the south. What you got?
National Weather Service about to be going tornado emergency on the lead cell.
Okay.
One of Brett Adair's chasers reports a drill bit tornado in progress near Greenbrier.
All right, so this is going to be tornado emergency. The difference with that is this is a high-end tornado-producing storm that is on the ground. We have levels of watches, you have levels of warnings. Tornado emergency is the highest level of a tornado warning. You need to take this as serious as you can. This is a life-threatening situation. I'm seeing it off the screen here, and that's just an incredible tornado. This is a life-threatening situation here on the western side of Madison. If I call out your street names, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. County Line Road, Highway 72, near the Cliff Farm area, down south along County Line Road near Liberty Middle School. Further south of that, you've got James Clemens High School. You've got the McDonald's down here along County Line Road, south of Huntsville Browns Ferry Road, Gillespie Road, Palmer Road. You've got Hughes Road. All of these roads that are in that western to central part of Madison, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. I can't even stress, if this goes further to the north, Old Railroad Bed Road up towards the Balch Road area, Capshaw Road right here. Here's Balch Road. The Cliff Farm community is right out here along Highway 72. You've got your Target down here as well. Madison Hospital is down here. This is exactly where this tornado is headed. A very, very heavily populated area is going to be impacted by this potential strong tornado that is moving through. It's on the ground. You see that TDS right here. We're seeing visuals of it. Do we happen to have any ALDOT cams or something that we're able to look at? I know that there's one at the 565 interchange down here with County Line. If that's something that could potentially be popped up.
System.
Okay.
So some more streets in Fast Track.
Go to Fast Track real quick. Again, if I called you out, there's that Balch Road like I mentioned right here, Waltrana Highway. You've got Nance Road, Jeff Road. This is going to be kind of on the northeastern side of Madison. If it continues, it will impact Research Park Boulevard here. Research Park area, you've got Bridge Street Town Center. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. The tornado is off to your west. It's right along Huntsville Browns Ferry Road, getting very close to County Line Road. It will cross County Line Road. It will get close to the Balch Road, Waltrana area, and eventually close to the Hughes Road area as well. Bob Jones High School, James Clemens High School. Again, if I'm calling out your areas right now, you need to be in your tornado shelter immediately. This is a life-threatening situation. This is a tornado emergency.
They just pulled the trigger on, and they have the text right here. Tornado emergency for Southwest Madison and Southeast Limestone until 6:45. At 6:22, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located near Madison. That's their software saying that. It's been near Greenbrier. It's coming up on Oakland over the next minute or two. Tornado emergency for western Madison and eastern Limestone counties. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. This could be a strong, possibly violent tornado moving out of eastern Limestone into western Madison counties as we speak.
Exactly. And I can't stress enough, like I mentioned, tornado emergency, highest level of a tornado warning you can get. Life-threatening situation on the ground. Is this tornado potentially strong to violent? This tornado might be. Let's go back over to links 2. Here's that updated tornado debris signature. It is still along Huntsville Browns Ferry Road. This is going to cross County Line Road probably here in the next 5 minutes or so, if not already. Sometimes this radar signature could be lagged just a little bit. So this is where that tornado is or was at the moment of the radar, and it could easily be on top of County Line Road right now. This is going to be right next to the Publix. This is going to be right next to the Walgreens. Right next to, I believe there's a kangaroo, or it used to be kangaroos. They're called Circle K's now. I believe there's a Circle K. There's some restaurants as well, car wash. That's exactly where this tornado is crossing. It's going to cross County Line Road. It's going to most likely continue to parallel Huntsville Browns Ferry Road, and you have Gillespie Road out there as well. And this is going to get into the heart of Madison. I can't stress that enough. This is getting into the heart of Madison. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now, lowest floor of a site-built home. Get away from windows, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Browns Ferry Road kind of takes that little turn down here towards Balch Road. And I believe you end up having Gillespie that continues to track on off towards the east here, towards Hughes Road. There's Gillespie Road right here, the Rolling Woods Community, Eastwood Drive. There's Bob Jones High School right here on Hughes Road. Valley Presbyterian Church is right here across the street. Eastview Drive goes right above that little hill right here to the east side of Hughes Road. Balch Road right here. This is your Madison Hospital. Right here along Highway 72. This could be very close to the hospital. The hospital needs to be in your tornado shelter, your tornado plan right now. You should have been there with that tornado warning being issued, but this is more of a emergency situation, as this could be flirting with the Madison Hospital area, Cliff Farm area. I want to stress, even though it looks like it's tracking a little bit to the east, it could turn to the north. So 72, Gooch Lane, Hughes Road, Stone Ridge, McCurry Road, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. If you're near the Target, the Lowe's, the Home Depot, all of those areas right here along Highway 72, that kind of, it's not necessarily the heart of Madison. Heart of Madison's down here, but you have all of those restaurants, all of those convenience stores, everything right there along Highway 72. What you got?
Yeah, just very briefly, I don't want to forget about the western circulation either, because that's had a large cone tornado. I haven't gotten new reports, but if that is still on the ground, that is just east of Lawston. It's going to be tracking between Tanner and Orville toward the Salem Corner area, very close to Greenbrier, Oakland, and then over toward Madison. The same general areas this one is tracking. Even after this one moves through, stay sheltered.
Yep.
For the western tornado behind it, it's been a large cone as well. No new reports, but structure hasn't changed since that last report with it.
Yeah, I completely agree. What you got?
On Links 3, one of the Barron Institute cameras.
Yeah, let's take that.
It's fair.
That's got a little bit of a tower in the way. I'm guessing it's back here, because I know it's got to still be on the ground, because we're still getting that TDS.
Mountain, so
that should have a good. Still should have a good vantage point, because it's going to be looking down. It doesn't have a lot of rain to go through, so this should get a really good view of it potentially. I think it might be back here behind that tower. I know we can't control that. The Barron Weather Institute will control that. They have tons of cameras around here, so I'm glad we're able to get this populated on one of our systems. So hopefully we'll see. Again, I think it's kind of back behind this. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. But going back to what Fred said, if you're in West Madison, you're having that tornado move through right now, it's still most likely on the ground. This is going to end up going towards Research Park Boulevard in about 5 to 10 minutes, but you need to maintain your tornado shelter. This is not a situation, at least with these two supercells, where this one tornado passes and we can give you an all clear. No, there's one that's coming in behind it. Good news is it looks like that rotation has kind of dropped off just a little bit. There's that one, and it looks like there's another scan. Was there one that updated?
I'm trying to look for continuity. We may have lost the debris signature on this one coming into Madison.
I'm getting a report from somebody who's at near the Mazda Toyota plant that it possibly just roped out. They had it on their drone.
Holy cow. If there's ever time to do that, that was the perfect time to do it. I still would maintain your tornado shelter, but right now at least we can breathe a sigh of relief, but it looks like this is roped out a little bit, but it could easily start to rotate again. And again, if you are on Gooch Lane, Balch Road, Rolling Woods, Hughes Road in Madison, over towards Bob Jones High School north towards Highway 72, maintain your tornado shelter. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This could easily ramp back around. There's still a little bit of a decent area of rotation. This is now just to the south of Gillespie Road, right along Browns Ferry Road, getting very close to the Waltrana Highway area and the Hughes Road area, and down towards kind of that older Madison area, if you will, that kind of old downtown area right there, just to the east of Palmer Park. That's where this area rotation is to the north. Rainbow Gap Estates, Creekwood, Chickasaw Estates. You still need to be in tornado shelter. There's still an area rotation there. Let's quickly go back off to the west, since it looks like maybe that roped out just potentially. So here's that other area of rotation right back in here. And the other thing is, if you zoom out just a little bit more, Fred, guess what? There's nothing to the south. There's nothing to the south. Nothing is inhibiting the inflow coming directly into these supercells. So the fact that this one might have just roped out and lifted for a tornado doesn't mean that it can't reproduce here very soon. It easily could, and this one in the back.
I want to caution that we don't know that 100% certainty. Some of our media friends have been out tracking it, and they mentioned that they saw it going into Madison.
Okay.
Across near Sullivan Street, and it's become rain wrapped, and they're not sure it's lifted.
Okay. Well, okay. So it's possible that it's just so shallow that the TDS isn't being shown. So again, that's why I tell you, continue to stay in your tornado shelter in the city of Madison. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence, Limestone, and Morgan, but this is the most immediate concern here with this tornado that should potentially still be on the ground here. It's still being reported that it could be rain wrapped right now, and there's still that area that TDS is back, so that does confirm that it's crossing
on our auxiliary sources. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
no, you're fine.
Back on our lower level sources too.
Okay,
right there, kind of in the middle of Madison.
So it might have briefly lifted and then come back down again. So there's another TDS. So it is on the ground. Once again, if it lifted, it's now back down. So tornado on the ground here, Sullivan Street, Waltrana Highway, right towards the Stone Ridge area. This is going right. Zoom in just a little closer. I want to try to get my bearings with some of these roads. So here's Hughes Road.
I've got you a bunch of streets on Fast Track.
All right, let's flip over to Fast Track. I think that's right on top of Eastview Drive.
Yes, I'll tell you what, I'm going to step over here.
Yeah, what you got?
I was just kind of looking where you're looking, because we both come from this area.
Yeah.
That is just north of the Culvers there in Madison.
Yes.
And also the development where the Culvers is on 72.
Yep, right there with the Kroger.
Yep, right there.
And that is Eastview Drive at Rainbow Gap Estate.
Okay, that's what I thought it was. So it has crossed potentially right on top of Bob Jones High School.
Yeah.
And that church I called out, Valley Presbyterian Church, I actually go there. That's my uncle's church. He's the head pastor there. So it looks like it went right over that church potentially. Hopefully there's not a lot of damage, but there is that TDS that's right on top of it. This is going right on top of Eastview, potentially getting as far north as US 72, Nance Road, Jeff Road. If it continues, you're talking about Indian Creek Road, Kelly Spring Road is far north potentially. Here's Nick Davis, very heavily traveled east to west corridor there in the Monrovia and Harvest area. If it continues, we're talking about Research Park Boulevard and the interchange with 72. What you got?
Bridge Street.
And Bridge Street.
Right for that
Yep.
Populated area right there.
Yep, right towards Bridge Street as well. That's as far south as Interstate 565 and potentially towards that Gate 9 area. I don't want to give a very high focused in area. We still need to kind of give a broad perspective here because this could wobble a little bit to the south or a little bit to the north, or it could maintain that kind of easterly trajectory here. So again, this is getting right close to Nance Road and Jeff Road. You've got the Kroger on 72 right here at Jeff Road.
Providence.
Texas. Go ahead.
Providence, I was going to say. Providence is right through there.
Yeah, Providence is right through there. Texas Roadhouse is right here. You got a Holiday Inn Express that's right there at Jeff Road and 72. You've got Indian Creek Road over here. You got Providence, like Chase mentioned. Providence Elementary School is out here. You've got all your restaurants right there in Providence. We're talking about like Mellow Mushroom. You've got some steak places out there. You've got some Mexican places out there. So again, this is a very heavily populated area. Looks like there still is a tornado on the ground potentially. This is just now crossing. It looks like it's crossing.
Taylor, Brett's almost in view of that. He's coming down.
Okay, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and take his view then.
And we are getting spotter confirmation. It's back down as well.
Okay, yeah, report tornado now north. That says north of 72 near Jeff Road. So there, I wonder if there might be two circulations.
Or they may be incorrectly reporting and looking into it.
That's possible.
So here's Brett's view. He is at Greenbrier. He just passed Larry's Pistol and Pond. That's the Amazon Distribution Center, looking north from 565.
That looks like that's it right there.
Yeah, I think you're looking pretty much right into the back of it right there.
He's got a few trees, so that's just
Yeah,
hurting us.
Yeah, it's gonna get out of it's right here. There's your tornado.
There it is.
Tornado on the ground still here in Madison. We're seeing it from Brett Adair's feed here. He's getting off on the County Line Road exit. That's exit 7 right there on 565. So I believe he's going to go County Line Road, and I imagine he's going to hit Madison Boulevard potentially.
Power flash.
Yeah,
Got
that was a power flash.
I didn't see that, but that is.
Yeah, another power flash. So
I'm going to step out here.
Yeah, so he's looking pretty much right into it now since he's going.
There's some
through
lightning.
the exit.
Yeah.
Here's your tornado going right into it right here. Tornado going through the town of city of Madison. It's going across Jeff Road.
Taylor, you've either got a wide tornado on the ground or you have a multi-vortex, because I'm seeing power flashes, several of them spread out across that. Now, there was lightning there.
Yeah.
But the other two, or the other three, were definitely power flashes.
Well, I will say earlier.
It was multi-vortex.
Yeah. So that definitely squares with the morphology of this tornado.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if it's still multi-vortex. All right, he's going to be.
This is Madison.
This is County Line Road right here. He's going to stay there, stop for a little bit because that light takes a while. If you want to go back to the links too real quick, and we'll keep an eye on that feed once he gets a better perspective. So again, this is your tornado. Still looks like it's on the ground here. This is Rainbow Gap Estates, Eastview Drive. Very, very close to Old Madison Pike. This is actually getting very close potentially to John Paul High School, John Paul II High School, or St. John Paul II, I should say, High School here on Old Madison Pike. This is getting right on top of Bridge Street. So it looks like maybe it took a little bit of a right turn, maybe towards the southeast a little bit. They can do that. They can wobble back and forth. So if you live near John Paul II High School, if you live in or near Research Park Boulevard, I know there's some homes out there that are near Bridge Street. You have some the hotel out here. You've got some apartments. If you live in Bridge Street or near Bridge Street, tornado shelter right now. This is going right near Old Madison Pike, very close to John Paul II High School. You also have the elementary school side of Madison Academy right here down the road, and it could eventually get close to, well, actually, it is kind of close to Madison Academy itself anyway, because it's on Slaughter Road. What you got, Fred?
Just a quick note, based on how they're drawing the polygons, even after the update, when they updated the emergency, I think they are doing the emergency for both circulations.
Okay.
Because they're still keeping the emergency all the way back to Salem Corner with the western circulation.
Okay. That honestly would be, that's probably what you need to do because of those two tornadoes. Is the other one still on the ground, by the way? I haven't really
I have not seen new reports of it here the past few minutes.
All right, that one's coming in on the west side of Madison again. I can see it off my corner here. It is right on top of Salem's corner. It's going to be back over here, so it's right on top of Salem Corner, going towards Oakland. County Line Road, once again, I've called you out before. I'm calling you out again. James Clemens High School. Good news is I'm not really seeing a huge area of rotation, but This one right here, not a huge area rotation either, but a very strong tornado. Looks like it is on the ground still on the eastern side of Madison, getting very close to Research Park Boulevard. So again, we're watching that one. So County Line Road, we're calling you out again. You still need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. This is getting very close to downtown Huntsville. Depending on where this goes, I'm going to give you a wide latitude here because I can't really hyper focus in and say it's going to go exactly down this area because it could wobble. UAH is going very much close to you right now. Is the Weather Service office sheltering, by the way? Because they're right there on the campus.
Haven't seen word of it yet.
They might need to start thinking about being in their shelter. As far north as Gently Forest right here, Davis Hills Estates and Davis Hills. This is Old Monrovia. I believe that's trying to get my bearings here. I believe that's Oakwood. That's Oakwood Road right here.
That's either Oakwood or Winchester.
I think that's Oakwood Road right here because I believe you have.
Oh no, that's Plummer Road right there. Yeah.
Plummer Road. Yeah, excuse me. This is Old Monrovia Road, just a little bit further to the south. Here's that Oakwood Road area. You've got Westminster School right here, Plummer Road to the north. If I'm calling out your road names, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Ardmore Estates, Highway 53 from Sparkman Drive north towards Plummer Road, all the way down towards Interstate 565. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This is moving across Research Park Boulevard and getting into the western part of the kind of majority of the city of Huntsville. You're getting more heavily populated, over here. So you have all your restaurants, places to eat, gas stations, everything right here along Highway 72. That's University Drive. That's going to go right where this tornado is headed, downtown Huntsville, Huntsville Country Club, Canterbury, the north side of Huntsville, where you've got Sparkman Drive. You've got Cook, I believe it's Cook Drive, that's out there on the north side of town. You got your Krispy Kreme out here as well. You got your 565 and Memorial Parkway interchange here. This is exactly where this is headed, right into the heart of Huntsville.
Very quick pause on that one, then I promise we'll come right back to it. I'm going to let you take this with links one.
Okay.
The severe thunderstorm warning that had been up for Morgan and Lawrence, it's quickly wrapping up.
Yeah. I would go ahead, if you're in I need you to go ahead and be in your tornado shelter right now. If I call your town out with this, Basham 646, Flint City at 650, Priceville at 656, Cave Springs at 7, Mooresville at 701. If it goes that far north, this could kind of trend a little bit further to the south towards Priceville. New Hope at 704, Bluff City 705, Greenbrier 706, Triana at 710, and Huntsville International Airport if it goes that far north. This is a rapidly developing supercell here with a good amount of rotation on it. This is getting very close to Basham and Flint City, right along Highway 31 that's north of Hartselle, and very close to that Priceville interchange as well with Highway 67. Again, that's one of those highways that I called you out on. If you need to stop there with those supercells off to the north. So if you're traveling along Interstate 65 coming in from the south, you need to stop at that Hartselle exit and you need to go ahead and try to get into one of those convenience stores or restaurants. You got a Cracker Barrel over there as well. Just hang out in the Cracker Barrel if you can. Go ahead and buy some things over there. I know a lot of people like to buy some stuff at Cracker Barrel with their little store, so go ahead and hang out there. If you're coming in from the north, I would recommend you get off at the 565 interchange and kind of hang out in kind of that Mooresville area if you can, because this is kind of tracking in that general area. Better yet, it's probably better if you head back towards the west, towards Decatur, kind of hang out there potentially if you're traveling south on Interstate 65. I would imagine the Weather Service is probably going to issue a tornado warning for this very, very soon. You need to take your tornado precautions for Priceville, Flint City, even as far southeast as Somerville. And Fred, why don't you, where's my water at? Just needed a little sip of water. There we go. If you wanted to give some information real quick.
Yeah, just some reports of trees and power lines down coming in near Morrisville Road and Greenbrier Parkway, and also some reports of generic damage. Just damage is what it's been saying. They're working to get more information. That's from Limestone EMA. I will go back to links too, and I will say that the structure, the velocity couplet, and the TDS with a lead large tornado going into Huntsville, not what it was. I can't find a TDS, can't find a clear velocity signature, and the structure is highly disrupted. Can't find a clear circulation or TDS with a western storm either.
That's really, really good news, and hopefully they're kind of disrupting each other. But here's your kind of remnant area of circulation. I'm still not convinced maybe that there's not a tornado on the ground here. There still easily could be a tornado on the ground. It could be a very weak one, but a weak one still does damage. This is on the northwest side of Huntsville near Sparkman Drive, going on the northwestern part of Huntsville. So if you live in downtown Huntsville, if you live north along the Parkway towards Huntsville Country Club, even off towards the east where you have the Bellmead Community, Alabama A&M, you take Interstate 565 and it turns into US 72, and they are going to extend that tornado warning into far eastern Madison County and go into Jackson County. So we'll take a look at that polygon when it pops up.
They are going to go considerable, but they are not going to continue the emergency tag for now.
Okay. So they're removing that tornado emergency, which is a good thing, but they're still having that considerable tag on it. And I imagine they're still calling it confirmed, because they would have to go confirmed if it was considerable.
Yes.
So again, here's your little area of rotation. We've seen this weaken, tighten back up, weaken, tighten back up. So there's definitely a chance here that a tornado is still on the ground. So new tornado warning. This does not include South Huntsville. South Huntsville meaning down towards the river. I'm not talking about Mountain Gap. I'm not talking about the Challenger area. I'm not talking about the Green Cove Road area, and not talking about the Green Mountain area. This is specifically kind of downtown Huntsville, Drake Avenue North, if you will, maybe even as far north or as far south as Airport Road and Carl T. Jones Drive. But it looks like the bulk of this circulation is going to kind of go on the north side of downtown Huntsville. Here's some more areas that we're watching. Again, we've called out Huntsville. It's there right now. Bellmead 647, Alabama A&M. If it trends just a little bit further to the north at 648, Mountain Heights at 650, Ashland at 652, Montesano State Park 652, Ryland at 653, Maysville at 657, Holly Tree at 711, and Pleasant Groves at 713. That gets it into parts of Jackson County. That's going to be out of our viewing area. But Gurley over towards Maysville Road, over towards the Moontown Airport, that little grass field over there that a lot of people like to fly into. I know a lot of people that love flying into that little grass airfield over there at Moontown that's going to be in that path of this tornado. It is just to the north of downtown Huntsville. And I will say, Fred, that one on the southwest is weakening.
They are not warning for that one. It's only for this lead one.
Right, but it's in that little thing again.
Yeah.
It's in that little interaction zone.
Yep.
So it's possible that this
theory thing.
Yep. It's possible that supercell kind of got disrupted a little bit, and now it's kind of getting into a favorable spot where it can interact with that supercell on the backside. You've got your downdraft here, and what that does, that little nudger theory that we've been talking about, it actually helps that rear flank downdraft come across that supercell that's in the lead and help push it. And you got the inflow, and now you got a bigger circulation that can develop from that. What does the velocity look like on it right now? And I'm seeing that one in Morgan County. How is that not warned for tornado? My goodness. This is the one here that's in the north side of Huntsville. You're still seeing a little bit of circulation on top of Canterbury. This is right along Oakwood. It's right along Oakwood, right along Sparkman Drive area. If you know where that Krispy Kreme is, you also have the TV station right there. 48 station is right there along the Parkway. You've got that new DMV area, the Madison County Center right there that you can go to renew your car tag and your license. That's exactly where this is headed. And this is going to be your Sparkman Drive. That's actually your US 72 right here that connects back up with Interstate 565 on top of Chapman Mountain here. So Chapman Heights, East Ridge, Oak Park, all the way down towards Fagan Springs Estates. If I called you out, this is exactly where this tornado potential is headed. Not sure if it's on the ground anymore. The Weather Service, with the course of least regret, is still saying that it is on the ground here. So if we do have one, it's probably on the weaker side of things. Not really seeing much in the way of a TDS, which is good, but that doesn't mean that it's not on the ground. But again, this is still tracking along Oakwood, on and off towards the north, near Sparkman Drive and 72. As 72 goes up to Chapman Mountain, you've got Drake State Community College, is what I was trying to say, right around here, just to the south of Alabama A&M. This is going right on top of Chapman Mountain right now. This is going right along Highway 72 and I-565, and this will eventually go over the mountain and impact places like Ryland and eventually towards the Maysville area too. And guys, that cell over there in Morgan County.
Yeah, it's an impressive looking
Holy
cell.
cow.
I've been keeping an eye on that, of course, on our other sources, and in a lot of ways it looks a lot like the one we've been tracking.
Yeah.
In its earlier stages. So for all intents and purposes, just I would personally say treat this in a similar way.
I would treat this severe thunderstorm warning as a tornado warning. Priceville, tornado shelter now. Cave Springs, tornado shelter now. Southeast side of Decatur, tornado shelter now. If you live on the north side of Hartselle, tornado shelter now. Even as far east as Somerville, I would say tornado shelter now. Heads up, southeastern Limestone County, Mooresville, New Hope, southwestern Madison County, Triana. I know that one, the initial one with north of Triana, well, this one could impact you in Triana on the southwestern side of Madison County. Fred is drawing a storm track here. Flint City on top of you right now. Priceville 657, Cave Springs 701, Mooresville at 704, New Hope at 705, Bluff City at 707, Triana at 711. Huntsville International Airport also at 711, Toluca at 713, Madison again, I'm calling you out again, 716, Lacey Springs 721, Redstone Arsenal at 722, Redstone Park at 725, UAH 725, and Diddle Landing at 725 if it goes further towards the south. But this is I haven't really looked to see what the reflectivity is on this. Does it really look like the structure is...
It looks like how the other ones did when they first started.
Exactly. Exactly what it looks like. So this is right on top of Basham right now. Flint City crossing Interstate 65 here soon. Really, really close to that Priceville exit. So again, I will stress, if you're watching us and you're traveling along Interstate 65, I suggest no travel. I would suggest getting off at the I-565 and the Alabama Highway 20 intersection. I would recommend going west on Highway 20. You have some little spots you can pull off over there and kind of wait this out. I would suggest that if you're traveling south on 65, you're traveling north on 65, get off at the Hartselle exit. You got a Cracker Barrel right there. You've got some gas stations. Just kind of hang out there just for a little bit. Let this supercell pass over the interstate, and then we can kind of give you the all clear on that. So that's if you're traveling on 65. But I would go ahead and treat this like a tornado. Flint City, tornado shelter now. Decatur to tornado shelter now. Priceville, Cave Springs. This is still looking like it is developing a strong area of rotation. Have there been any kind of spotter reports
Not with
on
this
that one
here so far, nope. Have not seen anything with this cell that you're tracking there on the south side of Decatur so far. Let's see. I will say also we have Brett Adair. He has been on University. He's now on the east side of Huntsville.
Okay.
We can take him on links 3. He has been under the wall cloud, I think. Have not seen any funnel or tornado trying to hang back out of that.
Okay. Well, that is definitely going over some terrain, so there could be some terrain involvement here.
Yes.
So if it does try to tighten back up, it usually does. If it has the right ingredients, I should say. It doesn't always track up or kind of tick back up, but if it does, it would be over Chapman Mountain, and you start getting some better inflow into it. So that's a live look at Brett Adair's stream. Again, he had that tornado on the west side of Madison that moved through. I'm looking and seeing some of the videos and pictures, and holy cow. I know it tracked through the city of Madison. I don't know any damage. I don't know what to think about it. The fact that there's really not a lot of structural damage being reported, but that doesn't mean that there's not significant damage potentially, and it just hasn't come across the wire yet because everybody's still trying to...
Yeah, they've heard reports of damage, but that's all that's been specified so far. They're working on more details.
Okay.
Looks like we have the wall cloud coming into view potentially right here. The rotation has weakened slightly, and the tornado warning has been dropped down to a base level.
Okay.
Radar indicated.
So that's now bumping it down from on the ground considerable down to just a regular base tornado warning. And like I mentioned before, we had that tornado emergency. That's the highest level of a tornado warning. And you don't really want to see those, especially going into a very heavily populated area as Madison and Huntsville. So again, this is a live look from meteorologist Brett Adair. Do we know what road he's on? I'm kind of trying to get my bearings here. I don't know if he's on.
I missed what he turned off of research on too.
Is it? And you said this is on
University. He's on the east side. He was on University.
Okay, this is
top of the hill on the east side of town, and then he turned off on the side road.
Okay, this is Jeff Road. This is Jeff Road, and he's heading north on Jeff Road.
That was the intersection of Jeff and Lake Forest Boulevard.
Yeah.
I know where that is, yeah.
So yeah, he's going north on Jeff Road. So he's going to try to get on the north side of that cell potentially. And I don't know what his intentions are. He might end up just kind of hanging around there and waiting for the southern one to come up. We do have another. These are
severes coming across.
Yeah.
On Viper, I'm going to take Viper on links 2. You guys double box with Brett on links 3. We do have some hints of a circulation coming over Montesano on radar at this time. It does structurally match up with where the hook echo is, so it may be trying to do something as it goes over the mountain.
It could, and we've seen that multiple times with these circulations going over the train here with Montesano Mountain, going over the backside, going into the Ryland area, Brownsboro, and Maysville, and that looks like that updated.
May possibly have something again.
Yeah.
Let me clear off and circle because this new scan.
That's right on top of Montesano.
It lines up with the rotation.
Yep.
And yeah, we got a tornado on Montesano Park.
Tornado on the ground here on Montesano State Park. This is going to go down on the back side. This is going to get very close where you have that new development over here with the food land that's over here on the west side of the Ryland area right here along Highway 72. You've got that industrial park, the kind of Chase Industrial Park over here as well. You've got Ryland Pike that is out here. This is exactly where this is headed on the east side of Montesano. What you got, Chase?
Wanted to mention we have severe damage at Cliff Farms and Balch Road. So exactly where I called out earlier, the culverts, things like that. Sounds like we have severe damage there. That was with the, I don't want to say second tornado. We don't know if it lifted, but as it was going through Madison there.
All right.
So just wanted to relay that.
Okay, I see that too. So severe damage is now being reported. Nothing other than that. It's just severe, so you can kind of take that as you will. I kind of have an image in my mind. I don't really like it right now. So again, this tornado looks like it's back on the ground on top of Montesano Mountain, Montesano State Park here. This is going to go on the east side of Montesano, very, very close. I know this shows 2 on here. That's Alabama Highway 2, but it's US 72. That's exactly what that is right here. What you got, Fred?
Very quickly, I will caution, since this is up on the mountain right now, most times when tornadoes move from higher terrain to lower terrain, there's a rapid stretching of the vorticity. Tornadoes often get stronger as they come down the mountain.
Yep, because all that vertical velocity just gets stretched all the way up into the storm. So you kind of get a little compression when you kind of go up the mountain. That storm kind of gets compressed a little bit, and that can kind of intensify that rotation. And then like what Fred said, when it goes down on the backside, now the storm is dropping off from a terrain spot. You get some stretching that's involved with that vortex, and that ends up rapidly producing some very, very tight spin. Think of it as just like a figure skater. You see them kind of get their arms together, they spin around. Once they get kind of close in like that, they spin around very, very fast. Kind of the same thing as it stretches down, kind of bringing your arms in, and you can easily get a strong tornado on the backside of this mountain. We do have a report from Amber Kulig. She is one of the meteorologists at 31. They're on top of Montesano Mountain right here, and they said very high wind just came over Montesano Mountain, and it looks like there is high wind associated with a possible tornado that is now moving on the backside of Montesano Mountain, getting very close to Ryland Pike, getting very, very close to the Brownsboro area. You got Moontown. I called out Moontown Airport earlier. It is right over here. It's getting right into your line of fire potentially on top of Maysville Road, out here in the eastern part of Madison County High School. There it is right here. And there is a little slight TDS drop right there. I know it looked a little bit better on that scan before, and now it's still there. So I imagine that there is the potential for a tornado that is still on the ground here going down the backside of Montesano Mountain. It's going right on top of Doug Hill Road right now and Highway 72. So again, if I called you out, Moontown Airport, basically right now, Brownsboro, Maysville, you've got that little barbecue joint that's out here. You got Madison County Lake that's out here as well. The good news is once this crosses the Moontown and Brownsboro area, you still got a lot of people that live out here, but it gets more rural out here in the eastern Madison County. Here's Brock Road. There's Ryland Pike. I've called you out. Here is, I'm not even sure that I look Salty Bottom Road. That's what that is right here. Gurley Pike is back over here. Gurley, this is getting very, very close to you potentially. So heads up, tornado warning. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. If you live in Brownsboro, Moontown, Brock Road, Highway 72 East, this is going to go into that kind of rural part of Madison County between Gurley and the east side of Huntsville. Madison County High School, I called you out. Hurricane Creek area, Hurricane Road. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now as this continues to track towards the east. And we'll be crossing Highway 72 here very, very shortly.
Taylor, real quick, we apparently lost the feed from 31.
Okay.
I guess they've been knocked off the air just by looking.
That went right on top of them.
Yeah.
And the Amber reported some significant wind with them too.
Yeah, so they're still there, which is good that they're being able to report that. That's going to be yep, there's your TDS. This is right on top of Moontown Airport. Right on top of Moontown Airport, about to cross Highway 72. It is back on the ground again. So again, we're watching this tornado on the ground in eastern Madison County, same cell that did that damage in western Madison and downtown Madison, that kind of heart of Madison area. So Brownsboro, if you have a Brownsboro address, I know that's a wide area. I know that's a wide area that you have a Brownsboro address. If you do, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This is going to go south of Maysville proper, that kind of little downtown kind of town center, if you will, of Maysville, right there at the intersection of Ryland Pike and Brock Road. This is going to go generally just to the south of that, but still, if you're in Maysville, Ryland Pike, you need to be in your tornado shelter. But this looks like it's kind of going more Brownsboro Road, Stone Drive, Mountain Lane. You've got Salty Bottom Road right here and Gurley Pike. That's going to be on the southeastern side of that little Maysville community area. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. What you got, Fred?
Quickly, before this comes out across the wire, we're going to have a new tornado warning for the Priceville circulation.
Okay. Let's go ahead. Let's do a little back out view. I want to give some heads up. I know there's, like I said, it's a very rural part of Madison County here, but Gurley, Garth in Jackson County, Holly Tree in Jackson County, heads up. This looks like it should stay north of Gurley, but if you're in Gurley, course of least regret, you need to take your tornado shelter right now. Maysville at 7:04, Holly Tree at 7:17, Pleasant Groves at 7:19. That's in Jackson County, along with Estill Fork and Skyline at 7:28. So this is a tornado on the ground here, just in the Moontown Airport vicinity, crossing Highway 72, very, very close to that Madison County High School area, Maysville and Gurley. Here's that new tornado warning, and this is going to be heads up for southern Huntsville. This is going to be South Huntsville area for this one. We're talking about Triana, not Research Park, Redstone Arsenal on the south side of Redstone Arsenal, Hampton Cove, Owens Crossroads. This includes, like I said, South Huntsville. So if you generally live from Airport Road south down towards the river in Huntsville, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This is that circulation that we are watching over towards the Priceville area. It is just about to cross the river. It's very close to Upper River Road right now, about to cross the Tennessee River potentially, and could kind of parallel the river if this continues to move east. I imagine this is still kind of moving a little east, Fred. It looks like all of these are generally moving east.
That's how they're drawing the warning. Let me go back a couple scans. Yeah, it's turning right.
Okay. So this is probably going to end up paralleling the river here. So this would be more of a heads up for South Huntsville. So Lily Flag, Airport Road area, all the way down Memorial Parkway, down towards Lacey Springs. This is going to be a heads up for you. Here's some times of arrival. Cave Spring now, Bluff City at 7:08, New Hope at 7:08, Triana at 7:13, Toluca at 7:14, Valormoso Spring at 7:16, Lacey Spring at 7:22, Redstone Park at 7:25, Ditto Landing, that's that South Huntsville area right there along the river, Lily Flag at 7:27, and Hobbs Island at 7:27 as well. What you got?
All right, need to do a very quick, and I will make this quick reset.
Okay.
Because we're getting a lot of folks back to the west asking if they're okay. Here's the overall radar view. The only severe storms we have in the viewing area are the ones east of I-65. So I'll put the radar full screen
Yeah.
here while I talk. Back in the Lauderdale County, Colbert County, Lawrence County, Alabama, Franklin County, Alabama, back in the southern parts of Tennessee, you have no severe storms. There are some clusters of weaker thunderstorms, some heavy rainfall, some occasional lightning from time to time, maybe some pea-sized hail or 30, 40 mile per hour winds, especially that storm over Town Creek, Alabama. That could have some small hail with it. None of this is severe back here into the shoals. The spotty thunderstorms we have over southern middle Tennessee extending from north of Columbia up near the Santa Fe area back to Hohenwald and then through Giles County and Lawrence County and Wayne counties in Tennessee. None of this is severe either. And I will say upstream from us into northeast Mississippi, none of those storms back near Tupelo were severe warned at this time, even though they do have some broad mid-level rotation. But those of you back in the shoals, back up in the southern middle Tennessee, we're not ignoring you just to focus on Huntsville. None of the storms back in your area are severe. The only warnings we have are the storms here in Morgan County, Limestone County, and Madison County at this time. And Weather Service, right before we got the Priceville warning, they did go back confirmed on that lead storm.
Okay, so that one, that one that's getting into Maysville, man, that looks like just a mean supercell. I mean, holy cow, the wraparound, kind of that flanking line, that's got to be that cell that was behind it that is just ingesting. And there is your circulation right here. It's just crossed Highway 72. It is just to the southeast of Maysville, right close to Ryland Pike and that kind of Maysville Road area, north of Gurley. Here's that kind of update. So this is now to the east of that little kind of town community center of Maysville. This is getting very close, I believe, to Madison County Lake.
Yeah, I'm
that
not
is out here.
Any roads popping up, so you're getting on out there.
Yeah, I think that's Madison County Lake that's out here just to the east of Maysville. But again, generally in that area, this is going to cross into Jackson County here very, very soon. Again, this is a rural part of Madison County, but there's still some people that live out here, just a lot more farmland than you have actually communities and neighborhoods. But still, this is going to be a tornado on the ground doing damage here east of Maysville, going to cross into Jackson County, and that's going to be the Holly Tree area. This is Alabama Highway 65, I believe, is this one right here, that you have the Holly Tree community. This will eventually cross into Skyline and close to High Top. That's where the Huntsville next ride is located. So this is going to go out of Madison County into Jackson County, and then we can fully focus in on that new tornado warning that's coming into the south part of Huntsville potentially. Holly Tree 716, Estill Fork at 726, Skyline at 726, and High Top at 732. Again, tornado on the ground here east of Maysville, moving into the eastern part of Madison County towards the county line near Jackson County. Holly Tree and Estill Fork need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. That is definitely tightened up. That is definitely tightened up. I know
going back between raw and the processed, I don't see one yet, but that is definitely tighter.
That might be one that's starting. I don't know how close it is to the circulation. So again, just because you don't have a TDS doesn't mean it's not on the ground. The TDS is from the tornado touching down. So you have the tornado touchdown first, then you get the TDS because you have to have debris that's lofted, and you can't have that without the tornado on the ground. So that's just a confirmation that there is one on the ground. But I can tell you right now, signatures like that, this thing's on the ground here east of Maysville. Again, moving out of our viewing area, out of Madison County, getting close to the Jackson County line, Holly Tree, and the Trenton area, and Little Nashville over here north of the Garth community. That's right along Alabama Highway 65. Right here in Jackson County.
And to put that into perspective, what that radar signature looks like, that velocity signature, every bit as tight, as intense as it was in eastern Limestone, western Madison, when we knew it had a large tornado down.
Yeah. I'm getting reports now of a rotating, I believe he's talking about a wall cloud potentially. I don't know if he's talking about like a funnel. He just says rotation cloud. Mooresville Road and Highway 72, Limestone County, confirmed eyes on it. So there is rotation here with this supercell that's on the back end of things. Triana, you need to be in your tornado shelter now. Toluca, Valamosa Springs, Somerville, I would go ahead and stay in your shelter. This looks like it's going to go north of you. Priceville, it's going to be past you right now. but we're talking about Toluca, Lacey Springs, South Huntsville, Redstone Park. That's right along Green Cove Road. That turns into Bailey Cove Road and goes off towards the north. So basically, from the Lily Flag area, I would say roughly from Airport Road south down to the river. If you're in South Huntsville, you need to be taking your tornado shelter right now. Same thing east of Green Mountain, Hampton Cove, Owens Crossroads, New Hope. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now with this supercell that's coming on the back side. I'm not seeing anything that is saying that a tornado is on the ground. We're not seeing reports that it is on the ground. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Not yet.
Okay. So this is a new updated time of arrival here. I talked about Bluff City. It's on top of you right now. That's that little community right here, right by the Tennessee River. Triana at 7:15, Toluca at 7:16, Valamoso Springs at 7:17, Lacey Spring at 7:23, Redstone Park, that's going to be that kind of South Huntsville area towards Green Cove Road at 7:27, Ditto Landing, also down in South Huntsville at 7:27. That also includes Hobbs Island. Lily Flag, if it goes to the north, that's going to be closer to 7:30, and then once it crosses the mountain, Owens Crossroads and New Hope, closer to about 7:35.
Sorry to get you away from that quickly.
No, you're fine.
We have a reflectivity debris ball here.
Is that it right here?
Yes, and the most clear-cut TDS we've had so far today.
Can you zoom in as tight as you can? I really want to think I think that's Madison County Lake, potentially. I might be wrong about that. I know it's out here in this general area. That is going to be
Southard Road and J. Payton Circle are the ones being labeled right
Okay, so excuse me, what was that again?
J. Payton Lane.
J. Payton South Hard. Okay, South Hard Road.
It is the road going into it is Acuff Road.
Okay.
It's north of Harrison Cove Road and north of Gurley Pike.
Okay, I don't think that's the Madison County Lake area. I think the Madison County Lake area is a little bit further off to the north. So again, this is that kind of Gurley Pike, kind of eastern Madison County area right here. So J. Payton Circle, like Fred called out, that is a very, very intense TDS.
Cove Road and J.B. Hawkins Road is right near the TDS.
Okay, and that's getting close to a deep TDS.
Stevie Wonder could see this.
Yeah, exactly. So again, you kind of look at that key right up here. Whenever you start seeing those blues, so that says low TDS right here. Anytime you start getting those darker colors, that tells you that there could end up being a very strong tornado on the ground here. And there are some dark colors, some dark blues right here. So again, I know we've kind of been showing this for several years now. It's nothing new. People are used to having this tornado debris signature. All this is the radar is seeing stuff that's being lofted by this tornado. And you see all this pink. That means it's uniform. It correlates together. It's correlation coefficient. Does it look like the similar items that are out there? All of a sudden it hits some debris and it says, hey, this is not what the other things look like. Something's different here. So it doesn't correlate with everything else around it. So that's when you get that little low end values here. So that's where you have that tornado debris signature. That's the confirmation. That's the first time at least that we've looked at it that's strong on the shear marker, extreme, right here. So tornado on the ground crossing the county line into Jackson County. Again, next up in line, Holly Tree, Alabama Highway 65. That's another kind of very rural area here in it's going to be western Jackson County, but still some people live out here, got some farmland, got some ranches out here. You need to be taking your tornado precautions along Alabama Highway 65 between Holly Tree and Trenton, maybe even as far south as the Garth community if for some reason this starts to take a little bit more of a right turn. But right now it looks like it's kind of taking a direct line over towards the Holly Tree area, potentially as far south as Little Nashville.
It's firmly into Jackson now, but yeah, that looked like honestly the most violent signature of the day. So
yeah. And that's going through kind of that typical area where you usually see that kind of uptick in any of those tornado potentials. So again, back down with this next tornado warned supercell. That looks like it's starting to try to wrap back around. And Chase, how's the other radar sources looking like? Because I know we're getting very close to Armor, and I know that we've got some others out there.
Yeah, it's pretty much right on top of Armor, which is kind of a good thing, kind of a bad thing, because it has that cone of silence, but it's pretty low right in there, and it definitely has a rotation in the lowest 500 feet, I would say. I'm not seeing a TDS right now.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you.
It's pretty close. It's really kind of got that hook shape right into it, pretty much near the Tri-County area, so I'm keeping a very, very close eye on that behind the scenes here.
Okay, and again, that's now generally right along the Tennessee River here. Triana, Williams Elementary School area. You've got Wall Triana Highway that kind of goes down the eastern side of the Huntsville International Airport. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This goes into Arsenal land. So again, there's still people that live out here on Redstone Arsenal. Most of them actually live kind of up here, closer to that Drake Avenue, kind of northeast side of the Arsenal land area. But down here on the south end of the Arsenal, you got more of those test ranges. You've got the old rocket stand, the test stand that's out here on the south part of the Arsenal. So again, if you are out there, you need to be taking your tornado shelter right now. Even if you live on the Arsenal in some of those neighborhoods on the north side of the Arsenal, you are in that tornado warning. You need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. It's that area of rotation that is getting a little tighter here. Again, that's another very small signature, Fred, but it is right here, right along the Tennessee River. That's very close to County Line, or just east of County Line Road. That's going right into the city of Triana.
It lines up with the structure too.
Yep. I think you've got a tornado on the ground potentially here. If not, it's going to be here very, very soon, moving into the Triana area. So if you live in Triana, if you live near Williams Elementary, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. Again, this will eventually move potentially into Arsenal land, but like I mentioned, there's still people that could be out there, but most of this area down here is just kind of those test ranges. You've got just a lot of open land out there. But this is exactly where it's headed. So the next kind of populated area potential could be South Huntsville if it continues to kind of straddle that kind of Tennessee River area that straddle the county line between Madison and Morgan counties. Again, this looks like a developing tornado on the southwest side of Triana. Triana, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now, as Fred is kind of drawing on that area of rotation right here going into Triana. This is going to stay south of the Huntsville International Airport. This is going to stay south of Madison. This is going to stay south of your Research Park Boulevard area. Research Park area is going to stay south of the Bridge Street Town Center area. So again, I know that there's a lot of damage out there. The only thing that I've seen so far damage-wise is severe damage in the Madison area. And it's over towards the Cliff Farms area. So again, the good news is this is going to stay south of that area, but this is now going to be impacting the South Huntsville area. Here's some more times of arrival here. It's on top of Triana right now. I told you need to be in tornado shelter. Toluca, 7:19, Redstone Park, 7:29, Ditto Landing, 7:29, Lily Flag at 7:30, Hobbs Island, 7:31, Hampton Cove at 7:36, Crossroads at 7:37, New Hope at 7:42, and Gurley at 7:45 if it makes it that far towards the east and northeast. It might be a little bit of a stretch, but still, I think you're kind of out of that tornado warning, but still, I would very much keep a close eye on this supercell that's coming in from the south. I was just kind of looking to see.
Brief report for a tree down near Hodges in southern Franklin. A power line was down. From what I can tell, looking at the radar, that may have been more of an under 50 mile per hour wind, but there are some gusty thunderstorms near Hodges, north of there now toward Duketon, moving toward the Franklin County EMA, Pasco Corner, Phil Campbell, Spruce Pine up to Isabel, south side of Russellville. It's not severe. The wind is more than likely 40, 45, but be inside away from windows the next 30 minutes just in case they're in Franklin County.
So again, this is exactly what Fred was saying. Do we want to kind of back out real quick and kind of give
and do another reset?
Yeah, do another reset, because again, there's several storms, and the good news is they really aren't warned. Not even these that are over in Mississippi right now
they're
are
not looking
warned.
nearly as impressive as they were earlier either.
So hopefully that continues to be the trend, and this is just kind of our batch that we're going to be most concerned with, but still, we got a ways to go.
I will say that in the modeling this afternoon, and back into the late morning, the models that really focus correctly on these supercells, they stole the show, and what was the final round was more messy, clustered, not really doing a whole lot.
Yeah.
And then I will also say my history of working outbreaks over the years here in North Alabama, Central Alabama, Southern Tennessee, when you actually have these long track supercells that produce the big tornadoes, it is often the warm sector, open warm sector stuff that steals the show. The main stuff on the cold front usually barely severe at all. So that tracks with history as well.
Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. Oop. So, whoop.
We'll get the right button here.
Do a little magic trick and just pop back on here just like that. So again, the good news is if we're not calling you out here in Franklin County, Russellville, Hamilton, even here across southern Tennessee, I've said this before, I'll say it again, I'll keep saying it. If we're not calling you out, that is a good thing. If we're calling you out, that is a bad thing.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and go back.
We don't say that to correct you because we know it's understandable. We just want to give you that peace of mind that if we're not talking about you for a minute, you're okay.
Yep, I know that we get comments all the time. I understand it, that you want to know exactly what's going to happen with your place. I get it. I would too, but that's just kind of the best way I can tell you. If we're not talking about you, that can give you that peace of mind that you're not in any danger right at that moment. If we are talking about you, like I've been talking about South Huntsville here from Lily Flag all the way down towards the river, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This is right on top of Triana. It looks like it's starting to get its act together. And Fred, this is in that little weird terrain area where you have that little kind of cliff kind of drop off here towards the floodplain, and that's riding right along that area. And that's usually not a little good indicator, but for right now, it doesn't look like there's tight rotation. But I'll tell you, we had that violent, potentially tornado in Madison earlier, multi-vortex tornado, and it didn't have a very good rotation signature on it from high top. So that doesn't mean that you can't have one with some of these little signatures right here. So there's still a chance that a tornado could be on the ground here south of Triana, going into Triana, right along the Tennessee River. If you want to zoom in just a little closer, get some street names in here. I know that there's not going to be a lot over here in Redstone Arsenal. I don't even think that they'll populate.
They won't.
They won't populate. So this is going to be in the Morgan County area, Sharp Ford Road, I should say, near Toluca, Bowers Road, Stewart Road right here, Johnson Landing. I believe that's the landing that you have that little bit of a park that's out there right on top of the Tennessee River. Here's Alabama Highway 36 that winds its way back towards Lacey Spring and goes down towards Valamoso Spring and the 67 interchange. So again, this is kind of where that general area rotation is located. If we go a little bit into Triana, this is going to be where I think most of that rotation is going to be situated. Zert Road is out here in Triana. You're going to have Wall Triana Highway kind of up here. That kind of curves its way down. I believe it's right up here. 6th Street in that kind of downtown Triana area. You have your little river park that's down here. That's where the that road, Zert Road, just ends right there at the Tennessee River, basically. You have that little bit of a park, a little bit of a boat dock down there. That's exactly where this area rotation is going to be located and going to be tracking. And again, the good news, Fred, at least for the near term, is this looks like it's just going to continue to kind of ride the Tennessee River.
Right.
And if it goes over Arsenal land, like I mentioned, there's not a lot of people out here unless you're just out there doing work right now.
Right. You have to get over to the 231 corridor approaching that before you really get into civilian population and that kind of thing.
Yeah. So again, that's kind of the good news right now. Again, I don't want to say that there's nobody out here on the Arsenal. There easily could be, but again, I mentioned most of the people who live on the Arsenal are up here, closer to that kind of Gate 9. I believe that's Gate 8. That's over there near the Drake Avenue area. Again, that's where most of those people are located, but down here where the tornado could be, that's more test bed area. You got your old Apollo rocket stand, test stand out here on the south part of the Redstone Arsenal land. That's where this is headed. So like Fred said, you don't really get into more of that populated area until you get right here towards Memorial Parkway and the west side of Huntsville. So I'm going to try to be a little more specific here with some of those call outs as we do another storm track. So if I call the areas out, this is where I need you to take your tornado shelter right now. If you live near the Sams, near the Grissom High School out there, right along, again, Memorial Parkway. If you live down near the Walmart on the south end of town, you got the Chick-fil-A out there. You've got that development that is back behind that little hill there to the west of that Walmart, right on top of Hobbs Road. And then off to the east of the Parkway, we're talking about Mountain Gap. We're talking about Challenger. We're talking about Green Mountain area, the Camelot area, over Green Mountain. You've got Owens Crossroads. You've got the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail, the golf course over there on the east side of town. If I'm calling you out kind of more specifically here, if you're near those areas, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Also down here towards Redstone Park, again, you got Green Cove Road, Ditto Landing, Ditto Marina Parkway is down here. You got that relatively new, it's been there for a while, that development out here, that extension that goes from Bailey Cove Road as it turns into Green Cove Road. That's Ditto Marina Parkway right here, going back down towards Hobbs Island Road. That's exactly where you need to be. Green Cove Road right here. You got your ballpark out here. Sandhurst is out here. I've played ball games, tons of ball games out there when I was younger. I'm still young. I still feel young though. But again, that's exactly where that tornado could be headed right now. Again, that's your circulation back here between Triana and Toluca. And I will say, Fred, there's a lot more inbounds as opposed to outbounds. And it looks like if there's anything, it would kind of be down here now.
We may be trying to cycle this thing.
It's possible.
Further to the southeast, closer to Lacey Spring. And that's going to open the door for places like Hobbs Island over to New Hope as well. A little farther south. I would say all the way down to the Tennessee River in Madison County.
Yeah.
That little tongue that sticks down. Just go ahead and be in your tornado safe place. The tornado warning actually goes down to the Tennessee River, so you're in the polygon in these areas.
You're in the polygon anyway. So like Fred said, Lacey Springs down, again, Memorial Parkway kind of turns into more Brindley Mountain Parkway. As you go up the mountain here towards Lacey Springs, you got your Wavaho there, that little subway there, that little intersection there with 231 and Highway 36. As you go towards the west, you've got the church there. You've got your little senior center there. People recognize the little old airport. There used to be an airport a long, long time ago. Over there towards the Lacey Springs area. That's exactly where this area rotation is headed. So again, I want to stress Lily Flag, Airport Road, all the way down towards Ditto Marina Parkway, Ditto Landing. You need to be in your safe spot right now, but it looks like we could get a developing tornado here somewhere close to Highway 36 in the Lacey Spring area that could be crossing. It looks like that's noise. That's kind of in that open area.
Looks more like side load, but that structure is rapidly improving.
Yeah, and it's probably catching that inflow coming into that supercell. So here's your inflow notch. So you got winds that are rushing into the storm like this. You've got your rear flank downdraft coming in on the back side. That's what pushes that hook around. Again, this is an area low pressure, so kind of picture a little tiny weather system here. You got a cold front, you got a warm front, got an area low pressure. Everything is working right here for that supercell to potentially produce another tornado here soon. What you got over there?
Brett is currently about to get out of the core. He's on 231 South. He is almost out of the hail core of that and should be getting in the hook here within a couple minutes.
What is that?
Well, actually, he's zooming in on something right now.
So this is, so where is he at on this?
Draft base. He should be back into, where is he again?
He just crossed a bridge. He may have just crossed the
county line bridge.
Yeah, okay.
Check and see if he's
he's on the parkway. He's on he's on the parkway going across into Morgan County.
Yes. So he's on this one.
This is gasoline.
Just now in Morgan County.
Yeah, this is Gasoline Alley. There's not a lot of gas stations there anymore, but notoriously named Gasoline Alley. So he's looking directly back into this.
Boy, that's way down low.
Yeah. That could be a developing, if not a tornado on the ground here, right on top of Highway 36, maybe just south of 36, but very, very close.
Spring.
Yeah, going into Lacey Spring. If you live near the Wavaho, I know that there's a little bit of a subdivision that is just kind of tucked in on that north side of Brindley Mountain. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. If you're on top of Brindley Mountain, over towards Apple Grove Road, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. That is a very ominous looking picture there, and that looks like, is that something back in there?
I'm sure stuff may be wrapped in rain, but that I can't begin to tell you how suspicious that looks.
That is very suspicious looking, and that's right where that hook is. So again, this is meteorologist Brett Adair. He's now crossed the Tennessee River on Highway 231. He's going across that little curve here. There's that Catholic church that used to be a restaurant many, many years ago. That's exactly where this is. So he's now coming towards Brindley Mountain. He's going to make that turn right here, and he's going to see the intersection with Highway 36 with that little light, that traffic light there. So again, I want to stress, if you're in South Huntsville, you still need to be in your tornado shelter right now. It looks like he's doing a U-turn. Now he's heading back towards the north.
While we're looking and here and narrating, just to give a quick message, those of you in southern Middle Tennessee, Tornado Watch has been ended for Hardin County, Wayne County, Lawrence County, Lewis County, and Murray counties westward in Tennessee. You are no longer under the tornado watch. In our viewing area in Tennessee, the only Tennessee counties under the watch still, Giles, Lincoln, and Marshall counties. It still continues through North Alabama and Tishomingo in Mississippi, but it looks like this stuff now is the main round, and they're canceling the watch for west to east.
Okay, well, that's some good news here. So Brett is now moving back north, so now he's focusing in on that South Huntsville area. So again, I stress, South Huntsville, you need to be in your tornado shelter. I just got a text with a picture from my sister. She is hunkered down in the bathtub. She is ready to go in case something comes down our street there in South Huntsville. So that's good to see that the fam's taking the tornado precautions like they should be. So now he's going over that little hill. He's going back across Gasoline Alley. You're going to have the Whitesburg Bridge here very, very soon in view. There it is right over here. So again, he's heading back north, back towards the Tennessee River. I'm interested in why he's doing that, unless he thinks he needs to hit up and go east on Hobbs Island Road potentially. But I'm not really seeing anything here that looks overly suspicious. What does the radar look like? Is that hook still?
A lot of the hook is still there. It's crossing over 231 right now.
Okay. Is it still in Lacey Springs, though, with that hook?
Yes.
Okay.
Over River Loop Road right now, and it looks like they have let that tornado warning go.
Note from Montesano, there's ham radio reports of multiple large trees down and trees through roofs of homes on Montesano.
Did they let that go, or did they let the northern one go?
I'm trying to understand. Well, this polygon's no longer here.
Okay.
Let me take you to links 2.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay. I would still, Owens Crossroads to Hampton Cove, New Hope. All right, that they reissued it. So they let that go and they had to do a reissue then.
Okay.
So this is going to be one further downstream. So this will include southeast Madison County. I would still, if you're Redstone Park, Ditto Landing, at this point, I would say if you're Mountain Gap Road south, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. You're still in that tornado warning. That tornado warning polygon does go all the way off towards the north, towards downtown Huntsville. I think you're going to be safe in downtown Huntsville.
Oh, Lord, let me clear this up for you. Hold on just a second.
What's that BTI? Was it 4 to 5?
It's a 4.9,
Okay.
and the shear is 69.
Okay. We saw one that was earlier right around 7.1, I believe. So this is that new, this is that skit that Fred clicked. So this is exactly where it is tracking. So here's a new time of arrival, Ditto Landing here in about 3 minutes, along with Hobbs Island, Owens Crossroads at 7:42, Berkeley at 7:47, along with New Hope, Poplar Ridge at 7:50, DeBow at 7:52, Cedar Point at 7:52, Gurley at 7:55, and then that's going to Cedar Point at 7:49, Paint Rock at 7:50, and Woodville, that's in Jackson County,
Well, it
at
jumped to a new skit because it jumped.
Oh, I see what you did. Yeah, it jumped over here.
I can do you a manual one if you want me to.
That actually still caught the ones that were on that eastern side, so that was good right there. But yeah, it kind of jumped over here. So again, this is your hook. That's where they had Brett Adair that was on it that looked very ominous. This is bad data. This is side lobing over here. So your circulation is back here. Ignore this. I know it's bright red, bright green, but if Fred goes back to reflectivity, I can show you why it is bad. And that's because it is in clear air. So there's nothing there, but that does kind of show that there is some inflow going into this storm because you have your inflow notch right here. So it's going to be this backside right here. It's crossed 231. It's very, very close to the Marshall County line here. The Morgan and Marshall County lines are right here. So this is just crossed into a very, very extreme northern western part of Marshall County and is now moving back into parts of Madison County, southeastern Madison County. You saw that blue area right there. That's again, it's in that noise, so just ignore that. So again, it's this little appendage right here. That's not a debris ball, but that is that little bit appendage. So that's where you would see that potential tornado is crossing the Tennessee River. It's going towards the Whitesburg, I believe that's the Whitesburg Marina. That's over there near Hobbs Island, Norton, Elon, Owens Crossroads. I do want to stress, if you're in Owens Crossroads and Hampton Cove, you have some hail potential with the supercell. I haven't seen anything that is showing significant hail, but just know that you're going to be dealing with hail and potential for some damaging winds with this with this storm. I will want to say, again, if people have been watching in Jackson County, Ashley Ravenscraft from the Weather Service in Huntsville, rapid rotation wrapping up just west of Skyline. So if you're in Skyline and High Top, you still need to be in your tornado shelter right now. You got the tornado warning ongoing. This is a little bit of a closer view here. This is Hill Road, Highway 431 that goes south of Owens Crossroads and the Hampton Cove area. As it makes its turn here, it goes down towards the New Hope area. New Hope's right here. You have your little gas stations right here. You have a couple of fast food places. I believe you have a Burger King down there. I think there's a Jack's down there too, along with the Hardee's. So that's right with the 431 and the Hobbs Island Road kind of intersection right there, that only traffic light that is right there in New Hope. So again, if you live in New Hope, Poplar Ridge, Cedar Point, Nebo, over towards Owens Crossroads, even up towards Hampton Cove, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now, as this possible tornado has crossed the Tennessee River. Seems like it's crossed it multiple times.
Which means that Morgan County, you can come out of your shelter.
Exactly, which means that Morgan County, you can come out of your shelter right now. So if you live in Lacey Springs, Valormoso Springs, Toluca, you are good to go. So this is going to be another look. All right, that's what I thought he was going to do. He's on Hobbs Island Road right now, moving towards the east.
He's got some significant structure right there, some suspicious looking stuff.
So this is going to be, I'm going to be very interested to see if his stream holds together here. So he's about to, I'm trying to get some bearings here. I know he's on Hobbs Island Road right now, moving east. I believe he's already crossed the railroad tracks. So now he's going to go along the winding road. He's going to come back towards the east here. The problem is he's got the mountain that's right here, right next to the Tennessee River. So whatever is behind it, he's not going to really be able to see it. But we'll see what his vantage point is as he turns back to the east. And guys, I would say kind of hang on with this feed as long as you can, because he's going in a very good spot to see what is back there. But his feed might actually cut off because he's getting to more of a rural part of Madison County. There's some kind of cell drop-off over there as he makes his way over towards the New Hope area. Are there any other reports that you're seeing come across? I'm trying to keep up with Weather Service chat as best I can.
I have not seen anything come across, and this is a radar indicated warning that we have right here.
Okay, so radar indicated.
Yeah, it's just a baseline radar indicated. Velocity still similar to what it was.
Okay.
Not seeing a correlation signature. I will say I had to turn off the TDS algorithm because the noise was tripping it.
It was? Okay. Yes. Every now and then it will do that. I don't like how it does that. All right, so now he's kind of getting to that little bit of a bad cell area, so we'll just have to see how this goes. He's going to turn back to the left here soon. I will say, if he kind of gets back with that feed, once he turns towards the left, that's going to open up. He's now going to be on the back side of the south side of Green Mountain. He's going to be looking in kind of more of a flat area. It's very flat over here east of Green Mountain, that little bit of a valley between the Green Mountain area and then the mountains as you get closer to Jackson County. So I know it's kind of going in and out, but once he makes that turn, whenever it kind of re-updates itself, we're going to probably get a very good vantage point of this potentially tornadic supercell. I see that there's a post near Rainsville that was looking back towards those cells in Jackson County. That looks pretty ominous. That's towards the section area. So again, that's Jackson County. Again, if you're in Scottsboro, up towards Hollywood and the Bridgeport area, High Top, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. That's out of our viewing area, but if you know anybody that lives over in that area, you need to be giving them an update and heads up on that tornado. So again, back to the radar here, and then let me go, guys, when he gets that stream back, because once he makes that turn, like I said, it's going to be wide open. He's going to be able to see exactly what's going on over there. This is a new storm arrival update that Fred has drawn here. Owens Crossroads at 7:41, New Hope at 7:45, Paint Rock at 7:53, Woodville at 7:55, along with Grant at 7:56. That's going to be in Marshall County. Aspel around 8:03. And Pleasant Grove's around 8:05. So again, this is going to end up getting into northern Marshall and southern Jackson counties. But right now it is mainly focused here on the southeastern Madison County side. I'm interested in what is going on back in this area. That's going on top of Green Mountain right now. So it could be doing the same thing, Fred. It could be doing the same thing where it's compressed and then it's going to get better as it goes down the side of the mountain.
There's not anything back here.
Okay.
But there is some suspicious stuff here.
I saw that.
On the velocity, let me go back to base.
Owens Crossroads tornado shelter now. It depends on what happens with that spot. I know there's
Golf ball size hail reported to Owens Crossroads, by the way.
Okay, that's that hail potential that I was talking about. So if you are in Owens Crossroads seeing hail right now, so heads up if you're in Poplar Ridge, Cedar Point, Naboo, and New Hope. New Hope would be more of that tornado potential as opposed to the hail potential, but Poplar Ridge and Cedar Point, you are going to have that potential for some pretty significant hail. So if you have time, get your car into your carport or garage as fast as you can, because not only that, but you got a possible tornado coming in on the back side of this. Let's go ahead and zoom in just a little closer. Let's get some roads out here. I don't think we've done that yet. Here's Old Big Cove Road. That's that kind of country road. A lot of people take it. It goes down the backside of Green Mountain going into Owens Crossroads. Right here is Old Highway 431 that kind of parallels the new 4-lane highway. I say new, it's been there for a while, but that was the old Highway 431 that goes through that little Owens Crossroads town center. Got that little bit of that caution light there in Owens Crossroads. Hania Lane, Lyons Road. You've got Ed Spears Road over here. Old Gurley Pike. This is the one that kind of runs on off towards the north, towards 72. It goes all the way down towards New Hope. Cave Spring Road, Low Gap Road. Again, I already called out Hania Road as well. This is going to be the east side of Owens Crossroads. And then on the back side right here, you've got Poplar Ridge Road that goes down to the community of Poplar Ridge on the far eastern side of Madison County. And also down here, you've got Martin Childers Road that intersects Poplar Ridge Road. Again, this is on the east side of Owens Crossroads. This is moving into the Owens Crossroads area. It's going to be Big Cove Road area. This is going to stay, I think, generally south of Hampton Cove. But again, Hampton Cove, if you're over there near the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail, the golf course over there, you need to be in your tornado shelter as well. On top of Gurley, Paint Rock, and Woodville, you need to be in your tornado shelter as well. And I will say, Fred, kind of look at
more RFD surging.
Yeah, it does. And honestly, it kind of looks at what that supercell did in Madison too.
Yes.
It kind of had that little bit of a surge, and then once it really organized itself, then it kind of became more of that little classic supercell look. And that is right here. Green Mountain is right here. That Big Cove Road, like I mentioned, is right over here. So here's Green Mountain. Here's Green Mountain Road that turns into Shawnee on the backside of Green Mountain. This is exactly where that area of rotation is headed, towards Berkeley and the Cherry Tree area. That's going to also be Old Highway 431 that crosses the main highway right here and goes back off towards the north. But again, not really seeing much in the way of rotation. I see we got Braided Air Stream back. And it looks like he's still making his way over towards, I believe that's, okay, he's making the turn now. Okay, so he's about to, Grandma's Restaurant, I believe is what it's called, is right down that road right here. So he's turning, he's going into New Hope right now. Once he turns down where this is right here, you're going to start to see the traffic light over here on the intersection of Hobbs Island Road and Highway 431. So he's going to most likely get to that intersection, and then he's going to, I imagine, maybe hit up further to the north, because he's going to be very, very close to where that area of rotation is located. And guys, chime in at any time.
Just a report of damage from back earlier. This is from a RV park on Highway 31, west of I-65 in Tanner. And there's a bunch of large oak trees down there, and then there are a bunch of trees down on I-65 just east of there.
Okay.
Just south of the Buc-ee's.
So again, we've had major damage across parts of the Huntsville metro area today, unfortunately. Good news is I haven't at least seen reports of injuries so far, which is the good news. But again, we still have ongoing storms here. So again, I still stress, if you're in Owens Crossroads, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now on top of Hampton Cove, over towards Cherry Tree Road that kind of goes back towards Gurley Pike. you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This is kind of that general area right along Highway 431 is what we're looking at. And guys, it looks like Brett is going north potentially. If you want to flip back over to that to his feed, I was curious about that. So he looks like he is heading north. So that circulation is going to be back over here. Wall cloud or tornado potential wise is going to be on the left side of the screen right here. So I'll back away. And Sam, I know that you're kind of watching his every move over there. He's traveling north on 431, but where is he getting close to?
The community of Elon, he's close to there. I think he's about to cross 431.
Are we able to get how many?
14,000 in Madison County without power currently.
Ben, are you able to get Brett on the horn? That's going to be a spot where he will be able to talk. There's a good cell service over there. If we are able to try to get Brett back, because I am very interested to see what he is seeing over there. Again, this is meteorologist Brett Adair. He is on Highway 431 near the New Hope and Owens Crossroads area. Again, this is the active tornado warning. So again, Owens Crossroads, I know I've called you out many, many times, but still, tornado shelter maintaining. What you got?
Just while we look at this, we'll wait on Brett. Just to reiterate, no severe storms active in the shoals right now. No active storms severe in southern Middle Tennessee. Tishomingo is cleared from the tornado watch. And then Hardin, Wayne, Lawrence, Lewis, and Murray counties in Tennessee, you're out of the watch as well.
So yeah, hopefully that trend continues. Again, I want to stress again, if we're not talking about you, that's a good thing. If we're talking about you, that's a bad thing. So if I've talked about Owens Crossroads, Hampton Cove, over towards Grant and the Gurley area, Woodville, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. And Ben, just let me know whenever you're able to possibly get Brett on the horn here and see exactly what he's seeing. The fact that he hasn't turned and kind of pointed the camera in a certain direction leads me to believe that he's not really seen much of anything. But I will say that Ashley Ravenscraft from the Weather Service in Huntsville is saying they're seeing some pretty strong rotation in Owens Crossroads right now.
What I see was sent, it's tightened up after she said that.
Okay.
But just southeast of Owens Crossroads, we've had a couple that tighten up quickly here.
Okay, so there's a possible tornado that is developing here on the east side of Owens Crossroads. This is on the east side of Highway 431 in this general area right here. That's exactly where you would want to find that area of rotation, right on top of Lyons Road and Hania Lane. Now we got Brett Adair right now.
Yep, Brett, Ben here with you live in the Weather Center. Tell us what you're looking at, what you've seen so far.
Yeah, Ben, we've seen several storms that have been rotating. Obviously, we saw the issues that went through Athens, Madison County, and Limestone County earlier. We're now up near New Hope. We just got off Highway 431, so we may lose signal here in just a few moments, but we've been on this tornadic storm. It looked really good to the northeast of Priceville here as it crossed 231. Had some rotation, a lot of clouded ground lightning, but again, it's now going up into the mountainous terrain in northeast Alabama. It's going to be very hard to track this thing as it continues, but more storms forming to the southwest, so we're keeping an eye out on all of those as they continue to move up into the area.
All right, Brett Adair with Live Storms Media. Brett, thank you. Be careful.
Yes, sir.
All right, so there's a live report there from meteorologist Brett Adair. He is now on the road that is leading up towards the Grant area. He's going to go up the hill there, so he's taking this road right up through here that's going to cross over towards the Naboo area and over towards the Grant area, and that's that area rotation that we're watching here. So he's going to end up getting a better vantage point. He's going out ahead of this, so if there is anything on the ground here in far southeastern Madison County, he is going to find it very, very quickly. He's going to have a very good vantage point because once you get up on that ridge, it flattens out. It's a plateau up there, so you're able to see over off of the ridge and have a better perspective of it. Looks like two areas of rotation now, one towards the southeast of New Hope, that's very, very close to that county line here with Marshall County, and the other one is back here towards the back, right, just very close to that Owens Crossroads area right there, that intersection with Highway 431. Both of these at any given moment could produce a tornado. So again, I still stress Owens Crossroads, New Hope, over towards Paint Rock and Gurley and Woodville. You need to be in tornado shelter right now. On top, also Grant. You got that DAR school over there in Grant, so you need to be in your tornado shelter right now if you live in Grant or live near DAR. But again, we're watching two areas of rotation here that will be tracking into parts of Marshall County, southeastern Madison County, and southwestern parts of Jackson County. And Fred, I know it's kind of struggled. I wonder if it's kind of interacting with the train maybe unfavorably, and occasionally it gets favorable and then it doesn't. It looks like we might have had a brief spin up there, but
right.
I kind of still like that presentation. The rotation's still there, the hook's still there, but I'm not seeing anything that is overly pronounced right now.
Right. And also, unlike the storms farther west, the trailing storms behind it right now were a little too far back to do the whole nudger thing. So you may not be getting as much reinforcement on the rear flank downdraft. Mm-hmm. It may be unbalanced to where the inflow is stronger. And we've noticed with that same research that you think really, really, really strong inflow would help spin up the tornado because you're putting your warm, humid air in there. The research actually shows that it can be just as unfavorable if it's inflow dominant versus as it is outflow dominant. It needs that balance. Yeah,
it needs that balance for sure. A few more reports coming across right now. We do have a report of a tree across the roadway in Owens Crossroads. That's Worley Road at Old Big Cove Road. Back in the Harvest area, this is from the Harvest Volunteer Fire Department, Drew Gilbert. They're on the scene of a tree through a house in Wedgwood Trace Road and Nick Davis. No entrapment or injuries, which is good to know. Also, per Madison County Fire, several structures collapsed, power lines and trees down in the area of Killingsworth Cove Road and J.B. Hawkins Road. Kind of scrolling back through here, we're getting some pictures and video from Bridge Street. But again, same thing, guys, unless y'all have seen something I haven't. I've seen no reports of injuries, no reports of potential fatalities.
Not yet.
But we have still that issue over there in Madison where there was severe damage. That's the only thing we know so far. And I haven't seen any video or pictures, but the only thing we've seen and heard is severe damage near the Madison area, and near Cliff Farm as well. So hopefully that severe is very localized and it's not very widespread, but that's the only thing that we've seen so far come across is severe damage in the Madison area. We're still watching the area rotation. It's getting very, very close to getting out of our viewing area, but Naboo, Humpton over towards Butler Mill, Rocky Ridge, and Cedar Point need to be in your tornado shelter right now. If you're in Owens Crossroads, hang on just a little bit longer because I know Owens Crossroads, same thing with Brownsboro, big area. A lot of people have Owens Crossroads mailing addresses and they live all the way over here. So if you are in Owens Crossroads, I will go ahead and tell you still stay in your tornado shelter. If you're on the west side of Highway 431, give it just a little bit extra time, maybe a couple minutes or two. A couple minutes or 3, I should say, and we can give you an all clear for that. I can give you an all clear for Hobbs Island, for Ditto Marina Parkway area, for Ditto Landing, for South Huntsville. I can give you an all clear for that. This is a strictly extreme southeastern Madison County issue going into Marshall County and going into parts of southern Jackson County. I know we haven't done a reset. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning here for the western part of Madison County. The good news is I'm not really seeing anything structure-wise and reflectivity, but there is a little bit of rotation back here, and there's a lot of boundaries in place because this is riding behind that supercell that came in earlier, so we'll have to watch that very closely. So I would say Redstone Arsenal over towards the Old Madison Pike area near Bridge Street, Research Park area over towards the UAH. I would go ahead and just you don't have to take your tornado precautions now, but I would kind of think about going in that direction potentially if that starts to quickly ramp up and rotate, because that would be very, very close to getting to the west side of Huntsville. We are still watching that other cell down here near Owens Crossroads, to the west of Owens Crossroads, I should say. That
has had a history of having rotation back near Lacey Spring and Valormoso, but that has substantially weakened.
Okay.
We pretty much lost that rotation.
Okay, that's good. I did notice, again, this is getting very close to that county line, but this is really starting to ramp back up again. I wouldn't be shocked if there's a decent little area of rotation right here in that little spot. It's not really showing too much. Again, honestly, I've been shocked that some of these areas of rotation like this have produced some pretty good tornadoes today. It's been a kind of a weird day with seeing some of this velocity data. There is a little bit of rotation here on the southeastern side of Madison County going into the Grant area. That's where Brett Adair is headed right now. So again, that is now out of our viewing area. But if you are living in Grant and watching us, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. We're still getting some pictures of some hail that has fallen. I believe this is right now quarter-size hail in Madison off of Sullivan Street. That would kind of match up with where that supercell is right now going into the western side of Huntsville. Nickel-size hail 1 mile north of 565 and Shelton Road. So again, that Sullivan Street area, that was kind of on that northern side. So yeah, it looks like there is some quarter-size hail, and they are going to extend that tornado warning. This goes out of our viewing area, but it still clips parts of Madison counties for DeKalb, Jackson, Madison, and Marshall. And that goes until, I believe it says 8:45. So that goes for about an hour, a little less than an hour. That's going to be that extension. I think it just popped on here. So it's a very wide polygon.
I can tell you it will be out of Madison County within 10 minutes or less.
Yeah, I would definitely think that. I know, Gurley, if your weather alarm, your weather radio went back off again, New Hope, Owens Crossroads, it went off again. Just know that this is that kind of back end of the polygon. Give it about 5 minutes and we can give you the all clear. I can give you the all clear for Hampton Cove, but again, we're watching those cells that are off to the west. And I still would stress, if you're in Owens Crossroads, I would just stay hunkered down for the next 15 minutes or so. Let this next supercell pass on through, because we've seen these quickly ramp up and produce tornadoes in a moment's notice. So I would still stay hunkered down in your tornado shelter in Owens Crossroads. Let that back end supercell come across. A little bit of a back out view here. Again, we're watching that supercell on the west side of Huntsville. Everything else west of this is not severe, with the exception of that cell that's down there near Amory, Mississippi. That's going to move south of our viewing area into the Birmingham TV market. So that's going to be Marion County, the Hamilton area, maybe Winston County as well. All of these cells are popping up, are not severe, but they are strong. A little bit of a hail core here near Danville, right on top of Highway 36. This is west of Hartselle. So I would be shocked if there's maybe some dime or nickel-sized hail potentially with this. That's going to be moving into the Hartselle area. So if you're in Hartselle, Priceville, I would go ahead and get your car back into a garage or overhang or something that can protect it if you haven't already. So again, that's that one that's coming into. So now we have a. Or are they doing this?
Morning for Franklin and Lawrence in Alabama.
Are they doing this, or they do? Oh, they might be doing that over here. Let's look at that one. That one has a interesting feature on it.
That's going to go until 9 o'clock.
Okay.
So that's
going to be that one.
There.
So this is going to be Duketon, Hodges, Glasgow Corner, Bell Green, Russellville down to Isbell and Phil Campbell. This is going to be east of Vina, east of Old Burleson, east of Burnout. What is the velocity look on that? Because that is very, yeah, there's a little bit of rotation on here. I don't think you need to be in your tornado shelter right now if you're in the Hodges area, but I would start to think about maybe heading into that direction. Make it where you can go there quick if you can, if this does quickly tighten up. Same for Duketown. And same for the Atwood area, Nix Mill as well. If you live between Alabama Highway 187 and US 43 near Isbell and Phil Campbell and Spruce Pine, again, I would watch this and I would be ready to go in a moment's notice if that does tighten up and you have more of a circulation that develops and a possible tornado.
Yeah, definitely some stronger base velocities on the leading edge of that, what looks like a bow echo there as well. So straight line wind is a concern. I'm going to do a storm track here, moving east at 45 for the overall wind damage threats. This will be for the next 45 minutes.
And while you're doing that, I am seeing some pictures now from the Madison area, and there are a lot of snap trees, a lot of tree limbs down, tree limbs on houses. There's a lot of damage in the western part of Madison. And we're just now seeing some pictures. The ones I was seeing at Waltrana intersection of Michael Avenue, Madison Heights. So again, that's a significant tornado that went through Madison. All right, this is now that cell that we're just talking about moving into Franklin County, Alabama, and Lawrence County, Alabama. Glasgow Corner at 8:01, Duketon at 8:04, Nicks Mill at 8:06, Russellville at 8:07, Isbell at 8:08, Spruce Pine at 8:13, along with Waco, Phil Campbell at 8:14, Newburgh at 8:19, Posey Mill at 8:23, along with Carroll Crossroads, Oak Grove 8:24, Mount Hope 8:28, Landersville 8:33, and Youngtown at 8:38. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, so 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, maybe some quarter-size hail, but we are watching that chance for maybe a quick spin-up tornado if that area rotation continues to tighten.
I will say that this is the back edge of it. So once this passes, this is the back edge of the threat. So not just southern Middle Tennessee. Huntsville Weather Service office is too busy to clear the shoals right now.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that with that storm staying eastward instead of east-northeastward, the threat is now ending. I won't call it over, all clear, but the threat is coming to an end in Lauderdale and Colbert counties in North Alabama as well.
And the same thing, especially with these tracking east, Fred, that's going to inhibit any new development that's up here.
Yes.
So everything that's going to happen is with the stuff that is down here and tracking to the east. So again, like Fred said, the Weather Service office in Huntsville has got their hands tied right now because of everything going on here warning-wise. But good rule of thumb right now, Florence, it looks like the shoals, your severe weather threat is over, but just give it a little bit. We'll wait and watch these cells pass, and we can really give you the all clear. I think we can go ahead and give you the all clear here for Lawrenceburg, Loretto. The
Tornado watch is actually over.
They're over there. Okay, so if we want to quickly pop on that watch warning graphic, that way we can actually give some specific. Yeah, so Lawrence County, Tennessee, Wayne County, Tennessee, Hardin County, Tennessee, Murray County, Tennessee, Lewis County, everywhere off to the north and west, you're good to go. It is 8 o'clock. If you want to go ahead and get ready for bed, go ahead and do that. There's no real concern of any more severe or tornado potential later on this evening. Tornado watch still continues, though, for Giles County, Lincoln County, and parts of Marshall County, and even off towards the east, towards the Winchester area as well, towards Chattanooga. And, of course, it still is in effect here for all of northern Alabama. So let's go back into some of these cells, and I'm seeing more images. Well, this is actually of the Grant area looking towards Woodville, and that looks like it is, if it's going to produce a tornado, it is getting very close to doing it. That's out of our viewing area, but if you live in Grant, Scottsboro, even towards the section area of DeKalb County, I would watch this supercell because it is getting very close to that Sand Mountain area, and we all know what happens when supercells interact with Sand Mountain.
I will say that they have discontinued the severe thunderstorm warnings that were over Limestone and Madison for the storms that were moving in through the Huntsville metro area behind the tornadic circulation. There's still small hail, gusty winds like 40-mile-per-hour winds, P-dime, nickel-size hail that's below severe limits. We'll watch for those to pulse up. But with those warnings being discontinued and with the rotation moving out of Madison County, you can come out of your storm shelters for now in Madison County.
If you are in the Woodville area, though, you need to be in your shelter now. 911 has confirmed a tornado south of Woodville with this supercell. Again, that's out of our viewing area, but I know still some people watch here. So Woodville, Grant, Pleasant Groves, Aspel over to Scottsboro, Langston, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. There is a tornado on the ground confirmed by 911 right here. That's east of
Madison County as well.
Oh, yep. Back in here. I'm going to put my finger on it.
It's side loby, but there's improving structure with it, so I'm sure.
What's that one back there?
Mid-levels are rotating.
Okay, that is rotating back there too, so that's inflow coming into it. So yeah, hold the phone here if you're in southeastern Madison County. Even back over here, I would, you're not under warning here for South Huntsville, but I would still try to hunker down. You've got this little spot right here we're watching. We've got this little area rotation, so Owens Crossroads, New Hope. I would hang around your tornado shelter for a little bit. You don't have to be in it right now, but again, get close enough to where you can just immediately get to it within a handful of seconds, and you'll be good to go with that. So that's that area rotation kind of back here. That's going over Green Mountain on the south end, and that's going to go down over the mountain on the back side, and that's going to end up potentially allowing it to rotate a little bit more. We'll have to see what that does. I actually didn't look to see what that rotation was on that one. Okay, that one's starting to rotate a little more. South Huntsville heads up here. If you're near Ditto Landing, if you're near Green Cove Road, if you're near the Mountain Gap Challenger area, Redstone Park, Sandhurst Park, you need to be getting close to your tornado shelter.
Yeah, they just officially cleared Madison, but they may have to reissue if these tighten up.
Yeah, that's a bit concerning here, especially as it. Oh yeah, that's. I would. Yeah,
it's still side lobby on the eastern circulation, but it's lining up better near Ditto with the structure.
Yeah. So I would go ahead and say again, Ditto Landing, Redstone Park, Bailey Cove Road up towards the Camelot area, Mountain Gap. Again, I called you out. Challenger, the Chick-fil-A over there on South Parkway and Hobbs Road. If you're along Hobbs Road, if you're along Bailey Cove Road, if you're up towards Green Mountain Road, you need to be in your tornado shelter or at least getting close to it. I would just go ahead and head there because the fact that we've seen these supercells, quickly ramp up, snap at a finger, producing a tornado with this. So I would go ahead, for a course of least regret, head to your tornado shelter. If you aren't there now, I would head back there and hunker down and wait for this back-end supercell to pass on through. I think, Fred, is this the last one? Generally,
let's see. It's the last in this cluster here.
Kind of got this one,
and well,
that one might actually be
these don't have
east.
the same structure. Well, that one's rotating now.
Tornado warning now for Jackson, Madison, and Morgan. So that's going to end up being probably for these two circulations right here. So what were you saying on this one? This one does have some.
That one is intensifying the circulation as well. It did not have that previously.
Okay. Here's that new tornado warning. So again, tornado shelter now for South Huntsville. Again, I've called out some of those areas, South Parkway, towards the Walmart, down there at Hobbs Road. If you want to get in a little closer and get some of these other street names, you got Mountain Gap Road, you got Bailey Cove Road. This is Bailey Cove Road and Green Cove Road right here. The Fox Run, Camelot areas, English Village over here on the west side of the Parkway. Ditto Landing, Ditto Marina Parkway. You've got Cheney Thompson Road right here that runs up towards the Challenger Middle School and Elementary School area. Again, this is exactly where the area rotation is generally located, and it could quickly produce a tornado at a moment's notice. So again, I've called you out. Fox Run, Camelot, over towards Lily Flag, down towards English Village, the Old Grissom High School area. You've got Valley Hill Country Club over there. If I've called you out or you're near those areas, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. That's a site-built structure, no mobile homes. Good news is a lot of these places over here, there's really no mobile homes. All of these are really site-built. So again, you need to be in your tornado shelter, site-built, lowest floor, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and just hunker down as we have that new tornado warning here. It looks like they have encompassed kind of these both circulations here. So I would say Owens Crossroads of New Hope. This one's going on the backside of Green Mountain, about to cross Highway 431, basically taking the same path as the one that had before it. So Poplar Ridge over towards Main Drive, Lions Drive, Old Gurley Pike. You've got Hill Road over here towards the Elon community. Again, like I mentioned, Lions Road. Also got Cherry Tree Road up here as well. So again, that's still
side lobe.
That's still side lobe. It almost looks like you got two areas right here. I don't know if this one might be that new circulation. This one is the old circulation.
There's just not much there. It's just noise with this one. I will say that the text of the warning is for the western circulation, but the way they drew it really makes me think they were doing both.
To capture both just in case. I will say that the more imminent one potentially is this one in South Huntsville. Again, there might be multiple areas of spin here. You got one that is near Redstone Park, getting very close to Green Mountain. You got another one that's down here across the river, about to cross the Hobbs Island area. This one's down near Lacey Spring. So Lacey Spring, east side of Lacey Spring, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Again, I've called you out here again for South Huntsville. So Camelot, Fox Run, up towards Green Mountain Road. As it moves, it changes its name towards South Shawnee as it goes down the backside of the mountain. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Also, Doug Hill Road. You got a lot of development out here on the south side of Hampton Cove. That Doug Hill Road area, that kind of, you've got some schools out there as well. That's kind of tucked in on the east side of the Green Mountain area. That's exactly where this potential tornado could be tracking, and it will eventually go over Green Mountain and over towards Highway 431. And once again, I've called out the golf course out there. You've got a wedding venue that's out here on Cherry Tree Road. That kind of general area, Hampton Cove, Owens Crossroads, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Looks like they have a new severe thunderstorm warning. I wonder if it's for this one.
Maybe for the one over Hartselle. We'll see here in just a second. Your iPad has gone under 10% and went to sleep.
Okay.
So, yeah, we'll see in just a second.
I have one in my backpack if you need it, but it's a wall adapter.
We have plugs on here, so we're good.
Okay. I will say that my dad, again, my parents live right on top of the Mountain Gap area on Versailles Drive. That's right next to the Mountain Gap School. He says no wind at the house.
That is the storm over Hartselle and Priceville that they warned with the storm.
Okay. So that's that one. That's going to be more of an issue with damaging winds and large hail. What's the hail potential on that? Is it still quarter size? Looks like I'm seeing it up there. Looks like the warning's quarter size, but there is some potential here for maybe some larger hailstones. That's about 1.5 inch hailstone potential with that. So I wouldn't be shocked if there's maybe $50 size hail, maybe up to ping pong ball size hail potentially with this cell, especially if it continues to strengthen. There is a little bit of rotation on it, as Fred was showing here.
Getting more disorganized, though.
It is, and it's right next to downtown Hartselle and Highway 36. And it's going to be very, very close to, I believe that's Bethel Road. That goes right over here. That goes right over the interstate. So Valley View, Georgia, Clemens Crossroads. That's Highway 31 right here. Main Street, that's Alabama Highway 36. And again, I believe that's Bethel Road that kind of goes over the, Bethel Road that goes right over the interstate right here. So again, watching some areas of rotation with this. It's not overly strong. Like Fred said, it's kind of getting a little more disorganized, but we're still watching it. But because it's rotating, it has that hail potential and damaging wind. So we want to make sure that you are aware of that as well. So again, we're watching this circulation. I believe it's now over Green Mountain right now. If there is to be a quick tornado, that's going to be right over Green Mountain. So
and we're also seeing the velocity better align on the eastern circulation as well.
Right here?
You have your couplet there, and then it's directly in the inflow part of the hook.
Yep. So it looks like we have a developing tornado here near New Hope. Again, this is going to end up being that same southeastern Madison County area, Nebo over towards Poplar Ridge, Cedar Point, Butler Mill, Humpton. You guys, again, tornado shelter, if you got out of it, you need to get back into it right now. Developing tornado here on the east side of New Hope, moving into that far southeastern part of Madison County here. It's very rural, but there's still some people that live out here. But the good news is there's not a lot of more heavily, densely populated communities and neighborhoods out there. What you got, Fred?
Very briefly, so I don't want to get away from those circulations, but maybe some 50, 60 mile per hour winds in Franklin County on Alabama 13 up to US 43 with that severe thunderstorm warning between Phil Campbell and Russellville, right around Spruce Pine up to Isabel. That's going to be crossing 243. The next few minutes, Carroll Crossroads, Oak Grove, Waco, Newburgh, and then over toward Landersville, Youngtown, Mount Hope, next 15 minutes or so. Get inside gusty straight line winds coming across there.
And we've seen those cause issues today as well. We had tons and tons of trees down in Lauderdale County and even across parts of Colbert County and the Shoals area with just some damaging winds and even some large hail potential. Again, watching that area circulation, it's east of New Hope, very, very close to the county line, about to go over into Marshall County. Still watching that backside right over here. If we are going to get a quick spin-up tornado as it moves down across the east side of Green Mountain, it's going to be in the Owens Crossroads area, Dug Hill Road area, generally south of Hampton Cove. If you're south of Hampton Cove, south of the golf course out there, that's the kind of location we're talking about. Over near towards where that new food land is located off of Taylor Road, over there off of 431. That's generally that area that we're talking about here. Again, going on the eastern side of Green Mountain back towards Owens Crossroads. So again, Owens Crossroads back into your tornado shelter. What's that right here?
That, let me see, that may be noise.
Is that on the back? That's on the back side. That's RFD. That actually might be RFD that's interacting with the terrain right there. So yeah, that's going to be winds that are coming on that kind of western side of Green Mountain. I will say this, if that's true, prepare for some damaging winds. If it's probably already occurring if you're on the west side of Green Mountain. We're talking about places like Camelot over towards the Senior Drive area, that kind of Bailey Cove area on the west side of Green Mountain. If that is that RFD push on that back side, it's going to go right up against that mountain and it's going to get funneled in, and you're going to have some stronger winds. Fred did draw where there is some rotation. That's going to be very, very close to Hobbs Island Road here. That's still going to be on top of Green Mountain right now. Is that right in that hook area? You see, you got another one here.
Yeah, they're both where they should be.
Yep, they're both where they should be. So we could end up having 2 tornadoes on the ground here. One about to cross the county line into Marshall County. So again, that's going to end up being the Grant community, even as far north as Woodville and southern Jackson County, right there along Highway 72. And then that other area rotation here on top of Green Mountain, going down the eastern side of Green Mountain, going towards Owens Crossroads, Old Highway 431, and down towards the New Hope area as well. I know if you have a New Hope address, you still can have that address between Owens Crossroads here along Highway 431. So if you have a Owens Crossroads mailing address and a New Hope mailing address, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. And I'm looking to see, I saw that there were several reports coming in, but it looks like most of them are actually east across parts of Jackson, DeKalb counties.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything immediately new in our area the past few minutes.
Lightning is ramped up big time. Morgan County cell. Also, fire department reported a large tree down on Vaughn Bridge near 266 Taylor Road, as well as on Vaughn Bridge Road in Oak Ridge area. That's from Jacob Hamilton. I'm guessing, Fred, that's going to end up being Morgan County. That's usually where Jacob is reporting from. Okay. So it does look like there is, if it's damage from this storm or the ones previously, we're getting damage reports across parts of Morgan County as well. We're getting them all across the area today. And again, good news, that circulation's still there, but on the weaker side of things. So again, I still expect damaging winds and the hail potential with this cell in Morgan County right now, but we're still monitoring some areas of rotation, but nothing is screaming tornado right now. The only tornado concerns are going to be here for Owens Crossroads, New Hope, and across parts of the Grant area as well. But again, we're watching things. We've got everybody still here. We're watching things the back end. So again, here's your circulation going right on top of Owens Crossroads. It's going to cross Dug Hill Road very, very soon, if not already. And it's going to get very close to 431 and Old Highway 431 right there in Owens Crossroads, right there, that little intersection. You have that traffic light right there. My iPad back up. You got it charging?
I accidentally got to the camera, and I don't use Apple devices. So
hang on. I'll unlock it for you real quick. If it will do
swiped it the wrong direction.
I put my little thumb on there. There you go.
Look it.
All right. So got that situated. It's been a long day. You know it's been a long day when your iPad ends up dying.
It's been a long month for me this week, and it's only Tuesday.
Don't say that. If there's any good news, 7-day forecast looking a lot better once we get into Wednesday and this week. So
yeah, there are more storms over the weekend. I don't see anything that stands out as severe. So we get past this. Some more rain later for Memorial Day weekend. Sorry about that. Looks scattered, not a washout. But if we can get past the warnings tonight, I don't see any take shelter type weather here for the foreseeable future at least.
And hopefully, again, maybe knock on wood if I say this, but really and truly looking long term, this is probably it for a real spring severe weather season.
In terms of like tornado type weather. Now, we get severe weather in the summer that's like damaging straight line wind clusters and things like that. And then when the tropical system makes landfall, you can have some tornado warnings. But in terms of like having a jet stream system produce tornado threat, this is
knock on it.
Probably the last one of the spring season here locally in the area, at least.
Wall cloud is being observed from Lake Gunnersville, so that's going to be looking back up into this cell right here, I believe. So again, this is right next to the county line road. Naboo, Humpton, I've called you out multiple times today. Hopefully this is the last time I call you out. Although I might be that storm back behind it. Might have to call you out one more time. But hopefully Get these last two in here, and we're good to go for the remainder of the evening for these areas. Rocky Ridge down towards Woodall Place, also seeing that tornado potential with this crossing the county line into Marshall County. That's where that area rotation is, and it sounds like a wall cloud is being observed on Lake Gunnersville. I think it's that one. It could be the one further east because, again, Lake Gunnersville goes all the way up the Tennessee River. It might be this one that they're seeing right here near Langston. That might be that one.
If they see a wall cloud in that terrain, all the way up here, then they're
talking about this one. They're talking about this one back here, probably, because that's the river. The river is right over here.
It has to be one of the eastern two circulations here.
So again, that's that one out of our viewing area going on top of the Langston area that's going up onto Sand Mountain. So if you live in Langston and section or know anybody who is there, give them that heads up. That circulation is getting very close to where they are living. I think that circulation, for the most part, unless it's back over here, is getting out of Madison County. All right, it is out. Looks like there might be, unless that's still side lobe, but there might be two areas here, right there. That's going to be inflow coming in, so it's going to be this little spot, maybe right over here, that's going to end up being a possible tornado. I'm seeing some more indications over here that make me a little suspicious. Okay, that's actually in an okay spot. I don't think that's going to be a tornado signature potentially. That looks like it's broadened out.
That looks like that, that's coming like that.
Yeah.
And that is right there. That looks like that could be like RFD type stuff.
Yeah. So if you're not getting a tornado with this, damaging winds could end up being on the board here east of Owens Crossroads, east of Highway 431, as that could be that push that Fred mentioned, that kind of RFD, reflank downdraft on the backside of the storm. Sometimes you can get some damaging winds with that. So it looks like the tornado threat still possible, but I think it's getting a little bit better here. But we are watching that. I can't tell if that's a actual supercell hook or if it's two updrafts that are going up.
It looks like messy updrafts and that sort of thing.
So hopefully that remains the case, but still damaging winds and some hail potential with this supercell in Somerville. Gum Springs, Somerville, up towards Valormosa Springs, Highway 36, up towards Bluff City, Toluca. You're expecting this storm to continue to head your way. So again, I've stressed this before. I've told you multiple times, if you need to get your car into a garage or a carport, if you're in Toluca, Valormosa Springs, Lacey Springs, that northern side of Morgan County, southern side of Madison County, here's your heads up to do it now, because there is that hail potential with this storm that's moving in. Doesn't look overly significant, but there could be some nickel, quarter, maybe some slightly larger hail potentially with that supercell. The cell behind it's not severe, but the cell to the west of it is still severe. We haven't really checked in on you guys here in Franklin and Lawrence County here in a while, so we're still watching that severe thunderstorm warning. Not really seeing rotation, not really seeing much in the way of damaging wind potential, but it is bowing out a little bit here from Newburgh down to Oak Grove and Carroll Crossroads, so there could be the chance of some damaging winds here as Fred does draw a squall track here. So here's some more times of arrival. Again, this is a very long-lasting and long extended severe thunderstorm warning. Carroll Crossroads right on top of you right now. Newburgh at 8:23, Posey Mill at 8:25, Mount Hope at 8:30, Youngtown at 8:37, Landersville at 8:38, Hepsidam at 8:44, Wren at 8:45, Moulton at 8:47, Speak 8:56, Oakville at 8:57, 5 Points at 8:59, and then Danville, Wolftown, and Pumpkin Center roughly around 9 to 9:05 with this cell moving on through. So hopefully this just continues to be severe and not necessarily tornadic, but we are kind of getting that kind of lined out feature right here. So if there is going to be some higher damaging wind potential with those cells, it's going to end up being with this one and then out of our viewing area down towards the Hamilton area as well. Fred is drawing an all clear here. If you're in the Shoals, in Lawrenceburg, in Pulaski.
Use that raggedy handwriting.
All clear here from that back end where he drew. So again, Florence, Shoals, Tuscumbia, you're good to go. Loretto, Lawrenceburg already called you out. You're good to go. Iuka, good to go. If you're in Athens, still hang tight. If you're in Russellville, still hang tight just for a little bit longer. Let that cell pass, but quickly we'll be able to give you the all clear here soon.
And hopefully, Lincoln County, I think we're clear.
I think so too. Anything, all that stuff's going to block any inflow coming into those. So that shower storm threat is going to end up dying here very soon. So Fayetteville, I think we can give you the all clear as well. I know that you're still technically under the tornado watch, but you're on that backside, and all of this stuff down here, all the inflow coming in this way can't get over it, and you're going to end up just seeing some shower activity and not anything significantly severe. I tell you, it's been a long time, Fred, since we've had lined up supercells like this.
At least in this cluster, we're down to the last one in this little cluster now.
Yeah.
I don't see rotation anymore.
No.
That lines up with the structure.
The only rotation is going to end up being with that kind of lead storm over here.
Yeah.
Maybe even, well, you're still getting inflow, but still this is hanging. It's not really hooking around.
And base where that one is, it's probably blocking inflow to the one that's still back in eastern Madison County. So that's likely why we're not seeing that one try to wrap up right now.
Yeah.
That would be blocking the inflow to that one.
Yeah, which is really good news. So hopefully we can kind of see the end of the game here with the tornado threat for at least southeastern parts of Madison County here. But again, we're still watching that supercell off to the southwest. That is starting to look a little ominous here, but there is not a lot of rotation with it.
Velocity signature is actually decreased in organization.
Yeah, it's decreasing, so that's really good to know, but still, it's still severe. So we're talking about damaging winds and that hail potential, but really not looking at a big tornado risk with this right now. We're not keeping our eye off of it or taking our eye off of it, but right now we're not seeing anything that says tornado. Small hail potential, maybe up to nickel size, penny size potentially with this cell, maybe some quarter size with this little spot right here between Bluff City and Valormosa Springs. Is going to be very, very close, if not on top of Upper River Road right here. And that's going to be right where that hail core is located. So it's going up towards Toluca, maybe as far north as Triana, maybe as far southeast as Valormosa Springs, and maybe as far east as Lacey Springs. So again, I know it looks dangerous. It looks like it's hooking around. You got your inflow notch and everything. You're like, hey, why is that not being a tornado? Well, it's because we don't have a lot of velocity data with this, which is good.
I have some not surprising news because it's almost like it's part of the Affordable Care Act legislation that this happens during severe weather. But High Top is down.
Oh, fantastic.
As of 13 minutes ago, and they just put in the Weather Service chat that, it's not the Weather Service problem. This is, the next rads have been around since the 80s and the early 90s. Equipment gets old over time. But they made the note that it may be down for the rest of the event.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So we're going to be tracking from some distant radars here. Good news is that rotation is shifting on out of Madison County, and we're not having eyes on that. We're probably going to have to work Birmingham radar for the Morgan County storm.
All right. Yeah, that's unfortunate. If you're a weather enthusiast, you kind of follow along with stuff, you've heard High Top go down many, many times. Like Fred said, they were built back in the 80s. And so all they do is they just kind of patch things up, get upgrades, get some new hardware and stuff like that, basically just trying to keep it alive. And unfortunately, we're getting to that time. It's 2025. These are 88D Dopplers, meaning back in 1988. I don't really know specifically when High Top came up, but it's been a while. I think it was 90s, right?
I want to say that one may have been 97 or so.
97.
I will say that while that is the case with the next rads, we are still able to watch the armor data with the low levels behind the scenes. We just can't show it on air.
Yep.
So we still can look for low-level circulations, even though I can't show it on the pretty TV display.
Exactly. And armor, for those who are not familiar, is right here with the Huntsville Airport. That used to be the old 74C radar out on the airfield here at Huntsville International Airport that was upgraded many, many years ago by the team over at UAH to make it dual pole capable. And so we do still have that, like Fred said, that is going to be able to give us some low-level scans. So that is something we can't show on air, but we are seeing it off screen. So we can give you the latest information on that. So again, unfortunately, the High Top next rad is down, which is very unfortunate, especially with these supercells here in Jackson, DeKalb counties. So again, we'll just have to make do with what we have.
Do see signs of gusty winds with the UAH radar. Don't see signs of a cyclonic rotation.
Okay, that's good news. And I'm still seeing pictures. This is from the Harvest area, 101 Glenmore Drive, a tree right through a house. And it's a brick house. And it is... I mean, oh, good grief. And that is a thick tree, too. So again, there's been just significant damage in Madison, the Cliff Farm area, up towards the Harvest area. I will say, at least from where my house is, up in the Harvest area, we have no trees that are immediately in our newly developed subdivision, but there are trees around that, so other people could have been impacted by that damaging wind. So I'm just hoping that my house ended up getting spared from any roof damage potentially. So again, we're still watching these cells. The one that's going through downtown Huntsville right now probably sounds bad. It's not bad. Might have some gusty winds with it. The one coming out of Morgan County into Lacey Springs, Toluca, Vallehermosa Springs is still potentially producing some isolated damaging wind gusts and some quarter-size hail. All of the tornado-producing storms potentially right now are east of Madison County. So this is going to be Paint Rock down to Woodville, Grant, over towards Langston, Scottsboro, into the Henniger section, Rainsville areas of DeKalb County, out of our viewing area. But if you know anybody that lives along Sand Mountain near Rainsville, Fort Payne, Henniger, Eider, over there towards section as well, you need to make sure that they are aware. I'm pretty sure that they are. A lot of people, most people up there on Sand Mountain do pay attention to the weather very, very closely because they know where they are up there on Sand Mountain can cause some issues very, very quickly.
I will say that the gust front with the storms coming across Franklin County, that's over in Lawrence County now, so severe thunderstorm threat. Even though there's lightning and heavy rain in the far eastern Franklin County, Alabama, the wind threat is on past you now, which also means for Franklin County, Alabama, your severe threat is ending with these storms moving on past you. And I will say additionally, even though there is a severe thunderstorm warning into Lawrence County until 9 o'clock, Lawrence County, Alabama, not Tennessee, over toward the Moulton area, the structure on those storms, a ghost of its former self.
Yeah, because that really looked like it was actually trying to produce a tornado potentially early on,
Yes.
as it was kind of let little QLCS kind of hook around, and it's now kind of fanned out. Even though it's bowed out, there's still not a lot of velocity with this. We would be seeing a very good damaging wind potential signature with this. And there's that, what Fred's going back, that looked very intense as it was getting very close to the US 43 corridor, and it is just completely collapsed almost. I still expect some gusty winds with this, with that little bowing area, maybe up to 60 miles per hour. But I remember the last time we looked at velocity with that, it still didn't look that impressive.
No.
And it doesn't. I mean, there's little pockets down here near the county line with, what is that, Winston County.
It's up to 60, and you're over 4,000 feet above the ground. Yeah, that's Winston County down there.
Okay, yeah, Winston County. And, yeah, that's going to probably translate to 40 to 50,
Yeah.
I would think at that point. If it was showing 70, 80, I would be more concerned with some damaging wind gusts with that. So again, that looks like it should continue to weaken. South side of Moulton, I would still hunker down. Don't take your tornado shelter if you don't want to, or tornado precautions if you don't want to. Just kind of hunker down. Stay away from windows if you can. And I will say one thing, Fred. We hadn't talked about this. It was on our threat tracker today, and that was flash flooding potential. And these are starting to train very, very well here.
Yep.
So I wouldn't be shocked if we end up getting some flash flood warnings here soon.
We haven't been able to mention it, but we have had a flash flood warning on the map in far northern Murray County, Tennessee, up around Spring Hill. But for the most part, that was more focused around Williamson County into the Nashville metro area for the storms that were mainly staying north of a large part of Murray County. I put on the OHX radar, and yeah, storms have shifted on out of the area now. But that was mainly the main flood threat was to the north of the Murray County line earlier.
Yeah. I didn't even realize that was on the board. But again, there's a chance that we could be starting to flirt with some flash flooding potential here for parts of southern Madison County and to parts of southern Jackson County, DeKalb County. That's where that first hefty supercell that came across. That's about 3 to 4 inches, I think. I think that's that
stuff off right here so we can see some things.
I think that's that color palette right around that 4-inch mark. Okay, 2 to 3. All right, so it's a little over just a little bit. So about 2 to 3 inches with that right along Highway 72
down here in the southern area.
And that's where it's still raining.
Yes.
So I would this is pretty much over with that point. Down here with already 1 inch, maybe close to 2 inches, I wouldn't be shocked if places here from near the Eva area down towards the south part of Hartselle, rainfall
rates there is still 2 to 4 inches an hour.
So there's a chance, especially with more storms coming in from the west, that you end up getting, and they're going to extend that one down here, I believe.
Yes. They're going to go severe for Coleman, Madison, Marshall, and Morgan. I think it's just this overall cluster, and they're probably playing it a little more safe than they usually would, simply because they don't have their local low-level NEXRAD active anymore. So that's likely what they're doing. It's going to be this storm band right here, probably straight line wind from Huntsville down, I would say, and something like that, most likely. Yeah, that's actually
a little further south.
And focus pretty much right along the Tennessee River.
Yeah. And I'm not shocked, and I completely agree with that. The thing that we talked about earlier, especially with those tornado warnings, the atmosphere that we had today, the fact that we saw showers that didn't have big, robust updrafts, no lightning on it that we could tell, produced tornadoes today. So the fact that we had those, the Weather Service is going to err on the side of caution, which is very much warranted today with those severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. And like Fred said, the fact that we don't have high top right now, they're going to be issuing these as kind of a course of least regret. So there's still a chance that there could be some isolated damaging winds here from about Lacey Springs down towards Morgan City, Allen's Crossroads, Apple Grove, Oak Ridge, over here towards Brewer High School, over there where you have the old shack. I don't think that's there anymore. I think the building's there, but I don't think the restaurant's there anymore. Had some really good food over there right on the intersection of Catocko-Floret Road and Highway 67. That's kind of where that's starting to bow out just a little bit. So again, wouldn't be shocked if there's some damaging wind potential with this, along with maybe some isolated quarter-size hail on some of those stronger cores. But Fred, I'm actually glad to say this right now. I know you see it too. Guess what we don't have?
Tornado warnings.
We don't have tornado warnings.
Yep. They've shifted over into northeast Alabama now. Let me pull up over here just so I don't have to do anything with the map. Yeah, there's still tornado warnings in northeast Alabama, places like southern and eastern Jackson County, northern Marshall County, and then northern DeKalb County, and then over into Georgia now. Tornado warnings, but that's out of the viewing area east and moving away. Tornado warnings done here in our viewing area. And honestly, the other stuff where we have some severe thunderstorm warnings, I don't see signs of even weak rotation trying to spin it.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want to maybe just quickly do, I know we did I don't know if we did a storm track for that one. Want to do just a couple of storm tracks real quick, and then I know for sure my legs could use a little rest here.
I think after we do some times of arrival, we are good with ending the nonstop coverage here for a little bit.
Well, all right. So this is going to be for that new severe thunderstorm warning from Morgan County, extreme southern southeastern Madison County. This is Hobbs Island, New Hope area, not anything north. This is more Morgan City, Marshall County, Arab area. So here's some times of arrival. Morgan City at 8:38, along with Hobbs Island, Apple Grove 8:39, Gold Ridge at 8:40, Ryan Crossroads 8:43, Allen's Crossroads at 8:43, Olander at 8:45, Haleco at 8:48, Egypt at 8:49, New Hope at 8:50, Baileyton at 8:52, Union Grove 8:52, Joppa, Hebron, and Arab around 8:50 to 8:55. Again, this is for a chance that there could be some isolated damaging winds up to 50 to 60 miles per hour inside this line, and there could end up being some spots here and there where you get some hailstones, maybe up to quarter size, but for the most part, I think you're just dealing with some gusty winds.
And then this thing continues to weaken even further.
Yep.
And they're about to let it go out of the polygon, so that tells me a lot.
Yeah, that tells you that they're going to let that expire. So I would say Moulton over towards Hatton, I would continue just kind of hunker down a little bit because it's still a hefty cell. You got a lot of lightning with it. And so you just need to just kind of hunker down, let that pass. But like Fred said, the fact that they have not reissued that severe thunderstorm warning leads us to believe that they'll let that expire. And I see exactly why, because there's really not a lot of velocity data that supports some damaging wind potential. And there's no big core that really supports that hail potential as well. So I guess we want to do just a quick reset, and then we can toss it back to our regular programming here on the Tennessee Valley Weather Center, the weather channel that we have. Again, all the warnings that we have are generally Tennessee River south right now. Tornado warnings continue for Jackson, DeKalb County. If you know anybody near Scottsboro, near Woodville, near Section, Ider, over towards the Fort Payne and Rainsville area, you need to be able to take your tornado precautions. Tell them, hey, you got a potential tornado coming right towards your area. That's the only tornado warning on the board here for the state of Alabama, at least the northern Alabama part, I will say. And here's that all clear that Fred has kind of drawn here. We still have showers and storms for Lincoln, Moore, and Franklin County in Tennessee. They are not severe. They might be a little loud. You got some heavy rain, nothing to be worried about. Everything west of this line is all clear. For the western part of Madison County, Athens, over towards the Shoals, Decatur, over towards the Russellville area, you're good to go. Everything east, we're still watching things, but like Fred said, we're not seeing anything tornadic right now. And Becca Darish is saying for the Weather Service, they're going to look into clearing northwest Alabama from the watch, and they'll be digging into the environment to make sure it's completely ended. And we can go ahead and tell you that it has definitely completely ended. So that's all clear for those areas. Again, still continues from Madison County, Morgan County, down to Lawrence County for a little bit, and eventually down to Coleman County and Marshall County. That's going to be out of our viewing areas. Anybody else have anything to add, or we're good to go? We're good to go. All right, so we're going to end our nonstop coverage here. But again, if we do have any severe warnings that are issued again or tornado warning, we'll be back on here very quickly. What you got, Fred?
Yeah, otherwise, we're not going to do this regularly scheduled updates because, number one, watch expires at 10. Mm-hmm. Number two, the threat is very close to over. It's on its last legs, and I don't see tornado warning spinning up with what's left here.
Yeah.
So if a new warning, severe thunderstorm warning comes out, we'll be back with an update. Of course, if we're surprised by another tornado warning, we'll be back nonstop. But I think we're getting to a place where the threat here soon is going to wind down for everybody. And then it's very limited to just southern Lawrence County, Alabama. That's going away soon. Really, the focus is eastern Morgan County and southern Madison County for about the next hour, and then things are winding down.
Yeah, hopefully we can get all this out of here. Models are showing it should get out of at least our area by 10 o'clock. So it's getting very close to that potential. So again, we'll watch things, but like Fred said, we're going to just do update cut-ins if we have that severe warning or tornado warning issued. But again, all this continues to shift to the east, and we should get out of our viewing area here in the next maybe, I would say 45 minutes to an hour, probably close to 10 o'clock maybe. All right, for Chief Meteorologist Fred Gossage, for Meteorologist Chase Wilson, for Sam Camp, for Meteorologist Ben Luna, also Kelly Rawson, I'm Meteorologist Taylor Plott. Thank you for sticking with us here at the Tennessee Valley Weather Center. We'll continue to keep you advised.
You're watching the Tennessee Valley Weather Channel.